The news said it was going to be a beautiful day. I sat there with my laptop and read the whole miserable list again, top to bottom, like a man checking a lottery ticket he already knows is a winner. May 15th, torrential rain, dams gone, cities underwater. May 23rd, drought, 43 degrees, rivers turning into cracked mud. May 26th, blizzard in the middle of what used to be summer. And then May 27th, clear skies, sunshine. Enjoy your day. Today was the 27th. Outside my window, the whole street had come out to celebrate. Somebody was grilling. A kid was screaming about ice cream with the specific fury only a 5-year-old can summon. 2 old men were arguing about whether the weather service should be shot or merely fired. A week of the planet trying to kill everyone. Millions of names already gone. And here we all were, squinting up at a blue sky and deciding that meant it was over. It was not over. Those disasters were the appetizers. The kitchen was still cooking. In less than 3 hours, the energy storm would hit. The power would die and stay dead. The sky would open in places where sky is not supposed to open, and things would walk out of the gaps that have no business having legs. Every body already in the ground would sit up. Ants would grow to the size of dogs. Cockroaches would learn to armor themselves. A mosquito would come off the wall as thick as a grown man's arm, and one bite would leave a dried husk in a business suit. Overnight, the genetic chain of every living thing on this planet got picked up, shaken, and put back together wrong. For most people, that was the worst news in human history. Property tycoons would find out that a bank balance does not taste good to anything with teeth. Movie stars would learn that beauty is just a way of being noticed by predators. And a small, strange minority of people who had lost at every single thing life offered them were about to wake up and discover they were the new apex. I opened my hands and looked at them in the sunlight. Smooth, unbroken, not a single scar on them anywhere. I had earned those scars, every one. It took me over 10 years. I survived the whole thing the first time. I got strong. I kept my conscience, which is a thing I want you to sit with for a second, because I was proud of it. I pulled people out of holes. I fed strangers. I stood in front of things that eat people, and I did not move. And the reward for that was a stack of accusations, a betrayal from somebody who called me brother, and a frame job so clean I almost admired it. My strength stopped growing because I kept spending it on other people's problems, and I died face down in the stone forest with insects finishing what was left of me, still trying to work out what I did wrong. I have had a lot of time to think about it. 12 years, roughly, running backward. Turning evil does not require a process. I closed the laptop and went to buy a dog. The dog farm sat on the ugly side of J City, in a lot behind a shuttered warehouse where the concrete had gone the color of an old bruise. It was an illegal fighting arena, the kind you get into by knowing somebody who knows somebody, and I knew neither of those people, so I knocked. A man in a leather vest opened the door about 4 inches and looked at me like I was a mistake somebody had left on his step. "What dog?" "This is Lee's Noodle Shop." I opened my bag and showed him what was in it. 10 stacks of 100 yuan notes, banded, neat, 100,000. That was my savings, my deposit, the money my parents left me, everything I owned in the world converted into paper and carried into a place with no windows. Alone, no relatives, no friends, which is a sentence that sounds sad until you realize it means nobody can talk you out of anything. The noodle shop turned out to have a very large basement. The boss came down to meet the money personally. Bald, middle-aged, a tiger tattooed up each arm so the heads met at his collarbone and glared at each other. He looked me over the way you look over a delivery. Recent graduate, 1.75 meters, pale, no muscle worth the word, not a threat. Then he looked at my eyes and something behind his face adjusted. I have been told about that. Cold as spring water, somebody said once, and then would not tell me what she meant. He walked me down the cages. Beautiful animals in there, honestly. Scarred, thick-necked, silent in the way that dogs get silent when they have learned that noise costs them. He was naming prices. I was saying no, no, no. None of them. "Are all of the fighting dogs here?" I said. He got that look bosses get when the customer will not be sold to. "These are the best in the city. Apart from these, all that's left are the cripples, the ones that lost." My pupils did something. I felt it happen. "Take me to the failed samples." Here is what he did not know. In my last life, a thing came out of this city and walked through it like a man walks through tall grass, 5 meters at the shoulder, hair the color of a stove element. It spat magma the way you or I might clear our throat. The country paid a price for killing it that I am not going to describe to you because the number is obscene, and after it finally went down, its body stayed hot for 3 days. Nobody could get near enough to move it. They called it a hellhound, and on its back, under all that burning red hair, there was a character carved into the skin. Fighting, that is the brand of this arena. They shave a patch and cut it in because pain makes a dog meaner, and mean dogs win purses. Which means every legendary monster has a home address if you were paying attention when the world ended the first time. The discard room was in the back and smelled like a wound. 7 or 8 animals dumped on the concrete like bags of garbage that somebody would deal with later. broken things. One of them was a Tibetan Mastiff with most of its hide gone, lying in a spreading dark shape, and it was still holding its eyes open, pale eyes threaded through with green, refusing to close them, in that state, for no reason at all except that closing them would be quitting. "I want it," I said. He laughed at me for about 90 seconds and then took the money. I rented a room, and for 1 hour, I was the best owner that dog ever had. I bought food it could actually swallow, clean water, bandages, iodine, a blanket. I cleaned the parts of it that could still be cleaned, and I talked to it the whole time in a low, steady voice about nothing at all. And I watched the thing in its eyes change, one step at a time, the way you can actually see it happen with animals. Fear first, then confusion, then that terrible flinching hope, then dependence, then a kind of gratitude so total it made my chest hurt. Favorability, 100 out of 100. Because here is the thing about a hellhound. If you have its loyalty from the beginning, you do not just survive the apocalypse, you live under it. You give it directions. It becomes the reason people say your name quietly. Midnight came in with a sound I had spent 12 years failing to describe. A buzz, not from anywhere, from inside the bones of the room. The end of the world had truly arrived. The Mastiff's wounds sealed themselves in front of me. Its ribs pushed out. Its pupils flooded red, and heat came off it in a wave that dried my eyes. It was tiny for what it would become, weak, newborn, and it lifted its head and looked at me with pure, uncomplicated affection. I smiled at it. I remember that I meant it. Then I picked up the shovel from the corner and brought it down. Bang, bang, bang. I did not stop smiling the entire time. I want to be honest with you about that, because I have noticed people prefer the version where I was suffering. The apocalypse does not care. In the face of interest, people abandon their own blood, their own children. I have watched a man trade his mother for a case of bottled water and sleep fine afterward. So what exactly is a dog's affection worth? A favor with nothing underneath it, 1 hour old. Nothing. It is worth what it costs, and it cost me 100,000. I knelt down in the mess and pushed both hands in, up past the wrist, and started to speak. Rotting bodies buried deep in the darkness. Obey the ancient covenant. Heed my whispers. Break the boundaries of time and space and come forth, my companions from the abyss. I never wanted a pet. I wanted a top-shelf sacrifice for my first summon, and there is no better one in this city tonight. My class is Abyssal Summoner. It works exactly the way it sounds. I open a line to the abyss, I pay in flesh, and something comes back through. I should tell you about the abyss, since it is going to keep coming up, and I would rather you were not surprised later. It has no bottom. Scholars in my last life mapped 666 levels and admitted that number was just where they stopped counting. Lakes of acid, clouds you cannot breathe, caves grown full of spikes like a mouth, rivers of lava, and a sea made of blood that has tides. There is no law there and no morality, and the only currencies are betrayal, killing, and destruction. Not a single resident of that place is a good person. I want to be clear that I include the one I am about to introduce. My skin went red. My eyes went scarlet. The room got very quiet and very full at the same time. The first time I did this, in my last life, I fed the ritual something worthless, and I got a worm. An actual worm. The apocalypse handed me a starting weapon, and it was a grub. This time I paid with a hellhound. What came through was 4 meters of bloated gray flesh with no shape worth the name, one mouth that could apparently keep opening forever, and a pair of eyes with so much hate in them that the air felt heavier. An Imprian bronze rank, which sounds unimpressive until you understand what it is for. It is a wall. Bullets go into it and get lost. Artillery makes a hole, and the hole fills back in. It does not feel pain in any way I can detect, it does not get tired, and it does not have the sense to be afraid of anything. It also, in its very first second of existence in my world, turned all of that hate directly onto me. Fair. I would have too. I put mental daggers into it. That is the polite phrase. It is a summoner's punishment, and it is not pleasant for either of us, and the sound it made while I did it was not a sound with letters in it. Then it went still, and it looked at the floor instead of at me, and we understood each other. Rules I learned in the next 10 minutes. Its flesh is corrosive. Touching it is a mistake. Biting it is a bigger one. It is immune to fire, immune to poison, immune to anything that works on a mind, because you cannot break what was never assembled, and it can eat corpses to repair itself, and sometimes, if the corpse was interesting, keep something. Remember that last one. It becomes a problem later, a magnificent problem. I also knew, standing there in that room, that the army was not going to retake J City for 7 days, and that in those 7 days, 2/3 of the people in it would die, so I needed a hole to hide in, and I needed it before sunrise. Upstairs the arena had already resolved itself. I had been hearing it through the floor while I worked, shouting first, back off, then a change in the shouting, the way voices go when the words stop mattering. Then 5 minutes of noise, and then nothing at all. I opened the door onto a couple hundred bodies. The apocalypse had woken the dogs too, you see. Everything I had been jealous of in those cages, all that muscle and all that patient silence, had gotten one gift each at midnight. The boss with the tigers on his arms was lying near the cash box in a scatter of loose coins, throat opened. Money, house, introductions. All of it had stopped meaning anything about 4 hours after he last thought about it. A dozen of them turned and looked at me. Red eyes, low heads, blood on the muzzle. Imp lumbered up beside me, and the smell of it went out across the room like a flag. Roll, I said. Just that. Flat. Bored even. A long, slender one at the front lifted its head and howled, and the whole pack stopped where it stood. It looked at me for what felt like a considerable amount of my life. Then it turned and took them out through the loading door. A leader already, on night 1. That thing has the makings of an elite monster, and I have made a note of the address. I walked out into the street with my shoulders square and my chin up and my back absolutely soaked with cold sweat, because Imp would have lost that fight and I had been bluffing with a hand of nothing. The whole exchange was theater. The apocalypse rewards good theater. The blood in there would call something worse before dawn. I did not want to meet it. The street was a stampede with a soundtrack. I sent Imp back to the abyss first, because a 4-meter meat golem walking down a public road attracts exactly the wrong kind of attention, and I can call it back with a thought. Zombies were already up. They are slow and strong, and their bite carries corpse poison, and if it gets into you, it takes about 3 hours to finish the paperwork. Cats and dogs and rats had gone up 2 sizes and doubled their speed. A giant rock beetle the size of a car came out of an alley and folded a man in half with its pincers, and I watched a sulfuric acid bug rear up and start charging its spray, which takes long enough that a decent throw with a brick solves it permanently. I did not stop to solve it. I ran. And I ran inside the crowd, because a shark in a school of fish does not chase the fastest fish, it takes whatever brushes its face. I am not proud of that sentence. I am alive because of it. I made it to a convenience store, put the shelving unit against the door, and started shopping. Chocolate, bread, cured meat, anything with the calorie count of a small sun. Water, all of it, and then the second best water behind the counter. I was not being greedy. I was being early, and I had a storage solution nobody else in this city had, which is that my meat shield has a stomach and no opinions. You seal the goods, you call the imp, you tell it to swallow, and congratulations, you have a walk-in pantry that fights. Then something moved behind the register. She came up slowly with her hands showing, early 20s, university sweatshirt, holding a cash drawer in front of her like a shield, which was somehow the most heartbreaking thing I saw all night. Brother, she said, those monsters, they haven't followed us, have they? Her class had been on a field trip. She used the word class. She told me about her friends the way you tell somebody about a car accident you are still inside of, in the wrong order, circling. One of them got lifted into the air. She said the name, Li Mei. She said it like the name would fix it. Across the left side of her neck there was a mark, wine-colored, wide, ugly, like she had gone through something with her collar open. Can you call the police? She said. My dad's a policeman. Just call him. He'll definitely come and get us. He will. He always comes. Every phone in this hemisphere had been a paperweight for 2 hours. Don't talk, I said. Don't cry. And most of all, don't bother me again. She stuck her chin out at me. Bad guy. Then the night started tapping. Ping, ping, on the glass, not knocking. Testing, night demons, 1/2 meter across, black fur, and where a face should be, there is nothing at all. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. Just one mouth part, like a syringe. A single one of them puts away 5 adults in a day, and they do not hunt alone. Here is the trick with them, and it is the ugliest trick in the whole first week. They cannot see you. They cannot smell you. So during the day, they go out and they spray. Over doorways, over shoulders, over anything warm and moving. They mark. Then at night, they come back through the dark and drink at the marks. They sow in the morning and they eat after dark. I looked at her neck again, and my stomach went cold and level. Hold still, I said, and I leaned in close enough to catch it. It was not a scrape from a fence. It smelled like ammonia. She got out most of one word. I do not remember which. Snap. Do not complain. Blame yourself for being careless. I know how that reads. Let me give you the 2 options as they existed, because I ran them both and it took under a second. Option 1. I call the imp. I fight a pack of night demons in a lit glass box in the middle of a street full of everything else that hunts at night, and I win, probably, and every predator within 400 meters learns exactly where I am on day 1 of a world I intend to own. Option 2. The signal stops. They hit the door a few more times. Something dragged along the roof, patient, hopeful. Then the heat they were following went cold and stopped being interesting, and they moved on down the street to somebody else's window. I lay down behind the counter about a meter from her, and I slept until 4. I want to be accurate here, since I have promised myself I would be. It was not a hard night for me. It was killing somebody. This is the end of the world. That is perfectly normal now. Before dawn, I went out and practiced. The street was a mass grave that had not been organized into one yet, and most of the new monsters were sleeping off the meal. Zombies do not sleep. Zombies are always available. I took a boning knife off the store's back counter and I went hunting on purpose because the kill zone on a zombie is the neck and the head and nothing else. And that is a very small target when it is walking at you. And I wanted to be able to hit it without thinking. Wrist flick, step, wrist flick. By the 4th one, a head went off clean and I felt the difference in my shoulder. 6 tiers of power. That is the ladder everybody eventually agrees on. Bronze, silver, gold, legendary, epic, myth. My imp is bronze. At bronze, I hold 2 summons at once. Silver is 4. It doubles every rank. And at myth, you have 12 standing at your back permanently, and none of them ever expire. Last time around, I died at gold. This time I am starting the race with a head full of treasure map, where the good corpses are, which monsters are made of paper, what is coming, and on what day. At sunrise I picked my hole, an abandoned nursing home out past the edge of the built-up district, sitting in fog with the moon still up and going blue over it. Bad wiring, bad roof, and one enormous advantage. Nobody lived there. The places getting torn apart tonight are the hospitals and the housing blocks and the schools, because monsters are not stupid. They go where the food stacks itself. J-City is going to lose over 1 million people in 7 days, and most of them will never be found by anybody who was looking. I cleared it floor by floor. 2nd floor gave me a barefoot centipede. Juvenile, half a meter, as thick as a bucket, and its venom takes an ordinary adult off the board in under a minute. They wrap first with the legs and bite after, so the fight is decided before the bite. It took me a full minute and most of the edge on my knife. 1 minute. For a juvenile. I stood there afterward genuinely annoyed with myself, which I have decided is a healthy sign. After that, it was sulfuric acid bugs, a land eel, a nest of bullet ants. Garbage. I had them all in 20 minutes. You will hear about classes constantly from here on, so here is the short version. Melee people become shadow assassins, shadow walkers, illusion slayers. The ones built like doors become rock giants and mountain lords and beastmen. Mental types get summoner, like me, or beast tamer, or the various flavors of mage. And then there are the life classes. Blacksmith, enchanter, alchemist. Zero offense, and earning power that goes straight off the chart, because within a year, a blacksmith will be folding monster organs into steel, and people will hand over cities for the results. The top floor was where it went wrong. Something came out of the dark fast and knocked the boning knife clean out of my hand, and I got a look at it in the moonlight coming through the broken end of the corridor. 1 eye, enormous, wet, filling most of the head. 4 tentacles as thick as my wrist, dripping something clear and stringy. Tentacle monster. Bronze rank, the same as my imp, and a great deal better at being bronze than my imp is. It is a mind parasite. That slime is a hallucinogen, and it does not simply kill you, it hollows you out over days until whatever is left just does what it is told, and then it nests in what remains. Whole shelters have gone quiet that way. Everybody still walking around, nobody home. Kill it, I said, and I put my imp between us and got behind my imp. I want to be very clear that this was not a battle I could participate in. My job in that corridor was to be somewhere else and keep talking. Imp went in, and its own body did most of the work, because every tentacle that hit it splashed corrosive flesh back onto the thing that swung it. 2 exchanges and the tentacle tips were smoking and going soft, so it adapted. It slicked itself down with a heavier coat of mucus, insulated itself, and stopped losing tissue. Strong adaptability. On a bronze. I filed that away with a certain amount of dread. Then it pinned my imp against the wall and started opening it up. Pounce on it, I shouted, and I heard my own voice go up, which I did not love. Wrap your body around it. Imp got cut in half doing that. Organs came out of it and slapped onto the floor, and it did not care even slightly, because it simply packed the wounds with silt and with the pieces of the corridor and kept going. The monster ran out of slime. Imp got both arms around it, folded it in, pressed its face into the meat of its own chest, and held it there while it drowned. I got a face full of the blood, which is how I learned the hallucinogen is airborne if it is fresh, because the corridor tilted and the walls started breathing at me. I bit down on my own tongue hard enough to fix it, which is a trick I recommend and do not enjoy. Then I put the boning knife into the eye, underhand. It went in about half as deep as I wanted, which tells you everything about how much time I have spent practicing throws. And then I knelt down in the second largest mess of my very long night and put both hands where the thing used to have a head. Evil spirit buried deep in the darkness. Follow the ancient covenant. Heed my whispers. Break the boundaries of time and space. I am willing to exchange my powerful flesh and blood for your loyalty. Because here is the rule that runs my entire life now, and I would like you to hold on to it, because everything I do for the next year makes sense only if you understand it. Below a certain level, what you get out is exactly what you put in. Feed the ritual a stray dog and you will receive a worm. Feed it cannon fodder and you will receive skeletons. Feed it a bronze rank monster that was clever enough to adapt mid-fight, and the abyss starts taking you seriously. The line opened, and this time it showed me where my summon was coming from. A forest. No leaves on any of it. Tens of thousands of black trunks going back further than the light went, and not one bird, not one insect, not a single moving thing in the whole endless black stand of it. That is where the demon-hunting spiders live, and the bodak, and the undead, and the devils, and the mortals who went there on purpose and came out as something with a new name. The pull hit me harder than anything had all night. My face went hot and my hands went cold at the same time. My tongue went numb. My knees decided, without consulting me, to stop. That is the point where a sane summoner lets go. Push past your mental limit and you do not die, which would be tidy. You just stop being able to hold a thought forever, and someone feeds you with a spoon in a world that has no spare spoons. I looked into that forest with my legs shaking under me, and I did not let go. I counted out loud, because when your body is quitting on you, the sound of your own voice is the only thing left holding the line. 1, 2. The room went white at the edges. My tongue had stopped being mine about 4 seconds earlier, and I could feel something behind my eyes with a definite opinion about how much longer this was going to be allowed to continue. 5, I said, and it came out through my gums rather than my mouth. That was it. That was the number. I made the decision to let go, and I want the record to show that I made it, because approximately half a heartbeat later, the crack opened anyway, and I did not get to find out whether I would have kept my word. Someone stepped out of it. Not something, someone. About 160, dark purple skin, silver white hair pulled back off a face that had been designed by a committee with excellent taste and no kindness at all. A long bow in one hand. A quiver of black thorn branches on her hip. A dark elf. They come from the abyss, and they kneel to Rose, the Spider Queen, who I will get to eventually, and who I would rather not think about at this hour. They are immune to magic. They are immune to poison. They have night battle, which means the dark is not a handicap for them. It is a room they own. They are quick. They are built entirely for ambush, and they loathe sunlight the way I loathe committee meetings. If my imp is a wall, this is an artillery piece with legs. I asked her to put an arrow into the corridor for me. Just a demonstration. Any target. She looked at me instead. Slowly. Up. Then down. I can only assume I made a tremendous impression. Skinny, filthy, kneeling in the remains of something, hands wet past the wrist, one blunt kitchen knife on the floor beside me. She had my measure in under 2 seconds, and the expression that arrived on her face was so purely, effortlessly contemptuous that I actually admired it. She could have killed me several times over inside a minute. She knew that. She wanted me to know she knew. I laughed, sheepishly. I have a sheepish laugh I keep for exactly these occasions. Were you looked down upon? I said. Then I slapped her across the face. The contract locked her in place mid-flinch. That is what the rules do. That is the entire point of the rules. You worthless wretch from the abyss, I said, and I did not raise my voice, because raising your voice tells people the volume is doing the work. You seem to have forgotten how the power of rules functions. From the moment I summoned you, your life belongs to me. I put her on the floor. It was not a fight. A contract holder beating a summon is a formality with a lot of noise in it. Then I got the boning knife under her jaw and let her feel the edge of it, which was chipped and dull and would have made an absolutely appalling job of the thing I was threatening. Submit, I said, or die. Her mouth moved twice before it worked. Submit, submit. Good. She could not break that contract until she reached gold, and every rank I climb pulls the knot tighter. She had a very long time to get used to it. Then she got up, walked past me to the window with her nose bleeding, and turned into something else entirely. I have never seen a person change shape without changing shape before. 1 second she was a sulking prisoner, and the next she was low, loose, weightless, a cheetah lying along a branch. She did not aim. I want to stress that because I stood there and watched, and she genuinely did not aim. The arrow went 200 meters down a dark street through the head of a zombie I could barely resolve as a smudge, and buried itself in the wall behind it. I clenched my fist where she could not see it. I have decent night vision. At that range, in that dark, I get a silhouette and a hope, 1 meat shield, 1 ranged attacker, and this, right here, is the charm of my class that nobody appreciates until they watch it happen. Every other professional in this city is going to spend the next year putting their own body between themselves and something with claws. I get to sit in a room and give instructions. The next few days, I mostly wrote in a notebook. That was my one possession worth the word. 1 line a day, nothing fancy. Day 3, temperature down 8 to 10 degrees and snow coming down in the last week of May. That was not a fluke, by the way. The season stayed broken for about 6 months, and the number of people who died because they dressed for the weather they expected rather than the weather that arrived is a number I have never seen written down anywhere. The streets went quiet fast, not safe. Quiet. Humans are the fastest learning animal on this planet when the lesson is being eaten, and by day 3 the survivors had all worked out that being outdoors is a hobby with a mortality rate. I walked through a shopping mall with the doors standing open and a jewelry counter smashed across the floor. Hundreds of thousands of yuan in gold and stones lying there like gravel. Nobody had touched it. Nobody was ever going to touch it again. Food and strength. That is the whole price list now. Everything else is decoration. And with the humans hidden, the monsters started eating each other, which is the part nobody warns you about. I watched a 3-meter chimpanzee, bronze rank, thick as a truck, punch a giant rock beetle so hard that it stopped being a shape, and then sit down in the middle of the road and eat it with its back to the wind. My imp spent those days in the abyss digesting tentacle monster, including 2 of the tentacles, which felt like the sort of thing that would come up again. The zombies were sorting themselves out too. They stopped being one thing. Some got strong, some got fast. A few started doing things with their hands that I did not enjoy watching, and then there were the ones that stood at the back of a group and moved the others around. Commander zombies. On day 4. And then, a long way off, gunfire. Sustained, disciplined, in bursts. The military was coming back. Which is when my plan finished assembling itself in my head, because I already knew how this part goes. Professionals get quietly certified and enter the military at corporal. Rank climbs by finishing missions. And the prestige ladder in the next few years runs from all the new churches and gangs down at the bottom, which are worth exactly what a business card is worth, all the way up to the military at B+ and A. Force decides whether you survive. Intelligence decides how high you get to stand while you do it. Night of day 5, something ended my tenancy. I heard it before I saw it, not footsteps. Impacts, spaced out, coming down the street in a way that rearranged parked cars. 4 meters and change of purple scale, low to the ground and built like an argument. Ground dragon, silver rank and a thin thread of real dragon blood in it, which is why it can do the thing it does with its throat. It roars, and the air itself becomes a weapon, and everything inside 3 meters comes apart. It was chasing someone. She came down the middle of the road with a black ponytail slapping between her shoulder blades and a martial arts uniform gone the color of rust, and on her right hand there was a blade of pale yellow light. 19 maybe. Her name is Manhwa, and I already knew it, which was not a comfort. She had opened that dragon's chest before I ever laid eyes on her. She was losing anyway. She had lost every member of her family in the first days, all 6 of them, and she had knelt in what was left of them and made a promise out loud, which is a specific kind of person. That dragon had gone through the factory she was sheltering in and killed more than 30 people, and she had decided personally that it was going to stop existing. It caught her with the roar at close range. I saw her go down. Then I saw her go absolutely limp and stop breathing, and the dragon lost interest, and the moment its head turned she was up and running at my nursing home. Damn it. Kill her, I said. The thorn branch went out without my dark elf so much as squaring her shoulders. Those arrows have barbs that lie flat going in and open going out, so pulling one is worse than taking it, which tells you something about the people who make them. Manhwa cut it in half over her shoulder without looking at it. I want you to understand what that means. Not dodged, not blocked. Split in the dark at a full run on instinct from a woman who was concussed and could not have told you what day it was. 2 specialties in one person. Extended lifespan and advanced agility. That is the hero template. The creator's favorites. The ones with the ceiling all the way up at myth. The ones the world quietly arranges itself around. They also come with a curse that nobody puts on the poster. Misfortune follows them. Wherever they stand, disaster develops. It starts with their family. Then it moves on to their friends. I do not like being near them. If I am honest, and I have decided I am going to be, spending time around a hero template makes me feel like a supporting character in somebody else's story, and I have already died once as a supporting character. She hit my front door. Fine. New plan. Shoot it out, I said. The second arrow went through the dragon's left eye. Manhwa, on her hands and knees in my entrance hall with blood coming out of her ear, turned her head and stared into the dark, and I could read the thought on her face from across the room. Who does that? Who hits an eye, at that distance, at night, while it is moving? The dragon went berserk. That is a real state, not a description. The pain switches off, the strength goes up, and it pays for it afterward with 12 hours of being useless, assuming it lives. My imp came up out of the floor behind it, and my imp had changed. 2 tentacles were growing out of its chest. Thick, wet, moving with intention. It ate the tentacle monster, and it kept something. There are summoners who take that idea further and fuse their summons directly into their own bodies. Poison bodies, demonic fusion, a rotting flesh arm that never stops rotting. In my last life they were called madmen and treated accordingly, and I have never once been able to stop thinking about it. Entangle it, I said, and corrode the wounds with silt. Imp threw a sheet of its own body at the open cut across the dragon's chest, and where the sludge touched, the flesh started going soft and dark and dead. The dragon put its tail through my imp and across the room and took a piece off it the size of a car door. Imp did not react. That is the most useful thing about my imp, and also the thing that keeps me up occasionally. Shoot out its other eye. My dark elf's fingers were shaking on the string by then. She had been firing at her ceiling for 10 minutes. The arrow went in anyway. The dragon was now blind, poisoned, mad with pain, and standing in the middle of a building it could not see. Restrict its movements, then suffocate it. Imp put its legs around the body and its arms around the neck and simply covered it, the way night covers a field, under a minute, start to finish. When it stopped moving, there were 2 arrows in the sockets, the chest cavity had rotted through, and the whole thing was caked in filth like something dredged out of a canal. Manhwa looked up toward the voice that had been giving the orders. She told me later what she saw. A young man about her own age standing in a doorway with his hands in his pockets and eyes like a pool of ice water, watching a silver rank monster and a 4-meter abomination tear each other apart, the way a man watches 2 toys he is deciding between. A Pyrrhic victory that. Every monster in the district heard that fight. My hole in the ground was finished. I had spent 2 days making it defensible, and I lost it in 11 minutes because a girl I have never met ran the wrong way. She thanked me. She sat there against my wall with her blood drying, and she thanked me, and then, in the spirit of being pleasant about it, she mentioned that my first shot had missed and very nearly hit her instead. I laughed for a while. I could not help it. She was not making a complaint. She was not being clever. She genuinely thought an arrow that came within a hand's width of her skull was an accident, because in her world, the person shooting at the monster is on her side. She reminded me of the judges. That is a church that gets founded in about 2 years, and they are brave, and they are fearless, and they will walk into anything, and they are also so pedantic that they will burn a settlement for the crime of having a wrong idea in it. Nobody has ever successfully bribed one. Nobody has ever enjoyed meeting one either. It is dangerous outside, I told her. I went to a great deal of trouble to find this hiding place. Because of you, all of that effort has now evaporated. She started to say something about being sorry. In that situation, I said, the best course of action was to kill you. She stopped. No, it does not matter if you think about it that way, I said, because I really did want to kill you with that arrow just now. My dark elf's bow came up and settled on her head and stayed there. Manhwa got her voice back, and it came out ruined. This disaster has taken every member of my family. I have sworn to make these things pay for it. I cannot die here, at least not now. What does that have to do with me? I said. She had no answer, because there is no answer. Anything, she said. I will do anything. Do you not think a verbal promise like that is a bit monotonous? I said. Everybody says anything. Nobody has ever meant it. Then what will it take for you to let me go? I crouched down so my mouth was near her ear, and I used the trick. It is a small one, and it is the least impressive thing my class does, and the one I have gotten the most mileage out of. A summoner can push a single sentence into somebody's head so that it does not leave. It is not control. It is a splinter. I gave her 1 word to carry. Master, I said. When we meet again, I would like to hear you say it to my face. Then I threw food and water down beside her. These next few days are very dangerous, I said. Take these, and if you die out there, then naturally our relationship ends and neither of us is any worse off. That was a test, and the arithmetic behind it was not generous. If she lives, her value climbs, and I have already bought shares in it. If she dies, I am out 4 bags of food. I left riding on my imp, which is exactly as dignified as it sounds. Before we went, I had Imp bite the head off the ground dragon and swallow it whole, because a silver rank skull is not something you leave on the floor. I had plans for it. Dark, extremely specific plans. She told me, a long time afterward, that the last thing she saw was my shadow going out across the room in the moonlight, stretching until it looked like a cage with her sitting inside it. She has a better eye for these things than she lets on. The police station was being run by 12 escaped convicts. More than 30 of them had come out of the transport when the walls came down. The street handled the difference. Their boss was called Zhao Lei, and he had woken up as a rock warrior, which means his fists turn to stone, and at higher tiers so does the rest of him. He had also solved the monster problem in a way that I will admit was efficient. He fed them. Anybody they caught got thrown off the 2nd floor into the lot. 20-odd people in 2 days. The local monster stayed fat and satisfied and stopped bothering to come in through the windows, and the men inside got to sleep. To keep the supply moving, they sent somebody out in a police uniform to walk the streets and be rescued by. That night, the job belonged to a man called A Dong, who was doing it badly. Hunched, shoulders up around his ears, flinching at every noise, holding the uniform like it was a costume, which it was. He found me strolling down the middle of the road with my hands in my pockets like I was window shopping. I clocked him before he opened his mouth. Nobody who has ever actually worn that uniform walks like that. I went anyway. I wanted a building. He was offering directions, and if there turned out to be an ulterior motive attached, then I would simply kill everybody in it. Inside, the walls were not dry yet. There was a pile in the corner that nobody had wanted to look at, and a smell that told you what had been done to it. 6 people were sitting against the far wall in the specific posture of hostages who have stopped expecting anything. Adong put a pistol against the back of my head and dropped the whole performance in one exhale. Zhao Lei did not look up from his food. "Search his things," he said, "then strip him and throw him over there. Just make sure he does not starve." Adong went through my bag and found the knife. "What is this?" "A boning knife," I said, truthfully. "And what do you do with it?" "Kill." The whole room laughed, genuinely laughed, some of them slapping the table. Adong laughed hardest and handed it back to me, hilt first, so everybody could enjoy the joke properly. "I did not see you being this ruthless when I had a gun on you," he said. "Murder. Go on then. You try killing someone." I put it through his throat while he was still on the word. The room stopped. I pulled the knife out and cleaned it on his shoulder and gave them all a very pleasant smile, the kind you give a customer. "He asked to die," I said. To be honest, I have never had such a polite request in my life. Zhao Lei had a tell, and I noticed it while he was still deciding to stand up. When he kills, his heart goes, and his eyes fill with blood. He cannot help it. It is instinctive. I had just killed a man mid-sentence with my pulse where it had been all evening. "Madman," he said. "The location is good," I said. "It can barely serve as a base. In gratitude for your generosity, I will send all of you to your deaths. 2 more in under 10 seconds. That is not bravado, I counted afterward out of curiosity. 3 pistols came up and somebody screamed, "Shoot him dead," and my imp came up through the floor between them. Bullets go into rotting flesh and simply stop being relevant. A tentacle took one man off his feet and put him into the ceiling. Then imp picked up a desk, an entire desk, and swung it through the rest of them like a man clearing a table with his forearm. Zhao Lei's arms went gray and hard. Then a barbed arrow went through his left thigh, and my dark elf walked out from behind 4 meters of monster with another one already on the string, and I have to admit the timing was hers, not mine. The rest of them dropped their weapons. "A bunch of useless trash," I said. "I have no use for you." 5, in a handful of seconds. Zhao Lei got down on his knees in the middle of it, and this is the part I remember. Stone arms, 300 pounds, and he got down on his knees. "Do not kill me, please. I will make you the eldest brother. From now on you make every decision, all of it. I will just arrow through the neck. 12 bodies. It took less than a minute of actual work. Afterward, I had imp eat him, because a rock warrior's flesh is dense with power and my imp levels by devouring, while my dark elf has to do it the hard way and go out and kill. To survive, Zhao Lei fed more than 20 people to the monsters. Then he got fed to one. I am not going to pretend that is justice. It is not. Big fish eat little fish and little fish eat shrimp, and nature has a food chain, not a moral. The 6 hostages came off the wall and got down on the floor and started offering to serve me. Slaves, they said. They used that word themselves. They would cook, they would carry, they would do anything. "Shut up," I said. "Anybody who wants to leave can get out now. Nobody is keeping you." They ran, every one of them, out the front and into the dark, away from me specifically, and I watched them go, knowing perfectly well that none of them would see the sun come up. Leaving was their choice. I made them the offer with a straight face, and they took it. I have thought about that one more than I planned to. One of them did not leave. I found her in the back office, a woman in a bank uniform, torn open at the shoulder, sitting very upright with her hands in her lap. Her eyes were entirely bloodshot, and her voice was the calmest thing in the building. "Could you lend me your knife?" I gave it to her. I want to be clear that this was not mercy. I was curious. There are too many tragedies in this world, and I have never had the patience for most of them. So I sat down on the edge of the desk to watch. She did not open her wrists. She did not go for her throat. She started on her own face. A dozen strokes, unhurried, precise, moving from one side to the other, and her expression through all of it was the expression of somebody doing paperwork. And with every cut, her power went up. Transcendent awakening. Most people got their gift at midnight on day 1. A rare few get it later, and it comes when something takes everything from them at once, and the size of the gift is measured against the size of the blow. Her nails came out long and dark. She aged 10 years in about 6 seconds. And the air in that little office filled up with something that made my chest tighten and my thoughts slide off each other, and I have a very high tolerance for atmosphere. I knew what I was looking at. There is a church coming, and it is called the Church of Doom, and its whole doctrine is disaster and death and ruin. It hunts monsters. It also hunts murderers, which makes it very popular and very unpredictable. It teaches that emotion is a defect, that weakness is a sin, and that love is an expensive way to lose. And every believer carves one scar into their own face for every enemy of equal rank they put down. It is a badge. You can read a member's kill count off their cheekbones from across a room. If you ever meet one with no clean skin left, you should leave. The woman in front of me was Lady Misfortune. She becomes the leader of that church. Her potential tops out at epic, and her preferred method is driving those nails through the top of a skull. I put my confidence at 90%, and then I ran the other number, which was my chance of killing her right now, in this room, before she finished, and it came out under 60. So I did not try. There was also the little problem that an extraordinary awakening can end in a chaos state, in which the newly awakened kills everything in line of sight, including whoever was kind enough to lend her the knife. My dark elf had an arrow on the string the entire time. My imp's tentacles were twitching. I sat on the desk with my ankles crossed. She surfaced. She looked at me. She was sane. "Thanks," she said. "It is nothing," I said, spreading my hands. "A small favor. If you would like to keep venting, you are welcome to hold on to the knife a while longer." She checked the corpses one by one, put the boning knife down on the desk with the handle facing me, and went out through the window. The screaming outside started about 90 seconds later, and it was not hers. So that is a debt banked with a future Dark Titan, and I want to note the difference between her and Lin Hua, because it matters, and I keep the two of them in separate mental drawers. One of them can be trained. The other one is a device with a timer in it, and my name is now written on the side. That left me with 11 bodies and a room where the blood was standing a centimeter deep in places, and cleaning it seemed like an enormous waste. So I used it. I dragged the corpses into a rough 5-pointed shape, opened the big arteries and let it all run toward the middle, and set the ground dragon's head in the pool at the center, which my imp brought back up perfectly preserved. Then I bit through my own thumb and let mine go in on top of it, because a summoner's blood in the offering is what turns a demand into an actual bargain. Powerful being from the abyss. I offer you my thick blood and the head of a dragon as sacrifice, and I ask to borrow your strength for a few minutes. That is the other thing my class does, and it is the one I have kept quiet about. A temporary summon, not a contract like imp or my dark elf. It lasts minutes. It is luck mostly, and a rich enough offering pulls something that has no business being at my table yet. What came up through the blood was 10 feet tall, demon-hunting spider, silver rank. 8 tentacles like snakes in dark green scale, and where the face should be there is a mouth built as a spiral of petals made for suction. It does not speak with sound. It puts sentences directly into your head, uninvited, and they arrive with the sender's mood attached. It cracks concrete like bean curd. It sprays a web that paralyzes, and it eats demons, specifically, professionally. It came at me to make a point, one heavy step at a time. I walked into it. I stopped with my face about 5 centimeters from that mouth, and I could feel the pull of it on my eyelashes, and I made a small, unimpressed noise. "Ugly creature," I said. "Your intimidation is having no effect on me whatsoever. Either agree to the contract and serve me when I call, or get out. Fair contract, both ways. Which means if it hurt me, the deal would hurt it back, and it could feel that in the terms the same way I could." It stood there. Then it looked past me at the pool, and at the dragon's brain sitting in the middle of it. Everything in the abyss eats rot. Everything. That is the whole menu. Forever. Human blood, apparently, is sweet. It put its head down into the pool and drank, and the contract closed. Hypocrite. So as of that night, I owned a wall, an artillery piece, and a 5-minute silver rank trump card that I could play exactly once before it went home. And about 40 kilometers out, a man named Han Jiang was standing on a truck with a map, and he was in a very bad mood. 20 years in uniform, genuine elite background, genuine competence, and the rarest thing on the board, a commander who actually gives a damn about the people behind him. J-City has 3 districts. He had taken 2 of them back. This was the third, and the third was the worst of them. "Rapid fire," he said. "Indiscriminate. Combat battalion. Prepare. The target is the lone monster. This is a crucial battle, and we are not leaving a single survivor." Which is a fine speech. It is also the sound a competent man makes when rage has finally chewed through his caution, and I have never once seen that end well for the people standing near him. Han Jiang had 4 professionals with him, and they were the only real team I have ever seen assembled in the first week. Iron Caster turned his skin to steel and stood in front. Qigong Master fired a ball of compressed light out of his own mouth, and inside 50 meters that ball goes through a 3 centimeter steel plate and keeps going. Ghost Assassin was fast enough that a dozen monsters could swing at him at once and not get a sleeve, and if he had been allowed to grow for another year, he would have been effectively teleporting. Vine Sorcerer handled control, and Han Jiang himself was pushing 50, had no power at all, and said one word: kill. I watched from a rooftop across the street and I felt the monsters flinch. That is the thing about him. He is an ordinary man, and when he speaks in that voice, he sounds like the city itself has an opinion. Then the leader of the deformed beasts arrived and turned the whole arrangement into meat. Nobody has a clean lineage for those things. A wild boar crossed with something nobody can name. This one had the body, bloated and heavy, and a pair of bat wings that gave it speed the body should not have supported, and a mouth full of teeth in about 9 colors, every one of them soaked in venom. It appeared next to Ghost Assassin as an afterimage. It opened him up before Qigong Master finished shouting his name, then it bit his head off and ate the brain out of it, standing there, unhurried. That is not cruelty, by the way. That is technique. Most of a professional's power sits in the brain, and it absorbs best fresh. Silver light came up under its hide. It evolved mid-fight, right there in the road. Tumors came up and split. Its own venom started melting its face off, and new flesh was already coming in underneath. Qigong Master screamed something about avenging Ethan and emptied everything he had into one shot, and it was a good shot. It blackened the whole chest and stopped the transformation cold. The beast came through it anyway and took his left leg off at the hip. The venom finished him in about 6 seconds. Hundreds of rounds shredded the wings after that, so at least it was grounded. Ironcaster got in close and punched through its waist, and it dropped and stopped moving, and I heard a soldier start to cheer. A foolish collaboration. Do you really think a silver rank monster is that easy to kill? It was playing dead. It came up a size larger and bit Ironcaster in half at the ribs. 3 professionals, gone, in about 4 minutes. And I sat on that roof with my chin on my knees the entire time. My stamina is almost depleted, I said to nobody. Looks like it is my turn to go on. I need you to hear the arithmetic, because people get sentimental about this part. The deformed beast's power only becomes a fact once enough people have died proving it, and killing it only becomes an achievement once everybody watching agrees it was unkillable. Ironcaster and the others were that thing's stepping stones. That thing was my resume. Han Jiang had about 1,000 men and 13 professionals total, and 9 of the 13 were holding the other 2 districts. He had just lost 3 of the 4 he brought. More than 20 soldiers charged anyway. Not one of them had a power. Young conscripts, old veterans with bad knees, 2 cooks. They went because the men on the ground were their brothers and had been for years, and that is a reason that does not require a plan. The beast took 3 of them across the middle with one swing, and then it caught a boy from the mess hall, a shy kid from down south named Xiao Ming, and held him in its mouth without closing it, and swung him back and forth so everybody could watch. It was not killing him, it was inviting them. Vine Sorcerer bound it, and the vines came apart like wet string. So Han Jiang had to make the call, and it was the only call available. Open fire now, into his own men, or lose all of them and the civilians behind them in about 10 minutes. He closed his eyes. Fire. Nobody fired. Commander, our brothers are still in there. And this man, this regimental commander who told his boys for 20 years that men shed blood and not tears, stood there in front of all of them with his face wet. What are you all standing there for? I told you to fire. Fire. You bunch of cowards. Now, I order you to fire. They brought the rifles up. Somebody down the line said, out loud, Xiao Jun, I will still be your brother in the next life. Then a soldier shouted, wait, look over there, and 1,000 men forgot to pull their triggers. I was standing on the edge of the roof with my hands in my pockets. Most of the people are already dead, I said, mostly to myself, and 2 shadows came up out of the ground on either side of me. The beast turned and looked at me, and I read it out loud, the way you read a price tag. If you were in your prime, I would not dare to have designs on you, but you have taken a great deal of damage, and you spent most of what you had left killing a professional, and you do not have 30% of your strength in you now. You want me to leave? It made a noise. You do not deserve it. Kill it. My dark elf worked it like an interrogation. Ankles first, both of them, so it stopped being fast. Then the wrists, then the chest, then the waist, then the eyes. 5 arrows, spaced out, each one landing while it was still reacting to the last, and every single one of those barbed thorn branches hurt significantly more when it comes back out. The 6th went through the heart. Then she knelt down in the road, put her palms flat, and started speaking in a language that made the soldiers behind her step backward without deciding to. Something came up behind her out of nothing. Upper body a dark elf, lower body a spider, taller than the wall. Rose. The Spider Queen. She reached out and took the deformed beast's power, and the corpse shrank by half in about 4 seconds and went the color of old paper. Then she poured it into her worshipper and left. My dark elf stood up one step below Silver, turned around, and shot the last 5 deformed beasts dead without appearing to reload. Every race in the abyss kneels to something. Dark elves have Rose, gnolls have Yernog, who is a wolf and a king in that order, tentacle monsters have Cthulhu, and I am not going to elaborate on that one tonight. Sacrifice is how they climb. Ours climb by grinding, theirs climb by offering. And then, in front of 1,000 soldiers, the creature that had just soloed a silver rank monster walked back across the road and knelt to me. You could hear the whole battalion breathe in. 7 days into the end of the world, 3 professionals dead in the street in front of me, and I came down off that roof with dust on my sleeves and nothing else. No blood, no injuries, not even tired. Which is the job, honestly. My summons do the work. There is no reason for me to lift a finger, and I would like the record to show that I am not being lazy, I am being correct. Han Jiang came to meet me himself, and I want to say something about him now while I still can. He has no power. None. Not a spark. And he is holding 1,000 people together in a dead city on nothing but the fact that they believe him, and my last life called that a legend, and my last life was right. Hello, he said. I think we should thank you. You saved my soldier. My dark elf stopped 5 meters back, which was not an accident. From 5 meters, she could put him down inside a second if the conversation went wrong, and I had not told her to do that. She had simply decided. My name is Lin Han, I said. I am a summoner. My ability is to summon creatures from other dimensions to fight. He invited me to join him, and then carefully, because Ironcaster's blood was still on his boots, he added that of course he would not ask me to do anything particularly dangerous. I agree, I said. It knocked him back a step. 3 professionals had died in front of him that hour, and here was a 4th signing on before the smoke cleared. There are terms, I said. My abilities require the corpses of monsters. In future battles, I want the bodies of the powerful ones. And I need an identity, not an ordinary soldier, a position in management. He looked so relieved I nearly felt something. That is all? You want the corpses? Take all of them. They are not edible, and processing them is a considerable nuisance. And there it is. He genuinely believed he was handing me the garbage. In under a year, monster corpses above bronze become currency. Actual currency, weighed and traded and fought over. And every single one of them goes down my imp's throat because using the resources of an entire city to feed one monster is the other reason I wanted a uniform. They burned 23 men that evening, piled them, poured gasoline, and Han Jiang threw the match himself, which I noticed he did not delegate. There was crying in the ranks, and not all of it was grief. A good portion of it was the arithmetic. Every man standing there was doing the same sum, which is that next time the pile might be one taller and the extra one might be him. I stood at the back and watched, and I have been told that I looked lonely. I would not know. Geography, since it matters from here on. J City is 3 pieces. West Bridge area, East Bridge area, and the Economic Development Zone. Han Jiang's base is East Bridge. His doctrine is defend first, occupy later, hold what you have, do not chase. That doctrine is precisely why I picked him. This city is going to produce a great many battle maniacs over the next year, and I intend to outlive all of them. The sweep pulled more than 500 survivors out of the rubble, and 2 of them were professionals. One was 8 years old. His power is a gravity field, and anybody standing inside it is suddenly carrying an extra 30 kilos. They keep him a very long way from the front line, and they are right to. The other was in his 70s, black hair going silver, and he was carrying a calligraphy brush. Gao Da, president of the J-City Calligraphy Association for 10 years. Never married, no children, spent his life on ink. Han Ziong physically got smaller in front of him. I watched a commander of 1,000 men lower his own shoulders half an inch. Scholars kill with their pens, I said, and I said it quietly, because I meant it. Gao Da writes the character for kill, and a blade comes down out of the air onto whatever he is looking at. He writes the character for seal, and the target simply stops being able to move. A life's obsession shapes the power you wake up with. Swordsmen wake up as swords. Calligraphers wake up as calligraphy. There is a man somewhere in this country who spent 40 years on bonsai, and I dread meeting him. In my previous life, that old man held a district with a brush for years and became a story people told. And now he was standing 8 meters away from me, and we had the same rank. We needed somewhere to sleep, and we picked First Middle School. It is the school in this city. Families spent years and everything they had getting a child through those gates, and the gates opened onto a playground with several hundred bodies on it, and dark shapes about half a meter long moving among them. Giant corpse beetle, I said. Thick insect armor, mouths that open like a flower, social, 40 to 60 in a nest with 1 leader, and they dig. And the thing that makes them special, the thing that makes a schoolyard look like that, is that they do not eat fresh. They collect. They store the dead underground and let them rot down to the texture they enjoy. We have to leave, I told Han Jiang. Right now. Once they commit, the survivors will not get a chance to fight back. He had never heard the name in his life, and he gave the order anyway, which tells you what the last hour had bought me. And then 500 frightened civilians ran, all at once, in the same direction. Giant corpse beetles sensed footsteps. 2 came up out of the soil, and these 2 were bronze. The first bite took a man in half. The rifles did nothing. That armor turns bullets sideways. You can put hundreds into one of them and change nothing about its day, and what you actually need is a rocket. Which cuts both ways, incidentally. That same armor is going to be one of the great blacksmithing materials of the next decade. Everything trying to kill us right now is also inventory. Vine Sorcerer buried a handful of seeds and threw up a 5-meter wall of vine, and it held for about 9 seconds and cost him most of the blood in his face. 9 seconds was enough. My dark elf put 2 arrows into the pinned beetle's eye, and it stopped. A perfect collaboration, someone said. I got useful, because there is a time for that. Get closer, I told the soldiers. Corpse beetles are irritable. They will come to you, and the larvae have soft carapaces, so bullets work perfectly well on those. Imp took the second bronze. It flowed around it, sealed it, and held it under until it stopped. Then I told them the rest of it because I had been enjoying myself, and I had gotten sloppy about the timing. Corpse beetles have low intelligence, I said. The corpse beetle queen is different. The playground opened, not cracked, opened, a 3-meter split running the length of the running track. 6 meters of mother came out of it. Silver rank, bloated to the point of absurdity, maggots living in the wet parts around her eyes, 4 pairs of limbs each ending in something like a scythe, and she was laying eggs as she walked, casually, the way you might drop litter. And underneath her was the pit. Most of the school was down there, fermenting, the way they like it, with the larvae rolling through it. Every corpse beetle on that playground went flat to the ground at once. She killed 7 or 8 people on the first charge, then a dozen more. One sweep of a 2-meter limb takes a man apart at the waist without slowing down. Han Jiang got a count. About 80 men still able to hold a rifle. 3rd squad, 6th squad, and 9th squad were gone entirely. Plenty of ammunition and nothing whatsoever to do with it. At the speed of that thing, he said, even if we retreat, where do we retreat to? I did not run. I want to be honest about why, because there was a reason, and it was not courage. This was the best blood sacrifice site I was ever going to be handed. Here is how my ceiling works. My dark elf climbs by killing in Rose's name. I cannot climb that way. Killing does not please an evil god if a summoner does it because I am not one of theirs. I need a ritual, and a real blood sacrifice needs hundreds of lives at once, which is why in 10 years of the apocalypse, I met perhaps 4 people who had ever completed one. On that playground, I had over 100 human dead, 2 bronze beetles, dozens of larvae, and an entire pit of fermented corpses sitting underneath the whole thing like a foundation. One ingredient missing, the corpse of a strong expert. So I looked at the mother, and then I did the other piece of arithmetic, which is that my demon-hunting spider only stays for 5 minutes, and 5 minutes is not enough to kill a healthy silver rank queen. Somebody was going to have to soften her first, so I waited, and I watched the old man's hands. Gao Da broke before I did. He finished a character in the air, and it hung there burning red, and I recognized it, and I felt the hair go up on my arms. Ominous. Knowing the constant is enlightenment, he said. Not knowing the constant leads to reckless action, and to disaster. The character came down on her. It did not cut her. It pressed. It pushed a 6-meter silver rank monster down into the running track 1 centimeter at a time until her own weight split her back open in a wound 5 centimeters deep and half a meter long. Then blood came out of the old man's mouth and his brush hand went black and purple to the elbow and he went down on his face, a bronze, who had just wounded a silver. I looked at him lying there and I felt nothing at all, which I noticed at the time and have not resolved since. The other party had completed his mission. That was the entire content of my thought. I bit through my thumb. Slaughter. Appear. In the name of the summoner. A pact forged with flesh and blood. I need your assistance, assassin who roams the shadows. Please bring this. The shadow of death. The demon-hunting spider came out of the ground still chewing something. It had been in the middle of a meal when the contract yanked it, and it was holding a limb from whatever had been unlucky, and it took one look at the mother corpse beetle and did not want any part of this. I understood, honestly. Once a monster goes berserk, its intelligence goes to nothing, and nothing in the abyss will touch it, because there is no negotiating with something that has stopped calculating. It glared at me with pure resentment. Then it went. Because the contract owns those 5 minutes and the contract does not care about opinions. He who eats another man's food is bound to do his bidding. Demon-hunting spider, I called from the back of the crowd. Kill it. It fought beautifully, I will give it that. Shadow Shuttle is a wonderful thing to watch. No footsteps, no smell. It simply stops being anywhere in particular and then is somewhere else. She answered with a scarlet tongue that came out with a whistle like a scythe swinging. It got tagged. It hooked the tongue with a barbed leg and started dragging her into the shadow with it, and she tore off one of her own limbs at the joint rather than go in. Then her stealth counter came up and she ran it down and pinned it and started punching that petal mouth of hers through it, and it called for help. Straight into my head, no words, just the shape of the request with all the panic still attached. I want to give you my answer exactly as I gave it. The more blood sacrifice materials, the better. From the very beginning, I never intended for you to leave here alive. A blood sacrifice needs the corpses of strong experts, and you are also an important source of information about the abyss. I will remember your contribution, so please die. Can a person develop an emotional attachment to their own kitchen knife? You can. People do. And then the blade goes dull and you put it in the drawer and buy a sharper one, and nobody holds a service. It went insane. Properly, wonderfully insane. It used the force of her next blow to snap all 8 of its own legs off at the root, and it drove them through her head, her thorax, and her abdomen like javelins. The queen of the nest died impaled on a spider. The spider died looking at me, and there was a hatred in that look that no amount of water was ever going to put out. Thanks, I said. That is the entire eulogy. I have thought about whether to embellish it, and decided against it. Final butcher's bill for that school, about 60 soldiers, over 100 civilians. A number of them could not be reassembled well enough to burn separately, and I will tell you the part nobody said out loud, which is that I moved that number. Without me, Han Jiang retreats at the gate, comes back in 3 days with rockets, and takes that nest apart from 400 meters with nobody in the yard at all. I saved some people that week, and I got a great many more killed than I saved. I watched them carry the pieces, and I felt like a man watching a documentary. I could not do the ritual in front of them. Not because of squeamishness, but because there are only 2 outcomes when a crowd sees a man doing what I was about to do, and they are that I kill the crowd, or the crowd names me a heretic. So I lied, and I lied well. You have to get out of here, I told Han Jiang. The smell of blood is too strong now. It will pull things in from the whole district. And I used most of my strength. If they come while you are still here, I will not be able to protect anyone. He started to argue. Then he looked at the pile. Leave me some gasoline, I said. I will hold a funeral for these people before I go. He left me 5 barrels and a sentence I have kept. I will remember everything you have done for these people. When this is resolved, come to the Eastbridge area and find me. Then his men peeled the families off their dead with a white lie about coming back for them, and they went. I posted my dark elf at the gate. Anybody who came back out of curiosity was to be shot. Then I began. Come forth, evil being from the abyss. I offer the blood before me, and I pray for your attention. You start small to get the attention. I put my hand through a corpse beetle larva and crushed its heart inside it, and then I set it down and let it drain into the rest. I should widen the picture for you since it becomes important. Down there you have gnolls and lizard men and goblins and dark dwarves. You have liches who took their own souls out and put them in boxes so that they could outlive their own humanity, which they all did, and every one of them says it was worth it, and a blood sacrifice is a gamble. You are not calling a specific number. You are ringing a bell in a very large dark house and finding out what is awake. The temperature on that playground went up more than 10 degrees. Every corpse on the field caught fire at once, not from the gasoline. The gasoline had not been opened yet. They simply began to burn, all of them, together, and the flames leaned inward and started to turn, spiraling, and something walked up the inside of the spiral. Bullhorns, tattoos burned into the skin in patterns that hurt to follow, wings and tatters, and the tears in them arranged like a display of medals, a long sword in one hand and a whip in the other, a blazing flame demon. Legendary rank, above gold. A demon lord with a territory of its own and subjects in it, and one of the things it does for entertainment is call a volcano onto a battlefield, and this was a phantom, a projection, a fraction. It looked at me and my heart stopped and then restarted, and I stood there and discovered that in the presence of actual power, courage does not get overcome. It simply is not there. It was never a real thing to begin with. Anywhere else it would have killed me for being in its line of sight. Here it could not, because the rules of a fair contract hold even a mythical expert, and that is the only reason any of this profession works. Then it accepted the offering, and the flames came for me. My clothes went to ash. My body, which had been the body of a man who worked at a desk, filled out with muscle in about 4 seconds. My nails hardened into small daggers, and a totem burned itself onto my chest in the shape of a poppy opening. I want to be accurate about the price, because everyone hears the good half. My blood boiled off, my bones softened and ran. My meridians tore one at a time and knitted back wrong and then right. When I could move again, I put a foot down, and the ground under it went black. My breath came out of me hot enough to see, and I reached into the air beside me and pulled out a longsword, a meter long, made of flame and entirely solid, that went through concrete and packed earth like it was resentful of them, and set the grass alight in a circle around me. Then I let the breath out, and all of it switched off. Everything except the totem, which shrank down to the size of my palm and sat there on my chest, looking like a tattoo I would regret. One thought, and it opens again. Demon transformation. Which means that as of tonight, I am a summoner who can also fight in melee, and what I turn into is essentially a small, cheap, unlicensed blazing flame demon. Oh, and one more thing. Silver rank. 4 summons at once. The blazing flame demon did not leave. It wanted me, not as a snack, which I could have understood, but as a believer. The politics down there work like this. Lords build factions constantly, feverishly, because in the abyss, lords die, evil gods die, nothing is permanent, and everything is recruiting, and this one's army was unusually broad-minded even by those standards. Minotaurs, imps, elite worms, succubi, Shiva. It had no objection whatsoever to adding a human, and the offer was genuinely good. Believe, and I could feed it monster blood for the rest of my life and take a cut of everything that came back. It is the best deal, a bronze rank nobody has ever been handed in that city. There was one clause. We live and die together. The day the blazing flame demon falls, whatever is left of me falls with it. I said no immediately, not politely, immediately. Let me show you the market analysis, because it is not bravery, it is shopping. What is the abyss? It is a place where legendary items lie around like stray dogs, and epic items are practically litter. Legendary is not rare down there. Legendary is a job title. If a mythical patron had walked out of that fire, I would have thought about it properly, with a pen. But thousands of lords die in the abyss every year, and only a fool signs a contract that says he dies too. It threw a wall of fire at me. Nothing happened. I have a body of flames now, courtesy of the blessing it had just handed me 11 seconds earlier, which I thought was funny then, and still do. And it could not touch me anyway, because the rules of the ritual hold, and the rules do not negotiate with rank. Its face began to run like a candle around 3 black holes where the features should be, and it screamed at me in a language I only half know. Roll! I screamed back. Then I shut the sacrifice down, and it went out mid-roar, deported in the middle of a sentence. For a while afterward, curses and abyssal kept drifting out of empty air around me, slowly getting quieter, like someone shouting from the back of a departing train. And it left the mark on my chest, which I let it do on purpose. That mark means that on the day it can tear a dimensional wall open, it can find me anywhere on this planet in a heartbeat. When you gaze into the abyss gazes into you, and in my case, it also has my address. Here's my counter arithmetic. At Legendary, I can use that exact same mark from my side, reverse the direction, reach down the line it left in me, drag it up here, and put it on a contract. So a legendary enemy is not a threat sitting over my head. It is a long whip lashing me from behind, and the whip is why I am going to move faster than anyone else in this city. My dark elf did not say anything for a long time afterward. She had just watched a bronze rank human insult a legendary demon lord to its face and then hang up on it, and I noticed that her hands were not steady. I would like to end this chapter of my life on that note. Unfortunately, the transformation had also burned every stitch of clothing off my body, so the true final image of that evening is me walking 3 blocks in the dark, absolutely naked, into a clothing store to pick out trousers. I went hunting the next morning to test the sword. First customer was an evolved zombie, bronze rank, skin the color of something left in a bath for a week, and covered in dark purple tumors. It had no face left, not damaged, removed, and make no mistake, this was not battle damage. This was done to it, patiently, by something with hands. You will meet a lot of zombie types this year, so here is the field guide in one breath. Corpse of the Fallen. Corpse Fiend. Stealth, which does what it says. Tongue Monster, which does not do what you would hope. Blood Corpse. And the Burst Zombie, which is always some enormous fellow who fills himself with gas as he walks and then goes off with roughly the force of 5 sticks of dynamite, so if you see a fat one running at you, that is not enthusiasm. My combat doctrine is not elegant, and I am not going to pretend otherwise. There is no need for fancy movement. Eyes, neck, chest, groin. I put the blade of flame through the chest, and the interesting part was watching the discoloration spread outward from the entry wound as the organs cooked inside a body that was still standing up. 2 strokes. A bronze rank creature that ordinary rifles cannot hurt, finished before it managed to burst a single toxin sac. Too weak. Then I saw the little girl. She was squatting in the middle of the road in a floral dress with her back to me, and her shoulders were shaking. I walked over, and without a word, I kicked her in the side of the head and cut off both her legs. The flame cauterizes as it cuts. Not a drop of blood went anywhere. Then her neck made a sound like a knuckle cracking, and her head turned around 180 degrees while her body stayed exactly where it was, facing away from me. Solid black eyes, a face that had been rotting for a week under a very clean hair ribbon, maggots working in the nose and in both ears. Zombie Commander. The variety that disguises itself, sits down in the open, and waits for somebody kind. Two things gave it away, and I want to give them to you properly, because one of them is the kind of thought that keeps you alive. The first is the setting. There were 40 zombies within a block of that spot. If that had been an actual flesh and blood child, or an infant, or a puppy, they would have taken it apart in 9 seconds. Nothing organic squats undisturbed in the middle of a street like that. The environment was lying to me before she was. The second is that her shoulders were not shaking because she was crying. She was chewing. She came up onto her knees since I had removed the alternative, and I saw what she had been working on. A human arm, gnawed to the bone in places, with 3 of the fingers bitten off. Then she roared, and the neighborhood answered. They came off the balconies and out of the shop fronts and up from the underpass, and among them was a second bronze, which was a blood corpse. No skin at all, veins standing out bare on the muscle, and it controls blood, including the blood already inside you. I did not try to solo it. People need to learn to recognize their place, and I am very good at recognizing mine. I summoned both. My dark elf opened with a shot that went through one zombie's chest and continued into the head of the one behind it, which she did without adjusting her stance. She had come off that sacrifice standing on the lip of silver, and I could see the new talents arriving in her one at a time. Reflective attack, quick draw, weapon specialization, and my imp came back 5 meters tall. It was a walking hill. There were limbs in it. Some of them were still recognizable, which I mention only so that you understand what it looks like when this thing enters a street. Imps sit at the very bottom of Abyss society. They are the joke class down there, and the reason for that is the same reason I chose one, which is that an imp can evolve into absolutely any demonic form there is, if a demon lord invests in it. I have refused to let mine evolve into anything. Every summoner I ever met treated that as an obvious waste. Pick a lane, pick a species, unlock the tree, and if I let it turn into, say, a demon fly, then congratulations, I would own a very good demon fly forever. Mine rewrites its own body by eating. The tentacles proved it. I have no idea what the ceiling on that is, and neither does anybody in the Abyss, and I intend to find out personally. Besides summoning, nurturing is the other half of this job. Nobody tells you that. Imp's entire moveset is grab, hug, and squeeze. That is it. That is the whole list. Ordinary and completely effective, because anything that touches it sticks to it, and anything that sticks to it gets eaten, and short of being cut into pieces and scattered, it grows back from a split skull. My dark elf took the blood corpse personally. First arrow, it parried with its own wrist bone, which was genuinely impressive. Then she used multiple arrows, which is 2 shafts wound into one flight path that come apart in the last 3 meters and arrive at the chest and the knee simultaneously. Then she used the one I like. She came out of the shadow behind it, dropped the longbow over its head, put a knee in its spine, and fell backwards. The head came off. Dozens more in the next few minutes, and she did not appear to hurry at any point. And then the commander started kowtowing. The little girl with no legs got herself upright on the stumps and began slamming her forehead into the road in front of me, hard enough that the asphalt cracked, over and over. This is a creature that, left alone for 3 years, commands millions, millions, and it was cycling through expressions on a rotting face because it could not assemble a sentence. Cruelty, then fear, then ferocity, then weakness, and then, unmistakably, weeping. "Stop hitting it," I said. She did not stop. Her forehead had opened up and she was still going. I laughed. I could not help it. "Still banging your head? Do you want me to help you?" Then I put my foot on the back of her skull and pressed it into the pavement until it stopped being a skull. In this world, you cannot trust people. And you want me to believe a promise from a zombie? I kicked the body over to Imp and it went down whole. Silver rank gave me an extra summoning slot and I refused to spend it. Everything in that street was bronze. Bronze corpses buy bronze summons. Compared to all of this, I need the corpse of a silver expert, and I need it more than I need a 4th wall to hide behind. Then Imp started to boil from the inside. I could see it moving under the surface, whole sections of it churning, and I knew what that was. Evolution. Coming. I sent it back to the Abyss to do it there, where it would not be interrupted or observed, and I walked away with a feeling I do not get often, which is that I was going to be pleasantly surprised when I opened that door again. New plan then. The military rank is a shield, not a loyalty, and I did not need to be standing next to Han Jiang to hold it. I would stay in the economic development zone, and I would find something silver and kill it. I want to tell you about a man I never met. He was walking the ruins 2 districts over with a rice bag, and in the bag he had leaves, 4 moldy buns, and some rotten meat. Before all this, he worked for a state-owned enterprise. He had a posting abroad coming, and after that a directorship, and his parents were alive, and his wife was gentle with him, and he had a son and a daughter. He had sealed his family into their apartment for 10 days. He was only out at all because they were about 2 days from starving. Scavenger. That is a profession now. It is the bottom one. It is the layer of society that the military never reaches, and that the judges, when they get founded, never bother to save. His prize that morning was carrying off a dead blade mantis, maggots and all, and he was pleased about the maggots, because even when the meat has gone, the maggots can be rinsed and eaten, and they are protein. And here's the thing I cannot stop turning over. He knows what cat tastes like. On day 7, he broke the neck of a Scottish fold named Whiskers, who had lived with them for 4 years, and Whiskers rubbed his face against the man's trouser leg while he did it, because Whiskers had no reason on earth to expect anything else. He cried while he ate the meat off its back leg. He told his children it was rabbit. Does he regret it? I regret it, he said, out loud, to nobody, in a dead street. And then, in the same breath, if I could do it all again, Whiskers, I would still eat you. Because if I do not kill Whiskers, my children and my wife and I all die. That is the whole apocalypse in one sentence, and it took a scavenger with a bag of maggots to say it properly. Then he heard something in the grass. Meow. There was a cat curled in the weeds, red and soft, and when he pushed it with a twig, the twig sank in because it had no bones in it anywhere. He reached for it anyway. He was 2 days from watching his daughter starve. It came open. No blood, no organs. Nothing inside it but a single tentacle with a needle on the end of it that went through his chest before his hand finished moving. His skin wrinkled like it had been scalded. And then he went down into it, all of him, the way a candle goes down, and what stood up out of the grass afterward was dark red and roughly the shape of a man with half a maggot still stuck to its lip. It stood there for a while working its jaw, and it whispered 3 names, Shinya, Xiaobai, Xiaoli. Then it lay back down in the weeds to do the bait's job. A week after the blessing, I had the sword figured out. Blade of flame, not a fire effect on a weapon, an actual weapon made of it. Pure force plus armor penetration plus burn, and what it does to a target is melt the parts of it that are load-bearing. The rest of the Blazing Flame Demon's kit is in there and locked, and I know exactly what is coming because I have watched the original use all of it. Flame Sacrifice, which is a burning aura that hurts anything that closes with me, so that being surrounded stops being a problem and starts being a strategy. Demon Horn, which senses enemies in total darkness, and which I want more than either of the others. And Wings of Redemption, which is flight, and which matters because in the Abyss, the Blazing Flame Demon is one of very few things that will stand toe-to-toe with a bone dragon and expect to win. They unlock as I climb, 1 per rank, and at Legendary, the transformation stops being a transformation. At Legendary, I do not turn into a Blazing Flame Demon. I am 1. As for what Silver actually feels like, since everybody asks, Bronze is a very good heavyweight boxer, nothing more mystical than that. Silver can work the wilderness. I heal in hours instead of days. My bones will not break from the things that used to break them. I can take a hit from something that would have folded me last week and keep the thought I was having. I can go off a 5th floor balcony and walk away, provided I do not land on my head, which I have now tested twice and do not recommend as a hobby. And at full concentration I can dodge a bullet, not reliably, not from 3 of them. The other thing Silver bought me is a costume. I can pass as a warrior type now, a melee professional with a big sword and a bad attitude, which means people misread me completely right up until the moment my imp comes out of the floor behind them. One last note, since I have been honest all night. In an abyss that is entirely full of ugly things, the Blazing Flame Demon is very close to the most beautiful thing in it. I went to Zizayuan for supplies. It used to be the address in this city, countless luxury cars, gate staff, the kind of place where the residents complained about the shade of the hedges, and when I came up on it, it was silent, not quiet. Silent. No howling, no shuffling, no zombies working at anything, and no bodies. That is wrong. A residential complex that size should have 100 corpses in the open. Something had cleaned up. I went in anyway, because I wanted 5 minutes in a supermarket and because I am occasionally an idiot on a schedule. Who goes there? A house painter. Genuinely. Work clothes gone stiff with dried paint, standing behind a planter with a crossbow he had clearly built himself out of a craft shop kit. That crossbow had kept him alive for 2 weeks. I could have killed him 3 times between his trigger finger deciding and the bolt arriving, and I felt precisely no threat from him at all, which was restful. He relaxed when he got a look at me, and then he was decent about it, which I was not expecting. Sorry. Thought you were one of those immortal ones. He told me the head is the only spot worth aiming at, which I already knew, and let him tell me. He mentioned offhand that he had never seen a single monster in this complex, not once, and that he thought they were being kept out by the walls. Then he pointed me at the supermarket by Building 3, and then he did the thing that I keep coming back to. He warned me. There are still some of them roaming near the front entrance. There is a low wall over there. If you climb over it, there is only a small path, and it is relatively safer. He had a big bag at his feet. Half a month of food. It was, by a wide margin, the best day he had had since the world ended, and he was spending part of it giving directions to a stranger. He waved at me and walked off toward the wall, and his footsteps stopped, not faded, not turned a corner, stopped, mid-stride, as though they had never been happening at all. I turned around and parted the grass. He was curled up on his side with his skin gone deep red, and he was dead, and he had been dead for approximately 4 seconds. The body split open. No blood, no organs. A tentacle came up out of the middle of him and started to point at me, and I cut it in half before it got there. Poor acting skills, I said. The corpse liquefied, and the liquid started crawling, which I had not expected, so I put the sword into it, and about half of it went straight to steam. And something underneath the complex screamed. It came up through the lawn between Building 2 and Building 3, insect demon, human-shaped if you are being generous, coated head to foot in white slime, skin like a toad's back. Yellow teeth and a mouth that opened wider than the head had room for, and 2 arms that were not arms but whips, and I watched one of them take a tree as thick as my thigh off at the base in a single lash. It was not an individual. That is the part that mattered. It was a mother. It had come here specifically to found a species. That is how they work. It takes a human body, it keeps the memories that came with it, and then it establishes a nursery, and behind it, in the ground floor of Building 3, was the nursery. There was a woman in there. She had been wrapped into the nest, and she had been swollen out to something close to the size of an elephant, and she was still being fed. Her jaw was still working. Under the skin, thousands of black worms as thick as my forearm were rippling, in waves, patiently. When they were ready, they would come out, and they would go looking for open mouths, and whoever they got into would go on walking around and talking to their families with something else steering. That is why Yuan was silent. The whole complex was a larder. Every resident and every zombie that ever wandered in had been harvested and stored, and the reason there were no corpses in the open is that this thing does not leave leftovers, and I had just destroyed its bait, which meant it was going to have to hunt in person now. The first exchange I only dodged. Both whips came for me at once, and I went under one and over the other and put a hedge between us and did not swing at all. I wanted to see how fast it was before I let it see how fast I was. On the third pass, I stopped running and met it head-on and put the blade of flame straight through the middle of it. Then I immediately ran again, because I already knew that would not kill it. Unless you take an insect demon's head off, it does not care what you have done to the rest. Shatter its heart, and it keeps working through the list. But it did 2 useful things. It slowed the thing down, and it ruined the body it was wearing, which for that species is a genuine catastrophe, because now it would have to find a new host and start the whole colonization project again from zero. That, on top of me destroying its bait, sent it past whatever passes for reason in there. The arms swelled to twice their thickness, then they simply extended out to 2 meters each like pythons unrolling, and they came down at my back like the side of a hill. I bit my tongue, got blood onto my thumb, and finished the word. The arm hit something. Where I had been standing there was now 4 meters of gray, rotting flesh, and studded all over it were more than a dozen pale human arms, and the arms were reaching on their own, not moving with the body, reaching, independently, grabbing at the air in different directions like a crowd trying to get out of a train. And on top of it, sitting where a head belongs, was the face of a little girl about 5 or 6 years old, black curls, skin like mutton fat, dark eyes with actual mischief in them, and pink lips curled up at the corners, and she was looking around at everything with an expression of bright, uncomplicated curiosity, as though she had not arrived in a scarlet apocalypse at all, but in a field somewhere with the grass up to her knees. That is my imp, evolved, silver rank. Because I forbade it to become a proper demon, it had nowhere to grow except inward. So the corpses it had eaten came back as those arms, self-aware, each one still holding a piece of whoever it used to belong to, and their job is to grab you and pull you inside where the rest of it can get at you. And the face is the zombie commander, the little girl in the floral dress whose head I stomped into the road and then kicked into my imp's mouth. It had stopped speaking Abyssal. That was the part that got me. "I'll eat you," it said. "I want to eat you." Human words, in Chinese, in an old man's voice, and a gentle woman's voice, and a deep man's voice, all at the same time, layered on top of each other and slightly out of step, so that it came out like the howling of a great many innocent people who had all been asked the same question. I stood there and I looked at what I had made, and I want to be accurate about the thought I had, which was not pride and was not horror. It was recognition. I had created a monster, not a rare monster, a monster that had never been recorded and had never existed anywhere in any account from either world. And the insect demon, whose species arrival is classified at the highest civilian danger tier and has an official name, the insect demon's calamity, took a step backward, silver rank, on its own ground, in the middle of its own nursery. It was scared. Then it tried to negotiate. 3 more steps back, arms lowered, whips coiling in. The signal was not subtle, and it did not need to be. "Leave, and we are finished here, and you can walk out with your supplies. Just do not touch the larvae." I found that genuinely funny. You came to me of your own accord, I said, and now you want me to leave. Is there such a simple thing in this world? Because I did not want one corpse, I wanted two. The demon, obviously. And the nursery, which had absorbed an entire luxury complex worth of humans, zombies, and monsters over 2 weeks and was therefore not a victim anymore. It was a battery. I summoned my dark elf and made her an offer. Business is business. See that woman? Kill her. Use her life to perform the blood sacrifice. I will help you break through to silver rank today. I have never seen anyone change gear that fast. She had been standing there with the bored insolence she wears like a coat, and all of it went out of her at once, and what was left was pure appetite. Nothing in the abyss wants power the way an abyss creature wants power. She has watched her own people die in numbers she does not bother counting. Down there, life is the cheapest bargaining chip on the table, and everybody knows the exchange rate. I am going to give you the one merciful thing the situation contained. That woman lost her mind a long time before I got there, but her body still felt everything, every hour, and it was still being fed. Killing her was not cruel. For her, it was closer to being let go. The insect demon understood what was about to happen roughly 1 second before I would have preferred, and it screamed, and it threw itself at my dark elf. And an old man's voice said quietly from a 4-meter pile of flesh, "I'll eat you." Imp got a dozen arms around it. It punched straight through Imp's neck, which would have been decisive against anything with a neck that mattered. Imp does not have vital signs. It simply kept holding on with the arms it had left, and it kept smiling with the little girl's face, and it made a happy noise. My dark elf's arrow went through the nursery's head, and then something came up out of the body. I want to describe her properly, because I only saw her once, and I have thought about it a great deal since. Rose, the Spider Queen, Queen of the Abyss, chaotic evil, with domains in chaos, destruction, evil and trickery, and every dark elf household on every level of that place keeps a shrine to her, and her temples are built in the shape of a spider lying down. She has killed a considerable number of evil gods. Nobody knows why she kills any of them. There is no pattern anybody has ever found. She is simply extremely good at starting wars and appears to enjoy the noise. Her phantom finished condensing over the corpse, and then she turned her head and looked at me. Not at my dark elf, who was kneeling. At me, with curiosity, and with something playful in it, and with the specific attention of a landlord who has noticed an unfamiliar coat in the hall. Her loyal believer was standing next to a human wearing somebody else's mark. I would like to tell you that I met her gaze. I did not. What I did was stand extremely still and think about nothing at all. To her, I registered as something slightly more interesting than a skeleton, one drop in an ocean of worshippers. She looked at me for about 2 seconds, lost interest, and the pressure came off my chest like a hand lifting. My conclusion, which I have applied ever since. You do not have to believe in it. You should still take great care not to annoy it. Then the larvae came out of the corpse, thousands of them, all at once, in a wave, like rain going the wrong way, and Rose froze every single one of them 1 centimeter above the ground, all of them, simultaneously, hanging there in a shimmering black carpet with nothing touching them. Then she opened them, and the blood came out and stayed up in the air, and gathered, and condensed, and poured itself into my dark elf in a column. She screamed at the sky. The moon over Shizuan went red for about 11 seconds, which I have never been able to explain to anybody who was not there. Silver rank, and a new skill, which she demonstrated within the minute. Energy focusing shot. She loads the shaft with raw energy, and it detonates on contact, and if it hits an ordinary person, that person becomes a cloud. The insect demon watched its entire species die in 1 second, and it did not dare to roar. Kill it, I said. The first arrow dragged it 5 meters backwards through its own lawn with its chest opened and everything inside already minced. It turned and ran. The second one took its head off at full stride, and the body kept the running posture for 2 more steps before it worked out what had happened. For a summoner, there is no problem that a corpse cannot solve. If there is, then there are 2 corpses. Both of my summons ranked up in 1 night. Imp off at least 5 bronze zombies and a commander. My dark elf off the largesse of an evil god who was in a good mood, and then Imp came over. The little girl's head rotated around while the body stayed facing the other way, which I would like to state is a thing I have never gotten used to, and there was blood on the frozen smile. Hug, it said. Master, hug. In the ruined voice of an adult woman, every word sounding like it was being torn out through a throat that had already been cut. Roll, I said. It laughed. It thought that was hilarious. It has thought that was hilarious every single time since. Here is what I think is happening in there, for what it is worth. That body is a tomb. It is full of other people's memories, and it keeps them, and the memories keep leaking. Sadness, resentment, grief, somebody's joy. And the only reason it can hold all of that without going insane is that there was almost nothing in there to begin with. You cannot break a mind that was never assembled, which is the same reason it is immune to mental attacks, and which is a joke I do not find as funny as I used to. It calls every living thing it meets either I'll eat you or I'll kill you. And it wants to be near exactly one person in either world. I stood over the insect demon's corpse and I put my thumb in my mouth. You self-proclaimed evil and filthy land, you violent and wicked creature. Hear my prayer, descend into this world. I offer my silver blood as a sacrifice to summon you. The blood is not decoration, by the way. At silver tier, the medium is a drop of my own. Every time. It is a very small toll, and it is charged every single time, and it adds up. I should tell you about the other half of the abyss now, because you have only met the demons. The undead live there too. Vampires, skeletons, ghosts. They are formed out of the grievances of the dying, which means the abyss is not simply producing them, it is harvesting them. Their capital is the Bone Plain, which they call the City of the Dead, and it is garrisoned by spider demons and vampire giants and leeches. It fields legions, skeleton soldiers, skeleton archers, skeleton mages, skeleton swordsmen, demon hounds, and above them, bone dragons and corpse dragons. That army has taken demon territory, outright, held it. What came through the circle was 2.5 meters tall and shaped like something quarried rather than born, arms like iron, fists like bronze, and it was carrying a club made out of some large creature's leg bone, a banshee, silver rank. Its head was wrapped in barbed wire, not decorated with it, wrapped in loops so tight that the wire had gone into the bone, and 3 iron nails had been driven through the neck front to back, and they came out through the spine, because before it died, it was somebody's human sacrifice. It was wired and nailed while it was still alive, and it stayed alive through enough of that to become this. One scarlet eye shows through a gap in the wire. It has War Stomp, which ignores defense entirely, and is exactly as unpleasant as it sounds. And it has Undying Body, which is regeneration that speeds up the more it eats. And unlike the other two, it did not fight me. It came through, it stood there, and it waited. That was all. It answered a call, and it was ready to be told what to do. I carved my mark into its chest with the blade of flame, and it did not move while I did it. Compared to my dark elf, the banshee kept something from the life it had before, and the thing it kept was loyalty. It will never betray me, not because of the contract, because it has already died once, and whatever that does to a mind, it takes the part out that considers other options. The only thing that will ever stop it fighting for me is the complete destruction of its body, and possibly not even that. It also has a habit which I noticed the first time and have never asked it to change. It breaks the enemy's arms and legs first, all 4. Then it does the rest at its leisure. My one complaint is the club. It is a leg bone. It is embarrassing. At the very minimum, this thing should be carrying a fire axe, and the only reason it is not is that nobody in this city has awakened as a blacksmith yet, and when somebody does, I am going to find them before anyone else does. But the kit is complete now, and I want you to see the shape of it. Banshee in front, dark elf behind, imp everywhere. That is a party. 3 servants, and between them I can explore anything in this city. Getting the 3 of them into one room was its own experience. My dark elf finds the other 2 genuinely repulsive and drifted toward me by about 1.5 meters without appearing to decide to. Imp noticed, got jealous, and opened all of its dead arms at once for a hug. I gave it a look and it closed them again, one at a time, sulking. The banshee stood exactly where it had been put and radiated so much oppression that the grass near it stopped moving. If an ordinary undead creature is a believer in slaughter, my banshee is a fanatic. Then I went and looted the supermarket, which was the entire reason I had come to Zaizuan in the first place, and I walked out of that complex carrying absolutely nothing, because my imp is the container. I keep saying that, and people keep being surprised by it. 300 meters away, 2 men were having an argument, and silver hearing meant I got all of it. They had been friends for 4 years at university. Song Tao was the one with the glasses. Refined, careful, an elementalist, and what he did was compress soil into something with the density of iron and throw it. He had been thin all his life and had gotten thinner. Sun Kai was the other one. Hook-nosed, loud, and he had woken up as a half-orc. Keratin plating over the arms and back, beast pupils gone brown-yellow, a heavy tail he had not learned to keep still, and claws that glowed faintly blue with lizard venom. If those claws scratch an ordinary person, that person has about 30 minutes. He had been the sunny one, basketball captain, half the department had a crush on him. The argument was about the air raid shelter they had found, and specifically about the women and the children in it. Sun Kai wanted them thrown out. His position was that they ate and did not fight, and the food would run out faster with them in there. Is that your reason for abandoning them? Song Tao said. I will not leave them to fend for themselves on the street, not a single one of them. This was given to me by God. Sun Kai was shouting by then. It is for our survival, not to be wasted on trash. And Song Tao ended it, because he was that sort of person. Since you are not going to protect everyone, then you can leave. From today, we are no longer friends. Then he turned his back and started walking, and Sun Kai put his claws through it. He stood over the body afterward and screamed and cried with his whole face contorted, and I want to give you what he said because I have replayed it a number of times. We finally found an air raid shelter, and now you are telling me not to go back. Die. Die then. I will live on for you. It was not me who ruined you. It was those good-for-nothings. I will avenge you. I will find every one of them for you, and not one of them gets to grow old. Then he wiped his face and asked the ground whether he regretted it. If I could, he said, I would have killed you sooner. I came out of the dark behind him. Interesting, I said. Let me explain what I saw, because it is the whole reason I did what I did next. The thing killing people in this city is not the monsters. The monsters are efficient and quick. The thing killing people is despair, which works slowly, from the inside, and turns a decent man into something with his face on it. Song Tao was a hero. He was also naive. He believed the end of the world was a story where hard work pays and good deeds come back, and the end of the world is not a story. Heroes get to keep their principles and they pay the full retail price for them. Sun Kai was selfish, cunning, vicious, and decisive, which is the one I actually needed. That is precisely the profile I wanted, and here is why, and I have never seen a reason to be coy about it. As long as I can always stand above him, betrayal is not possible, not unlikely, not discouraged, not possible. I do not take oaths seriously. So-called vows are not much more noble than the promises of a woman working a doorway, and they are considerably less reliable because at least she expects to be paid. I needed people, soon, because in 1 month, the Blood Night arrives. That is the name it gets afterward. What it actually is tens of thousands of insects coming out of the ground across the whole of J City in a single night. And in my memory, it took 60% of the city's armed forces, killed dozens of professionals, killed tens of thousands of civilians, and cost 2 full years of recovery, and I cannot run from it because it is not a J-City event. It is global. And the moment I leave this city, my head full of maps and monster weaknesses becomes worthless paper, and I become a stranger with no advantages in somebody else's disaster. 9 gamblers out of 10 lose. I have never once pinned anything on luck, so the order is fixed. Military rank first because rank is a shield, then my own power base because a shield is not a weapon, then Blood Knight. Swear allegiance to me, I said, and I can give you anything you want. Food, protection, a rank actually worth having, and your life, which I notice you have recently become interested in keeping. He looked at me like I had walked out of a mental hospital in a hat, so I transformed. The runes came up my hands first, then my neck, then my face. The smell of sulfur got there before the heat did, and Sun Kai, standing 4 meters away with keratin plating that zombie claws could not scratch, felt his skin start to burn. Are you sure you want to be my enemy? I said. You little ant. He tried to leave. I will give him credit for trying. If I am bothering you, I will just go. I did not mean to interrupt anything. You have not answered my question yet. Loyalty or death? The ground gave way under each step I took, which I admit I enjoyed. He turned to run, and I crossed the distance without leaving an afterimage worth the name and put 1 punch into him. 3 meters. He went 3 meters and left blood on the road, and all of that armor that nothing in this district could scratch turned out to be entirely irrelevant when the thing hitting it is on fire. I put my boot on the side of his head. I admire your ruthlessness, I said. So I have decided to give you a chance. Join me, and you will have my protection. In a world this dangerous, you will live longer than other people. It was not a question. I want to be clear that at no point was it a question. I accept, he said into the road. I will be loyal to you. A smart choice. And here's the part that I find genuinely funny, and I did laugh, and he heard me. He murdered his best friend of 4 years to make sure that nobody would ever be able to tell him what to do with his shelter or his food again. 30 seconds later, he had a boss. By the time he got up, he had decided to be happy about it, which tells you everything about him you will ever need. As long as you can protect my safety, he said, I will be loyal to you. Compared to schemes and tricks, I prefer to solve problems with my fists. So far, it seems to be very effective, does it not? The offer I made him was not a lie, incidentally. That is what people always assume. A summoner can graft monster power onto a human being, not lend. Graft, the tail of a bone demon, the horns of a balrog, the body of an imp, the fangs of a gnoll. If a man wants a mouth, he can never close again. There are 2 clauses, it is permanent, and you become a monster in the sense that matters, which is that afterward people can tell. Get stronger, I told him. There is always a price to pay, and then the condition, I do not cultivate trash. If you want that power, you will first demonstrate to me that you are worth spending it on. As we walked away, a crack opened in the road behind us beside Song Tao's body, and a dozen pale arms came out and took him. Sun Kai did not see it. He was busy telling me about the shelter. I want to be honest about why I did that, because it was not disrespect and it was not tidiness. The arms my imp grows are made from what it eats, and I had noticed that the arms from an awakened professional are visibly stronger than the arms from a bystander. Denser, faster. Even a silver rank creature would have to pay a real price to break out of two of them. So I wanted to see what happens if all dozen plus of them are professional arms. The one genuinely decent man in that entire chapter of my life became upgrade material, and I did not hesitate, and I have thought about it since. The air raid shelter was a good one. Narrow entrance, capacity in the thousands, built when this country expected a different kind of end. There were a dozen corpse-spotted beetles at the door. Calf-sized, with livid blotches the size of a fist all over the shell, and they were in the middle of dragging bodies inside to convert the place into a lair. Behind them, 7 or 8 juveniles about the size of a man's head were sneaking bites out of the hall while the adults were busy, exactly like children at a New Year table. I decided to see what I had bought. Can we take them? Sun Kai transformed and went in, and I will say this for him, he did not hesitate either. He punched a beetle's skull flat. He stamped through 3 larvae, and when one of them clamped onto his waist, he got both hands into the pincers and pulled them apart until the thing came in half. Verdict, for what it is worth. They have courage. They lack a certain flexibility. The door opened on 140 people who were clean, uninjured, and complaining. I hope we can have some bread today, one of them said before Sun Kai was fully through the door. I have been eating instant noodles for days. I am going to throw up. In the corner, 4 girls were doing their makeup with hand mirrors. I want you to understand that I do not object to any of this on moral grounds. I object to it the way you object to a machine that has been assembled backwards. These people had been fed and raised, like poultry, for 3 weeks, on food carried in by 2 men, one of whom was dead in a road half a kilometer away. Then Guo Qiang arrived, school board member, dean of academic affairs. In a bomb shelter, 3 weeks into the end of the world, he was wearing hair wax and a tie, and he came down the steps like a man arriving to inspect a rural facility on behalf of the ministry. He did not thank the man who had just fought a dozen bronze insects at his front door. What is going on? How come you found so little food today? Do you not care about your teachers and your classmates? They are all waiting here for your life-saving food. How can you live with yourself? And the crowd joined in. That is the part I remember. If you ask me, he and Song Tao ate their fill out there before they came back. Maggots enjoying the fruits of somebody else's bloody battle. That is the phrase that arrived in my head, and I have not found a better one. Where did Song Tao go? Guo Qiang said. Sun Kai smiled at him. Song Tao, he is not coming back. I already killed him. And before the screaming could organize itself, Sun Kai turned it around, and he did it well. And stop pretending, Guo Qiang. Do you think I have not noticed that some of the food we bring back goes missing every single time? You hand these people instant noodles and the cheapest bread while you keep the good things. I have heard you eating in that corner more than once. It was true. All of it. And it had already killed people, quietly, because students who could not stand being hungry had gone out to look for food themselves, and none of those students had come back. I heard Guo Qiang's actual defense later, from a man who had been standing near him, and I want to preserve it. He is a member of the board of directors. He should be respected. What is wrong with getting a little more food? He was clever, though. He started turning the room. Sun Kai has gone mad. He has joined forces with an outsider. Look at him. Look at what he has become. A scaled arm came out through the front of his shirt. Go to hell, Sun Kai said. I took the room in 4 sentences. I timed it afterward out of curiosity. From now on, the rules here change. Only those who work and contribute will eat. Those who want to gain without working have exactly one destination, which is outside, where the insects are. Then the assignments. Men between 15 and 50 go out for food. Women run the infirmary and the water. Children and the elderly keep the shelter clean, because disease in a sealed space kills faster than anything with teeth. One of Guo Qiang's people started to object. He got most of a sentence out. Kill him, I said. I did not raise my voice, and Sun Kai's punch took the man's head clean off his shoulders, and the noise it made in a concrete room is not one you forget. I do not like being interrupted, I said. I will say a thing once. Anyone who fails to do it or neglects it may as well die. There is a word for what I am, and I am not going to pretend I have not heard it. Lawful evil. I am not one of the laughing ones who burn a settlement because the flames look nice, and I am not one of the judges who genuinely intend to rebuild all of this into something with rules and schools in it. I have rules. They are simple, and they never change. Anyone who threatens my plans or my life is an enemy. everyone else's inventory. You should see what happened to the price list this month, by the way. It is the funniest thing about the apocalypse. A pop star turned up at a settlement outside the East Bridge area 3 days after this. Real one. Stadiums. And the man on the gate looked at her and said, "Are you a professional? No? Then get out there and stand a watch, or you will not even get a moldy bun." And a property developer offered me money once, later, a genuinely enormous number, and I had to explain to him that money is a pile of paper with a dead government's face on it, and that as long as your fist is strong enough, you can simply have things. He did not enjoy that conversation. Here is why Sun Kai does the killing and not me, since it looks like cowardice and it is not. Those in power never do things personally. Maintaining mystery is what produces awe. Believers reach their gods through priests, and the distance is the entire product. Sun Kai is the visible mad dog. Everybody in that shelter is going to be terrified of Sun Kai, and that is correct. That is his function. And then they are going to notice that the mad dog stops mid-swing when a quiet man says one word. Compared to bright sunshine, people are far more afraid of being dropped into pitch dark, and I intend to be the dark. The orders kept coming, because a room that has just watched 2 men die will accept almost anything if you keep talking. Arm yourselves. Baseball bats, chair legs, kitchen knives, whatever is in this building. All food is centrally distributed by head count. Hoarding is punishable by death. Nobody argued. What happened instead was that food started coming out of pockets and out from under mattresses, and within about 6 minutes, there was a small mound of it on the floor in the middle of the room, and nobody would look at anybody. 47 men lined up to become foragers. Pale, some of them shaking so badly they could not hold the pipe they had been handed, standing in a queue like men waiting to be executed, which in fairness is what a third of them were. "I do not care who you were," I told them. "I do not care what your identity was before. From now on, you are the guardians of this camp, and if anyone does not want to go outside, tell me now, and I will end the suffering for you in advance." Nobody took me up on it. They never do. Then I put the leash on my own dog, because that is a job you do early, or you do at a funeral. Sun Kai waited until we were alone and asked why we were bothering with 100 good-for-nothings at all. I explained the plan, which is that 1 man is never enough, that everything nearby has to be gathered up before Blood Night, and that 100 bodies today becomes 600 next week if you handle it correctly. Then I gave him the carrot, and he lit up like a lamp. "I am familiar with the high command in the military. If you do a good job here, I will find you a position." Then I let the smile go. "I promised I would protect your life. You give something in return. Unconditional obedience and acceptance. I hope this is the last time you question one of my decisions." He debriefed me on the neighborhood, and the neighborhood was busy. 2 miles south, a trading post. Full of food, apparently untouched, and the reason it is untouched is that it sits next to a graveyard with no headstones in it. 13 men went there. 2 came back, and one of those was now dead in a road, and the other was standing in front of me. The things that came out of the mounds looked like skinned wild dogs, ghouls, hyena-adjacent carrion eaters that live in graves, and the noise they make is not a howl, it is closer to weeping, which is the single worst design decision in that whole species. They eat until their stomachs are visibly about to split, and then they bury what is left with themselves and sleep on it. And this is the useful part. The thicker the mound, the stronger the ghoul underneath it. You can read the whole graveyard before you walk into it. Very fast, very fragile. A bad combination to meet and a wonderful one to plan around. North, there was a botanical garden full of bloodthirsty bees, fist-sized, scarlet-eyed, and they do not build combs in trees. They build them inside human bodies. Sun Kai counted a dozen being used that way from the fence, and did not go in, which was the first sensible decision I heard him describe. What they produce is blood honey, and blood honey is the reason there is going to be a war over that garden inside 2 months. It closes wounds in hours. Taken over time, it raises your physique outright and clears out old injuries you had stopped noticing. Which is why human factions farm it, deliberately, on purpose, with a supply chain. I raided one of those operations in my last life, in a villa on the west side, and I am not going to describe what was laid out in rows in that basement. 10 years of this, and it is the only thing I still refuse to say out loud. Sometimes the most terrifying thing is people. And 3 bus stops up the road, a factory with more than 600 in it, run by a man called Gao Da. They used to call him the God of Wealth. He was the top gangster in J-City, and he owned 8 of the 10 underground casinos in it, and now he has woken up as an insect controller, which is the single most on-brand awakening I have ever heard of. He has 3 more professionals under him. And then Sun Kai told me the last part, badly, with a lot of throat clearing. Gao Da's people came to the shelter 7 days ago. Song Tao refused them, so they came back and approached Sun Kai privately. I said it for him, because watching a man assemble a lie is boring. Then you were tempted, and Song Tao became your pledge of loyalty. Kill him, and you could walk into Gao Da's factory with nothing in the way. He stammered. I let it go. What I value is your future performance, I said, which was true, and which cost me nothing, because I have never trusted anything except my own fists, and I was not about to start with him. 600 people. That is 6 times what I had just taken. That is a number comparable to 2 battalions, and it is sitting 3 bus stops away with a gangster on top of it. It also comes with 4 professionals to fight at once, and I was not ready. First, food. Organize the personnel, I said. We are going to the trading post. They were issued mop handles, bricks, and bench legs. 3 men refused to go, and I had their legs broken in front of the others. Understand what that means here, because it sounds like theater, and it is not. A broken leg in this world is a death sentence with a delay on it. Healers wake up with no combat ability whatsoever, so most of them die in the wild before anyone finds them, and there is no hospital, and there is no cast. After the 3rd man, nobody screamed. They just picked up their pipes. Force does not make people brave. It never has. But it teaches them to follow orders, and orders are what I actually needed. On the road, we hit 2 hardware stores and traded up. Wrenches, engineering hammers, steel pipe with a proper weight to it. You could watch the faces change as the weight in their hands went up. It is the fastest change I have ever seen in human beings, and it takes about 9 seconds and a heavy tool, and because every single man was leaving, I left a guard on the shelter. I put my imp in the dark of the entrance corridor. From outside, in daylight, all anybody sees is a little girl lying on the steps, smiling occasionally at nothing. Defense, I would say, is at maximum. Gao Da, meanwhile, was making a decision about us. He had grown his people from 300 to over 600 in 20 days, and his understanding of the new world was completely correct, and I respect it. No matter how much wealth a man has, or national power, or beauty, or talent, the only number that matters now is how many professionals he owns, which is why he did not care about my 100 laborers at all. He wanted Sun Kai. 4 professionals under one roof is a snowball, and Gao Da had spent his whole previous career understanding snowballs. His negotiator was called Weasel, filthy, yellow teeth. Picked his nose while talking to his own boss, which tells you something about the discipline in that factory. He had done 19 years inside, and the file on him is not a file I enjoyed reading. He had woken up able to travel underground. Gao Da was visibly disgusted by him. In peacetime, he would not have given the man a second look on the street. He used him anyway, because the apocalypse handed a superpower to precisely this person, and there is no appeal process. His entertainment, incidentally, is making educated people kneel and bark. He collects the ones with degrees. He remembers their names. Go to the shelter, Gao Da told him. If Sun Kai has not made his move yet, then tear off the mask and take the place. Our march to the trading post went past the old mall square, where people used to eat and see films and argue about parking. It is all over. That was the whole thought. It arrived complete, and I kept walking. I will give you one wildlife note from that walk, because it stayed with me. I once watched a pack of stray cats bring down a giant rock beetle, 20 of them. They had a formation. At the trading post, I crouched and picked up a handful of the clay and smelled it. Dark red, fresh, and there were drag marks going east. Ghoul biology, since we are about to need it. Their sense of smell is poor, because everything they have was spent on speed. They run on all fours, and they out-accelerate a cheetah over the first 40 meters, which is the only 40 meters that will ever matter to you. And the important part, a fed ghoul is barely a threat. A starving one is a nightmare, because the stomach acid concentrates and the fear goes, and so does the sense of pain. What came out of those mounds was about 20 of them, and they were starving. They came up keening. That noise, like a woman with her throat open trying to finish a sentence. They were fighting each other over a pile of scraps that included zombie heads, insect legs, animal hide, and things I did not look at twice. And 2 of them were peeling strips of skin off their own forearms and eating them. Then the leader came up, 2 meters and thin, with a skull far too big for the neck holding it. Its eyes were so completely bloodshot that there was no white anywhere in them. It walked into the middle of the squabble, picked up one of its own, opened the top of its head, and licked out what was inside while the others waited. That is the privilege of rank in a graveyard. 1 step below silver. My 50 men broke, not ran, broke. Some of them started crying without any noise. Some of them just stopped, mid-step, and stared. 2 went down on the ground, shaking with foam at the mouth, and I have since learned that this is common and has a name. Sun Kai's legs went out from under him, and he sat down in the dirt. And here is the thing. I never intended any of them to fight. I did not bring 50 men to a graveyard to kill 20 ghouls. I brought an audience. Faith originates from power. It has never originated from anything else. Nobody has ever worshipped a goblin. Everybody worships dragons and demons, and they do not need to be asked twice. The ghouls were props. Sir. Sun Kai was still on the ground. These monsters seem strange today, all of them. All of the monsters in the graveyard have come out at once. No need to withdraw, I said. With all of them here, we can catch them in one go. I do not want these things causing trouble while I am moving food. He stared at me. Scared? I said mildly. If that is all the courage you have, I will consider choosing somebody else to take your place. Frost formed on my eyebrows. That happens now, when I open both at once, and I do not entirely understand the mechanism. Two black cracks opened in the air on either side of me, and Sun Kai said afterward that they looked like a pair of eyes. I know you are scared, I said. It is all right, you have never seen my true power. Now, come out. Banshee came through first, 2.5 meters of quarried muscle with wire around its head and 3 nails through the neck, dragging that idiotic bone club. Then my dark elf, unhurried, already knocked. Nobody can stop me, I said, to the graveyard, and to the 50 men behind me, and I meant both audiences. Any obstacle in my path leads only to its own death. Back at the shelter, Weasel arrived with a dozen underground fighters, which was a third of Gauda's actual muscle, and he was eating a chicken leg on the way. His plan, which he shared with the group out loud, was to get the door open and then pick a few unlucky ones to vent his mood on, and at the entrance to the corridor, he saw a little girl about 6 years old, lying on the steps in the shadow, smiling. He went straight into the routine. He has a routine. Little girl, what are you doing out here? Where are your mother and father? Nothing. Uncle is not a bad person. Uncle is here to save you. She did not answer. She did not blink. In full daylight, on the ground, motionless, smiling. Could it be an idiot? He said to the man next to him. I'll eat you, said the little girl, in the voice of an old woman. Weasel stopped. What did you say? I'll eat you, said the little girl, in the voice of a large man. He started backing up. Slowly. The way you do when your body has understood something several seconds before you have. I'll eat you. And then she blinked. The pupils twisted sideways, the way a chameleon's do, and slid all the way to the corners of the eyes to keep looking at him while the head stayed still. Dark blue arms came out of the mouth of that corridor, all of them, at once. The whole group went in together, and the door of the world closed behind them, and there was no screaming, because there was no time allotted for screaming. Then there was silence. Then there was a series of small hiccups. And then the little head came back out, propped itself comfortably against the corridor wall, and grinned at the road, waiting to see who else was coming. My dark elf after Silver is a different weapon, and I want to describe the change properly. Before, she was a blazing volcano, loud, hot, obviously dangerous. Now she is a cold cloud sitting very high up, and you do not notice her at all until the weather changes. Her arrows had changed too, near black now, and dense as steel, and there is a reason for that which I love. The thorn trees in the abyss grow to around 100 meters. Resistance increases as you climb. And a dark elf's rank is measured, literally, culturally, by how high up the tree she can get before the tree wins. Bronze gives out at about 10 meters. She did not tell me how high she can go now. She just came back with darker arrows. Multiple arrows plus energy focusing shot. 3 shafts, 1 aim point into the ghoul leader's chest. They went through the heart and out the back and into the burial mound behind it. A creature 1 step below Silver died standing still. It did not dodge. It never even understood that it was in a fight. Then the pack charged, all of them at once, and they were fast, and they came straight at me because I was standing at the front. I did not move. Banshee stepped across in front of me and took the entire charge on its chest and did not take a single point of damage. Then it went berserk. It went from 2.5 meters to over 3. The muscle came up on it in lumps, and there is a description in an old field manual that calls it fermenting, which is exactly right and which I wish I had never read. For the duration, it is immune to fear and immune to fatal attacks, which is a sentence that ought to be illegal. It reached out, took a ghoul by the head, dragged the whole animal in, and put the bone club through the skull. Bone club. Armor-piercing headbutt. Bone club again. It took about 90 seconds to clear a graveyard. Sun Kai was still sitting in the dirt, and he was not watching the ghouls. He was watching me. He told me later what he was thinking, and it was 4 words. He is not human. Whatever plans that man had been carefully constructing in the back of his head died right there in the dirt with the ghouls, and I would like to note that I never had to ask. And the ghouls broke, because they are intelligent enough to know when to run, which puts them a full rank above most of the people I have negotiated with. I had every one of them shot down as it ran, not because they were a threat, because I needed the bloodshed to set. Prestige is like concrete, and it does not cure on its own. The Banshee finished the last one and then stood there in the middle of a graveyard full of dead ghouls, and I could see it was not satisfied. Its whole advancement path is killing. That is the entire mechanism. My imp climbs by devouring. My dark elf climbs by offering to rose. The Banshee climbs by slaughter and nothing else. And 20 starving ghouls is not a meal. It is an appetizer. It turned its 1 red eye on my 50 men. I snapped my fingers and both of them were gone before anybody had time to have a feeling about it. Then I looked at the faces. Admiration, worship, shock. and something fervent underneath it that I recognized immediately because I have seen it in temples. Faith stems from fear. Sea people worship the sea, herders worship the sun, and 47 men from a bomb shelter now worshipped me. I broke it before it could set wrong. What are you all standing around for? Move the supplies. Yes, they said it in unison. Nobody told them to. It took us just over an hour to strip that trading post, and we walked home under more than a month of food for 140 people. Coming back at sunset, I saw the footprints. A line of them coming in from the north, more than a dozen men walking abreast, and they went straight to the shelter entrance and stopped. Then a small head appeared in the doorway. Sun Kai started to say the word, child, and then he sat down in the road, which he had not done in front of a berserk banshee an hour earlier, because the girl came out of that doorway by flowing. A hill of gray mud with a dozen human arms in it and a little girl's face on top, and the arms were all reaching in different directions with their fingers open. It crawled over to me, and it was delighted. Owner, that one came out in the unbroken voice of a boy about 12. Hug me, that one came out in the flippant voice of a grown man. Sun Kai went the color of paper. Old. Weasel? That sound just now, I said. Expose its corpse. Imp thought about it for a second, and I saw the moment it understood the request, because the whole mass rolled over on itself, and Weasel's head surfaced out of the side of my imp's neck. Blue-white, pupils blown to the edges, the whole face frozen in the exact shape it had been wearing when the arms took him. Sun Kai identified him for the record. Gao Da's negotiator, one of his 3 professionals, a man he had known personally for 3 weeks. I did not come looking for you, I said to the corpse. And yet you have come knocking on my door first. Cut the weeds, eliminate the roots. Gao Da was down to 2 professionals, and there was now blood between us, and blood between camps in this world is not a grievance, it is a schedule. So I would not be negotiating, I would be taking it. 600 people is not a neighbor, 600 people is a base. And I was not afraid of what the military might say either, which people always assume is arrogance. I saved Han Jiang's life in front of 1,000 witnesses. His forces are stretched past breaking across 3 districts, and within a month, cults and battle groups are going to be springing up in this city faster than any army on Earth could suppress them. Nobody is going to investigate one factory. Back home, I kicked over a crate in the middle of the floor, and cans of beef rolled out across the concrete in front of 140 people who had not seen meat in 11 days. I do not care what you thought before, I said. From now on, I need you to work for me wholeheartedly. As for the reward, I will protect you so that you can continue to live. Then I gave them the door, because I always give them the door. You can leave now. Those who stay accept orders, otherwise, you already know the consequences. Sun Kai went first, loudly, because he had been waiting all afternoon to be the first at something. I swear to serve you to the death. The rest of the room came in ragged after him, and what that room felt like is worth describing, because the source of the discomfort was very specific. These were people who 3 weeks ago had employment contracts. Some of them had signed things. They had HR departments. And what they were doing now felt, and was, closer to selling themselves. Then again, they had all just seen what is on the other side of that door, and they had done the arithmetic on what freedom costs out there. I gave them the laws that night, and they have not changed since. Combat squads of 10. Medics separate. Food managers with a book. Hoarding is death. The latrines get cleaned every single day, without exception, because in a sealed underground room, a stomach illness will kill more of you than anything with claws, and I have watched it happen to 200 people in 4 days. And one more, which is the closest thing to a moral position I hold. I do not want to see violence in here. I do not care what anybody agrees to among themselves, but anyone who dares to force a woman does not get reported to me. You kill them where they stand. I want to be clear that this is not virtue. I am not improving anybody. I do not try to change people. I put a shackle on them. Inside my jurisdiction, they obey my law, and that is the entire content of the arrangement. That night, the shelter had candles going and 2 very different noises in it. In one corner, students who could not reach parents 1,000 kilometers away were crying as quietly as they could manage. In the other corner, at 10 at night, the athletes had organized push-ups. That is the whole apocalypse in one room. Half of them were still mourning a world that had already been cancelled, and half of them had finally understood what strength is worth and had started paying for it immediately. 47 men, 5 squads of 10, 1 leader each, and I let them pick their own leaders because a leader people choose is worth 3 you appoint. Then Sun Kai gave me the rest of the intelligence on Gao Da, and it got better. 2 magic light cockroaches the size of millstones, and he uses them as discipline. Anyone who makes a mistake gets fed to them in front of everybody, and they bite a grown man in half without adjusting their footing. A professional who controls electricity, a former factory worker, and a professional who grows his nails out until they can shatter stone. Weasel had told Sun Kai, in confidence, that he considered himself the weakest of the three. So what if the other side has three professionals? I said. They are ants. If any of them dare to resist, they lose their reason for existing, and we can crush them with our hands. And Sun Kai believed me, and here is the comparison he ran in his own head, which he told me about much later. He had heard about Gao Da's power. Heard stories from Weasel at a table. He had watched mine. 13 men went to that graveyard, and 11 of them died there, and this evening my people had cleared it like poultry. Gao Da controls a few bedbugs. How could that compare to his master? He got so excited about the coming fight that he half transformed while sitting down and cracked his tail against the wall hard enough to bring dust off the ceiling. If one of them is disobedient, kill 2, he said. If 2 are disobedient, kill 4. Let us see who dares to object then. He is a house dog to me and a wolf to everybody else, and I have never once had to explain the difference to him. A note on the world, because it explains half of what people do from here on. There are no hospitals. There are no clinics. A flu becomes a plague. In the 3 years after day 0, 80% of the elderly and the frail in this country die, and almost none of them die to monsters. They die to infections that a pharmacy could have solved. We upgraded weapons again on the way out. Knives, hammers, wrenches with a proper head on them. And I made a note to myself that I did not say out loud, which was that when I next see Han Jiang, I am going to ask him for guns. People assume firearms stop mattering. They do not. What happens is that within 2 years, researchers work out how to grind high-level monster bone into propellant, and then a rifle becomes relevant again for about a decade. The factory turned out to be a cement plant. Machinery worth several million standing there dead and orange with rust already starting, which is a thing I have never gotten used to. Rust arrives so fast now, nobody visible on the walls. Which is what a badly run camp looks like, and Gao Da did not run a badly run camp. Silver Eyesight found the sentry ports. 8 of them, about 30 centimeters across, drilled through the wall at heights and angles that covered every approach in a full circle. That is professional work. Somebody in there had done this before. My dark elf stepped out of the crack beside me, and my people got their first proper look at her in daylight, and the whole line went quiet in a way I noted and filed. My summons are becoming a morale weapon in their own right, and I have started deploying them accordingly. Pupil focusing. A dark elf's eyesight scales with every rank she takes, and at that distance, she told me she could see the individual hairs on the sentries' faces. First arrow went through the head of a middle-aged man who was eating a piece of bread at his post. Second arrow went through the next one, same entry point, same angle, before anybody inside that building had registered the first. Under 3 seconds, 2 dead. Then screaming started in the factory, and then the screaming stopped, all at once, cut off by one single piercing shriek as somebody in there suppressed a panic the direct way. Gao Da came out himself, bald, built like something quarried, and across his whole chest there was a striped tiger, tattooed by a professional, beautifully done, silver rank. Behind him came the 2 magic light cockroaches, and I finally understood the reports. Person height, millstone wide, armor like polished obsidian, triangular heads, antennae as long as my arm. And each of them had half a body in its mouth because a riot had started in that factory 2 minutes earlier when the sentries died, and he had ended it by having them tear 2 people apart in the yard where everybody could see. Some cockroach facts, since they earned their place here. A cockroach survives in a basement and on the 40th floor and in a nuclear plant. An evolved one survives roughly 2 hours in vacuum. Magic Light is an alien species, which means roughly 1 in 10 evolved cockroaches, and its armor is immune to elemental attack. All of it. Electricity slides off. Fire does nothing. Freezing does not take. Having 2 of them in one place is not skill. That is luck of an obscene order. Where did these scoundrels come from? He said, daring to raid my camp. Are you tired of living? You are Gao Da? That is right. It was me. He liked the question. He liked it a great deal. Do you know who I am? In this city, even if it is the Heavenly King himself. Oh, you are Gao Da. That makes things easier. I grinned at him. And a silver rank professional who had not felt fear since the night he woke up broke into a sweat in front of 600 of his own people. Who I am is not important, I said. What is important is that this place is under my control from now on. As for you, you may as well die. Let us do it. No negotiation, and that was deliberate. And it is the part people get wrong. Gao Da's brand was stamped on all 600 of those people. Their food came from him. Their discipline came from him. Their fear came from him. You do not inherit a man like that. You erase him publicly, and then you inherit what he built. 3 arrows went out. Sun Kai was transforming mid-stride, and Banshee and Imp came up out of the ground on either side of the yard at the same moment. Somebody behind me said, but he is silver. He has 3 such individuals under his command, I said. The cockroaches stepped in front of him, turned their backs to us, and their shells went glassy. All 3 arrows actually bent, into shallow bows, and dropped onto the concrete. I watched that with genuine professional interest. However, I said, while that ability is amazing, it is not permanent. Defense. Let us see how many more attacks you can withstand. Banshee. Cleave its body open. I want to strip off that insect armor. And my Banshee had upgraded its own kit at some point without mentioning it to me. It came in with 2 construction sledgehammers, 1 in each hand. The kind a working man lifts with both hands, and a braced back and a grunt. First hammer, the shell held. The cockroach went into the ground up to the middle of its legs. Second hammer, before the film could reform and the head came off. Gao Da took the green blood across the face, and I watched him forget how to breathe, because he had once emptied an entire magazine into that armor at 3 meters and had not left a white mark on it. His nail professional went for me, which was correct. Cut the head off the snake, always. He got 5 or 6 meters from me. Then something took his foot and hung him upside down in the air. A dozen arms came up out of the mud, and they did not hurry. His shin snapped first with the bone coming out through the trouser leg, then the other, then the arms, at the elbow, and again at the shoulder, and by the time they had finished, his body was bent into several pieces that did not agree with each other. It took a full second. He needed 2 more before he could start screaming. Death, at times like that, becomes a luxury item. Sun Kai was in the thug line, and he was enjoying himself. Tail through a chest, a punch through a neck, machete skidding off his scales and taking chips out of the concrete behind him. If the Lord commands you to die, he was shouting at people who had never met me, then you must die. Arrows kept arriving from the flank the whole time, and none of them missed. Gao Da's entire inner circle was dead in about 4 minutes, and the second cockroach was hammered flat into the yard it had been standing in. Then he went down on his knees. Do not kill me. I have no grudge against you. Take the camp, take the food, take all of it. I am willing to be your slave. Just do not kill me. I will do anything. I made a small gesture at Sun Kai, across the throat, and Gao Da played his last card, and it was a very good card. He tore his shirt open, and the tiger on his chest came alive and shattered. Out of it came a butterfly the size of my palm, gauze wings, sky blue eyes, and I want to say this carefully because it matters. It was so beautiful that looking at it produced joy, not admiration. Joy, the involuntary kind, in the middle of a yard with 11 corpses in it. It opened those eyes, and a beam of light took me before I could move. I woke up in a bed, in a lit room, with a ceiling and a lamp, and clean sheets against my arms. How long has it been since you experienced light? That was my first thought, and I did not have time to be suspicious of it. Lin Hua was standing over me, smiling. Master, she said. I did not say anything. Do you not like me calling you that? I will be your slave now. Are you happy? I pinched my own arm. It hurt. Interesting, I said. Then the room turned, the way rooms do in there. You humiliated me like that day, she said, and the smile was gone. Do you know how much I hate you? My parents died so badly. Those worms opened their stomachs and I was standing right there watching it happen. And then I ran into you. The blade of pale yellow light came out on her right hand. You monster. And she took my arm off at the shoulder. That pain was not a description. I want to be precise about this. It was not the memory of pain or the idea of pain. It was felt, fully, arriving in the correct order, with the shock coming a half second behind it. Here is why that thing works, and it is not magic. It is like watching a horror film. You know perfectly well there are no ghosts. You know the actress is fine and is currently at lunch. So why do you scream? Atmosphere clouds consciousness. That is the entire product. The butterfly does not lie to your mind. It lies to the room. If a healthy person experienced this kind of pain, I said on the floor with one arm, they would definitely be lost in this illusion. But I have experienced it. I took her head off with the blade of flame. And since we are here, let me give you the resume, because it is relevant and because I have never told anybody. In my last life, the vast Scorpion King got venom into my left leg, and there was no healer within 4 days' travel, and the spread rate was about a hand's width an hour. I cut the leg off myself, not in one stroke, in pieces, working up, staying ahead of the line, over about 40 minutes. I paid a fortune to have it regrown later, and the man who did it charged me correctly. And I once lay still in the desert for 2 full days, waiting for a crimson fox. And when I finally stood up, the skin across my chest had roasted to the point where it came away with the shirt. Compared to that, what is a severed arm? My dark elf came in next and put an arrow through my abdomen, and I split her face open. Then Imp's arms closed on me, and it took my ribs one at a time, in order, and I could taste my own blood at the back of my throat, and I complimented it. From a lump of mud to the heretic you are today, I said, your strength has truly improved a great deal. Then I spat and told the room what I had worked out. This hallucination relies on fear to stimulate the brain. The more afraid you are, the faster you sink. And it is real. It is so real that even I am about to give up. But I have already died once. Fear? How could an illusion like this possibly hold me? And I put the blade of flame through my own skull. I opened my eyes in the yard. No time had passed. None. Gao Da was still frozen in the gesture he had been making, his mouth still open on a word, and Sun Kai's foot had not landed, and the butterfly's wings had stopped beating, mid-air, in shock. I took it out of the air with one hand. Senluo butterfly. How could there be one of those here? If a magic-like cockroach is a professional, a Senluo butterfly is a hero template. Roughly 1 in 10,000 evolved butterflies, and most people go their whole apocalypse without meeting one. Physically, it is feeble. It has no elemental attack at all. You could kill one with a rolled magazine. And it is one of the most dangerous things in this world because it disguises itself as anything, a tattoo for instance, and it builds an illusion space whose only exit is your own consciousness. It eats fear and confusion and despair. And you get out when your mind has been drained, at which point you are an idiot for the rest of your life. Mild cases present as dementia. Severe cases simply die of shock without a mark on them. And here is what was actually at stake in those 11 seconds, which nobody in that yard understood. I am the anchor. Every summon I have is tied to my consciousness. If I had stayed under, Imp and my Dark Elf and my Banshee would all have snapped back to the abyss instantly, and Sun Kai would have been standing alone in a yard with a silver rank insect controller. Gao Da had exactly one shot, and it was an excellent one. If not for what I have already survived, any silver professional in this country goes down to that. You are awake? He said. How is that possible? How is this possible? And then I watched his face change, because his brain had started working again. He told me the whole plan later, in a manner of speaking. I got it out of his memory afterward, and it was good. I have the ability to subdue other insects even if all 3 of these die. That is my value and my bargaining chip. He wants to build his own power. He is ambitious. Ambition has weaknesses. I have gotten where I am by knowing when to bend. Surrender is the only way to end this. I will bide my time and take my revenge when the opportunity arises. He lifted his head to begin begging properly. The blade of flame went through his skull while the thought was still assembling. I do not know what you were about to say, I said, but one thing is certain. I do not believe you. A man with that much talent is never actually a slave, and his brand was too deep in that camp. Instead of standing guard over him every day for a year, it is better to cut the knot. And the Senluo butterfly, feeling its master die through whatever line connected them, thrashed in my fist. Then it went completely still, and it looked up at me and pleaded. 600 people, and every one of them was pale and underfed because Gao Da ran that camp on hunger. That was his entire management philosophy. Keep them one meal from desperate, and they will do anything for the meal. Of his 3 professionals, Weasel was inside my imp, the nail user was in several pieces in the yard, and the third one, the electricity elementalist, a former factory worker with burns up both forearms, walked out with his hands showing and surrendered on sight. He is still alive today. Good decision, that one. So I was up 2 professionals in an afternoon. Then I took the butterfly into a room by myself and shut the door. It played weak. It was extremely good at it. Pitiful eyes, wings folded, trembling in a way calculated to make crushing it feel like a crime, which is exactly what the Hellhound did, and I noticed the shape of it, and I want the record to show that I noticed. The problem was real, though. I am not an insect controller. I could force it, permanently, with the contract, and I would never be able to communicate with it or trust it for a single hour of the rest of my life. So I used the other thing. Summoners can graft a monster's body part onto themselves, not power, parts, an abyssal torso, a demon horn, a bone demon's tail, a rotting arm that never stops rotting and never stops working. You can do it by random summon, which is a gamble, and if you draw an imp body, then you have an imp body and you have it forever. Or you can catch a specific monster and transplant it deliberately. No pain, no gain. That is the actual phrase in the actual literature. I stood in that room and talked myself into it in about 40 seconds, and I am going to give you the whole thought because it is the most honest sentence I have about myself. To survive, I am ruthless toward other people, and I do not think that is wrong. For power, I can be exactly as ruthless and exactly as merciless toward myself. If I cannot endure a little pain, how am I supposed to face the insect tide, and the sea of corpses after it, and the dimension that opens after that? Then I hooked 3 fingers and took out my own left eye. I stood there for a while afterward with a hollow socket and a face the color of paper, and the sweat came off me fast enough to pool on the floor between my boots. There is nothing you cannot give up for power. Not even yourself. You are on that list. You were always on that list. My blood ran down my face and dripped onto the butterfly in my other hand, and it went insane. Completely. It thrashed like something boiling. The creature that eats fear for a living had never in its existence encountered whatever it was reading off me, and there is no word in its world for it. Madman. That was the shape of the feeling coming off it. Just that, over and over. I grinned at it with a bloody face. You want to pledge allegiance to me? Fine. Then merge with me. Infuse your ability and your consciousness into my flesh and blood. From this day forward, we will be one. Then I crushed it in my fist, pressed what was left into the socket, and slapped my own forehead hard enough to see white. Merge. Let your flesh and blood become my new eye. Sweep away everything for me and prove your true worth. A few minutes later, something started growing in there. The pain never actually stopped. That is the part nobody warns you about. It settles into something like a dozen insects crawling around inside the socket, and it is painful, and it also itches, and there is no way to reach it, and there never will be. In the mirror, the right eye was unchanged. The left one had come in pale green, with 4 small dots arranged around the pupil, the Senluo butterfly's own markings. And now the part I did not know when I did it. That sacrifice is a gamble, and not the kind I had accounted for. The abyss is full of skeleton warlocks and dark spellcasters who spend centuries waiting for exactly this ritual, because a graft summons body and consciousness together. They answer the call, they eat the professional's mind on the way through, and then they are born into this world wearing his face and using his contacts. Which is why every sane summoner performing a graft hires a psychic to stand beside him and scrub out whatever comes in with it. I did not have a psychic, I did not have anybody, and the eye still had the butterfly in it. Its memories came through me in waves for the next 2 days, being a caterpillar. The pupa, which is apparently horrifying from the inside. 3 escapes it had engineered with illusions, and it was proud of all 3. Fragments of Gouda from underneath the shirt, right up to the moment it met me. And then the memories turned, and what came in after that was resentment and despair arriving like weather, like a typhoon that had been waiting behind a hill. I had to strangle it myself, in my own head, over about 6 hours, with nobody in the room. The butterfly's last play was not to win, it was to contaminate. I said it out loud in that room, mostly to keep myself company. Even dying, you are still trying to disturb my mind and make me keep more of your memories. Turn me into something that is neither insect nor human, and once I accept them, I start picking up habits, loving damp places, preferring dark corners. That is how it ends for the ones who lose this fight. They know it is wrong. They sink anyway, slowly, and their consciousness rots, and eventually there is a summoner out there somewhere who is cruel and bloodthirsty and eats meat off the ground, and everyone assumes the apocalypse did that to him. The apocalypse did not do that to him. A graft did. I do not care what kind of alien species you are already part of my body. Trying to resist is not so easy. I put a mental storm through it. Blades, thousands of them, going both directions, until the memories stopped being memories and became nourishment. I have died once, and I have had a very long time to learn what my own head is for. What was left when it was quiet is called the Myriad Manifestations Eye, the entire Senluo butterfly, consciousness erased, ability fully intact, sealed into my left socket, and it scales every time I do. What makes it better in my hands than in Gao Da's is simple. He was an insect controller. He needed the illusion to hold, for minutes, while he did something about it. I am a summoner. I need 1 second of an enemy standing perfectly still. 1 second is 1 arrow. I slept properly for the first time in 11 days, which at silver buys 2 days and 2 nights of full alertness. In the mirror, the left eye looked completely ordinary. Black, unremarkable, slightly bloodshot. Then I ran a wisp of will into it, and the pupil went pale green with 4 colored dots that turned slowly around it, like butterflies moving inside my eye. Flame Demon Transformation. Myriad Manifestations Eye. I have somehow acquired 2 trump cards in 11 days, and neither of them cost me anything I was using. Then I opened the door onto 5 corpses on the factory floor with their necks turned around. Sun Kai was standing over them. Gao Da's last loyalists had tried to leave in the night. And the moment he met my eyes, his face went from murderous to frightened in about a quarter of a second, which is the most useful thing about him. Very good, I said. Everything here is up to you. Food is distributed centrally, the atrocities stop, and move the shelter people here. The shelter stays as a food store and a fallback. It is damp and it has no sunlight, and healthy people get sick down there in about 3 weeks. If I did everything myself with total dedication, I would never be promoted. I would simply work until I died, on schedule, exhausted, and somebody else would inherit it. I protect, they supply. That is the whole arrangement, and I gave the place a name that afternoon. Order. And I was in a hurry, which people found strange, because at that point we had food and walls. What is coming is worse than this. Not the monsters. The middle of the apocalypse produces cults that kill for the pleasure of it, and leaders who make tonics out of children, and the devil cult, and the doomsday cult, and the child-changing cult, and professionals who take the side of dimensional creatures against their own species and consider it an upgrade. Insects can be killed. Zombies can be killed. Monsters can be killed. The evil in people cannot be eradicated, and it has not even properly started yet. Right now, this city is still water. Also, practically, Silver gives me 4 summoning slots and one of them was empty. I needed corpses. The surviving elementalist turned out to be a factory worker who had awakened during a bad night and survived our attack only because it ended before he could fire from his ambush position upstairs. He is now the most cooperative man in the building. Elementalists are prized everywhere, and the reason is not combat. There is a fortress in the north held by 100 gold rank earth elementalists who do nothing but reinforce the walls, day and night, forever, and no ordinary force on this planet can get into it. In our case, it meant the generator kept running after the fuel did not. Gauda's inventory was better than his defense. An entire emptied grain depot and 3 convenience stores. 1 room wall-to-wall with rice. 3 more half full of flour, millet, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and snacks. Enough that food stopped being a problem, which is itself the most powerful recruiting tool that exists now. 5 handguns with no ammunition, knives, gasoline, and a tooth. Long, heavy, needing both hands, and colder than ice to hold. The edge curved like a scimitar. I brushed my sleeve against it while lifting it, and the fabric came apart along the line of contact. That is the tooth of an epic realm beast. Epic sits above legendary. A human at that tier does not get tested or certified. He gets handed a war zone, harder than any steel we make. A shell would not crack it. 70 pounds, 2 magic light cockroaches, a Senluo butterfly, and an epic tooth in 1 warehouse. If that man had been allowed to keep going, who knows where he would have ended up. But he died, and everything he was became an opportunity for me. The tooth went to my Banshee, which finally solved the Bone Club problem. Last item on the list, from the Elementalist. A scorpion, in the hospital, 3 meters, giant pincers, and lightning crawling on its back. Gao Da had been saving it until his cockroaches were big enough. Thunder Battle Scorpion, alien species of the Zerg, melee, and ranged at once, and a perfect sacrifice. The military hospital covers 100 acres, and it used to be a national key unit. It is now a nursery, dark, damp, warm, and absolutely full of blood nether centipedes, hermit scorpions, ghost spiders, and 6-winged poison flies. The Zerg strategy is not complicated. Eat anything and zombies are an endless supply. Breed constantly, day and night, summer or winter, no season. In this city, every other population is falling, and the insect population is rising. And that is not a coincidence. That is a countdown. I went in with the Banshee only, and I went in on purpose without the others. External force makes you lazy. Machines rust if you do not use them. Banshee had the epic tooth by then and was cutting corpse beetles in half with what I can only describe as a casual backhand. It also does not wash. It wears a caked layer of enemy blood like a patina, and I have measured it, and the patina adds real defense, so I have stopped mentioning it. By the time we reached the inpatient block, my military knife had gone blunt from sheer volume. Even a bronze squad walking into that lobby would probably not have walked back out. The last guard on the ground floor was a blood leech. 2 meters, the mass of a fat pig, a leech shape that had grown legs and was not happy about either half of that arrangement. Its tentacles dry an adult out in seconds. Banshee crossed 7 meters in 1 push and took its tail off. The blood that came out was so old and degraded that it worked like acid. Banshee's gray skin went black and started smoking, and it did not slow down. The leech, absolute overlord of that floor for 3 weeks, panicked and ran, and Banshee came down on it like a hill falling over and put the epic tooth through its spine. 1 stomp finished it. I did not even collect the corpse. Not worth the carry. The 17th floor was a conference hall, and nothing else in that building would come up the stairs. The Thunder Battle Scorpion was inside. Azure eyes, pincers with a bright edge on them, lightning crawling across the shell in slow arcs. And it was wrong. Panting, shifting its weight, in pain. Then its back split open and white larvae started coming out. I want to give you this species properly, because it is the best designed thing I have ever met. After mating, the male lies down and stays still, and the female eats him. She matures on him. Then she gives birth through her own splitting back, and then the young climb onto her and eat her. Father feeds mother, mother feeds children. Nobody in that cycle is a victim, because all of them agreed to it before they were born, except this one refused. She sent 1 pulse of current through her own body and paralyzed her entire brood, shook them off onto the floor, and then, calmly, ate every single one of them. The theory is that some females conceive specifically for this. The larvae are packed with life force, and they are born already charged. They are not children. They are a tonic she manufactures internally. The child eats the mother for strength. The mother eats her cubs to become stronger. I stood in the doorway and let her finish, because I was cooking. There is a dish in this country where you put live shrimp in wine before you eat them, and the point of the wine is what it does to the shrimp before it reaches you. The larvae were the wine. She was the dish. Each one converts in under 10 minutes. Her natural lifespan was going from about 30 years to over 50, and a silver rank creature with 50 years in front of it has effectively no ceiling. Her energy was now at a level she would never otherwise have reached in her life, and she had not had time to convert any of it into true origin power, which is precisely the moment to kill her. I walked in. The pincers came up and the lightning spread across the floor toward me, and contact means paralysis. Banshee stepped forward. I do not need you. Flame demon transformation. My clothes went to ash again, which I have started to budget for. The patterns came up from the abdomen and spread, and a cold, damp conference hall on the 17th floor became a furnace in about 4 seconds. Let the flames purify everything. First exchange, I moved like a rabbit and opened her armor from the top to the bottom, and the interesting part is that the wound cauterized so fast she did not bleed at all. Continuous burn. No blood, no relief, just heat that stays in the wound and keeps working. She went berserk and drove me backward across the hall, step by step, and her tail spike hung above the whole exchange like a snake waiting for one bad footfall. So I fell backwards, as if I had finally lost the pace. She came down on the opening, all 3 meters of her, close enough that I could smell her breath, and I was smiling. Myriad manifestations open. Let me tell you what happened next from her side, because that is the only way it lands. She is about to bite my head off, and a larva falls off her back. Food. She eats it. 2 more fall. She eats those. Then a dozen at once, and she absolutely knows that there were none left. Then her spine splits, and 100 come out. She burns current through her own body and kills them all. Her spine splits again, and 200 more come out, and they keep coming, like wronged souls that cannot be killed twice. She discharges again, and again, until there are thousands of larval corpses on the floor of that hall and nowhere left to put a foot down. And they keep coming out of her, and they start chewing her back hollow from the inside, and one of them takes her eye. The last thing she ever saw was larvae. Outside, there were never any larvae. She had spent that entire time spinning slowly in place, discharging lightning into the concrete floor. The rules of that eye are simple and obscene. I control the time, and I control the content. Days in there can be an instant out here. Physical strength does not matter. Speed does not matter. The only exit is a broken mind. And it costs. My left eye ached for hours afterward, and the green pupil filled up with burst vessels. Building a world is expensive, and I pay for everyone. I closed the distance and put 1 cut through her armor to wake her up because I wanted her present for it, then 3 strikes in a single leap. The floor of that hall cratered like something had come through the roof. She tried one last arc. It is all in vain, I said. So let us make the most of your final effort. Become a sacrificial offering. The blade of flame opened her head, and the blood flashed to red mist before it reached the ground, and the mark on my chest reacted. The blazing flame demon's brand went charcoal red and started to burn. The flame demon body advances on the blood of strong experts, a full minute of what I can only describe as my internal organs melting, and then it resolved. The flame patterns sharpened, and 2 small dark horns, about the size of my little finger, pushed out of my forehead, goat-shaped, curving back. Demon horns. Weak. Nearly useless in a fight currently. And they amplify mental power and block the overwhelming majority of mental attacks, which makes me a nightmare specifically for elementalists, who have spent this entire apocalypse being the nightmare. And a second gift arrived with them. I cupped my hands and a fireball formed in them. Blade of flame plus fireball, melee and casting. Now the trap, and it is worth understanding both halves. Every time I transform, the mark strengthens. The stronger the mark, the more precisely the blazing flame demon can locate me, until eventually I am lit up down there like daylight, and it tears the dimensional wall open and kills me and walks into this world through the door I spent a year building for it. The safe play is obvious. Stop transforming. Never touch it again. Except the sensing runs both ways. I can feel its direction too. And at Legendary, I do not run from it. I summon it, and I put it on a contract, and I own a legendary servant. So it is plotting against me, and I am setting a trap for it, and we are both aware of the other's plan, and neither of us can stop. Lose and I die, and the man who led a legendary demon into this world will have been me. Win and I own it. And if I refuse to use the flame demon body at all and then die tragically to something ordinary on the way there, would that not be considerably more painful? I put my hands into the scorpion's brain. The vision comes first. Summons are traceable, which nobody tells you, and every time I open a line, I get shown where it lands. A desolate plain, full of half-orcs. heavy through the shoulders, wide noses, tusks that do not fit behind the lip. The males run close to 2 meters, bearmen, minotaurs, lionmen, swanmen. They prefer action to thought and fighting to arguing, and they are not embarrassed about either. And their history is the reason I remember them. In the abyss, they are the despised ones. Demon lords do not want mindless imps and worms, because imps and worms cannot mine, and half-orcs can. So they were slaves from birth to death, under the whips of soul-judging demons and serpent demons and balrogs, beheaded for slacking, made to watch what happened to their families and given no place to take it. Then a few dozen of them rioted, then hundreds, then tens of thousands, then hundreds of thousands, and the demons lost that plane entirely and never got it back. And when it was over, hundreds of thousands of them stood on that ground and roared one sentence at the sky: "Orcs will never be slaves." I noted, while the crack was open, 2 things about the abyss that I keep coming back to. Every single time I summon, I briefly break the dimensional wall myself. I could step through, right then, anytime, on foot. And it is worth stepping into. The energy down there is at least twice as concentrated as it is here, and the minerals that our researchers will eventually be grinding into magic crystal cannon shells, the ones where every gram spent is a gram gone forever, are lying loose on the ground there like gravel. The only problem is that below Legendary, you are frontline cannon fodder in that place, and I am a silver. I suppressed the urge. I am still proud of that. Then I clenched my fists, and the crack doubled and opened out until it filled the room like a doorway, and what came out of it emptied the entire hospital. Every insect in that building, bronze ones included, came boiling out of the morgue and the wards and the stairwells and left, come out, and a phantom stepped through onto the 17th floor. The 4th servant of a man who collects slaves, from the one species in either world whose entire identity is that they will never be slaves again. What came out was not a minotaur. Short red hair cut off at the ears, purple eyes, a bone necklace and a strip of hide at the waist, wheat-colored skin, 4 visible canines, claws already spread, cat ears, and a long thin tail that was doing the thing tails do when the animal has decided. Wild. That is the only word for what came off her. No fear, no panic, no attempt to read the room. Just the most primal reaction a body makes when it recognizes danger. The half-orcs proper are lizardmen and gnolls and minotaurs. Strong, territorial, respected in the way you respect weather. And then there are the ones who live in the cracks. Catfolk, rabbit people, fox people. Beautiful, weak, and therefore owned even by their own side. In the abyss, a catfolk is a status pet. Demon lords keep them on all 4s with iron tags around their necks and discard them when the novelty goes. Goblins hunt them for sport. Kobolds hunt them for sport. Several of those races are already extinct, and nobody down there noted the dates. They are famous for one thing, which is that the entire tribe migrates at the slightest disturbance, which is what made the next part absurd because this one squared up. Fine, I said. I'm going to test your abilities. Summoning slots are precious, and I will not allow a useless pet to occupy one. Show me what makes you qualified to become my slave. Banshee put the epic tooth down and charged her. She came up to its waist. She slipped a hammer fist by about the width of a finger, which is a racial trait and still looked like a magic trick, and put one small hand into its side. Purple flame flashed off her knuckles. Internal energy. My Banshee went back 7 or 8 steps and rolled over. She crossed several meters in one jump and hit it in the chest, and an undead creature that does not have organs coughed up pieces of the ones it used to have. 2 punches. Fistmaster. That title turns up occasionally among bear tribes and gnolls, and almost never even there. Genius, without a doubt. That talent is not below a hero template and maybe above one, because she did not grow up in a world with hospitals in it. Then she blurred, so fast her outline went translucent, and swung at my head. That is ruthless. I did not move. You dare. The rules caught her mid-punch and held her there with her fist about 11 centimeters from my face. I took her throat. Interesting. Somewhat unexpected. A weak catfolk has actually comprehended the essence of fist techniques. A fistmaster gives up all armor and all weapons, permanently. The flesh is the armor, the fists are the weapon, and there is no negotiating that clause. And what decides your rank is not strength. It is a strong heart, which is why the discipline exists at all, and why almost nobody completes it. At the top of that path, you can stand inside Dragon's Might and be unaffected, the pressure that stops demon lords. In a race of cowards, one of these is an eagle that has come out of a chicken coop. I transformed while I had her by the throat because I wanted the shortcut. It was exactly the wrong lever. Blazing flame demons are royalty down there, and high-ranking demons are precisely the ones who keep catfolk crawling on all 4s with tags on. She did not need to be told what she was looking at. She recognized the smell. Ash gray, choking, with my hand closing, she got it out anyway. Lyra has no fear. Lyra will protect her people. Lyra will return to the goddess's embrace. And I understood her, not through the mental link I use with my dark elf. Actual speech. The horns translate. Her name is Lyra. Her goddess is Aura, goddess of cats and dance. Cat-headed, radiant, with a voice like a contented purr, and completely irresponsible, fickle, pleasure-obsessed. Bored the instant she is satisfied, worshipped by catfolk and bards and hedonists, and her entire doctrine amounts to the position that life should be about experiencing all the joys in it. It is an enormous irony that an unreliable goddess like that has produced a fistmaster. There are many kinds of courage: to overcome fear, to pursue what you want, to protect something. Hers was the third one. So I stopped attacking her and went for the thing she was guarding. Catfolk starve, constantly. Their elders walk out into the abyss alone when they get too old so as not to eat the tribe's food. Food, there it is. Imp came to deliver, and it had changed again. The arms were no longer dark blue. They had come in rosy and warm because it had eaten Song Tao and the others, and professional arms grow back stronger. Strong enough that even my banshee would not get out of two of them without the epic tooth, and they had started acting on their own, clenching into fists, spreading their palms, and two of them, at the front, touching their index fingers together in a small shy gesture that I have never asked about. It had also learned a new word. Food. Delicious. Food. In the soft voice of a young child. Its vocabulary grows every time it eats a person, and I will not pretend otherwise. If that thing were not under my control and incapable of betraying me, and I met it in the wild, I would use everything I have to kill it immediately. The closest human diagnosis is dissociative identity disorder, except with hundreds of borrowed ones. A murderer with a long list outside can be a gentle and loving father at home. Now imagine 400 of him in one body agreeing to hold a package. Hand me the package. It dropped the food instantly. No matter how tempting food is, it is not worth one hair on my head, and I did not teach it that. Some of its arms offered the bundle up on tiptoe without daring to touch me. I tore the bread open and put it on the floor in front of her with the rice. She did not know what rice was. The bread finished her. In the abyss, catfolk eat worms, which are greasy and foul even cooked, plus birds when they are lucky, and bark and dirt when they are not. And as the tribe's hunter, she brought everything home and received a share the size of her palm. She had not been full in years. Want some? I can give you all of this. She fought it. I watched her fight it. Lyra will not be corrupted by demons. Enemy. You are the enemy of my people. I put a mental storm through her. Ants under the skin. Cold sweat. Straight onto her knees. She still would not yield because she has watched demons do exactly this to her people, and she knew the shape of it. So I changed the offer. Surrender to me and behave well, and I will provide you with food. Not only that. When I advance to gold and my mastery of spatial power improves, I can deliver food to your people directly. She stopped breathing. And this is the human world. There is no sulfur in the air here. The land is fertile. When I break through to Legendary, I can bring your entire tribe here to live on it. That is not a lie, incidentally. At Legendary, I can tear a door open into the abyss from this side alone. The same move that, used in a moment of panic, would flood this world with everything down there. My patience is limited. Follow me, and you and your people are protected. Do not, and you die now. And I was careful about how I did it, which mattered. She is not my dark elf. Humiliate a fistmaster and she kills herself, or her art stalls forever, because that discipline runs on the heart and a stained soul stops climbing. I needed the fearlessness intact. It was the only thing I was buying. Lyra. She went to the floor like somebody worshipping. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to my master. She ate 9 loaves of bread without stopping. Then she stood up rosy and sharp-eyed like a bird in a storm, and I finally understood what I had been looking at. For 2 years, she has fought every single battle hungry, rationing herself, deciding in advance how much of her own strength she was allowed to spend because there would be nothing to replace it with. Full, she can spend 100%. Strength professionals eat constantly, by the way. A legendary one will put away an entire cow in a sitting and be hungry that evening. I originally thought I had summoned junk. Instead, there was a gem inside it. My banshee is terrifying, and next to Lyra, it is still lacking something. And I liked her eyes. No fear, faint resistance, curiosity. Independent thought, which my dark elf has, and my imp emphatically does not. Our arrangement is openly transactional, and I prefer that to loyalty. Loyalty expires, terms do not. Then I saw the whole thing all at once, standing in a hospital corridor. Catfolk are natural scouts and run at twice a human speed. My dark elf could recruit her own kind, and a few hundred dark elves would hold off a medium siege. My banshee has access to the undead, and my imp breeds its own horrors out of whatever it swallows. 4 armies, the undead army, the dark arrows, a family of cats, and a sea of silt and corpses. Drawn entirely from the Abyss, because Abyss troops beat anything I could raise here, and the reason is beautifully simple. They do not need to be taught how to fight. That is their life and their daily routine. All things must be put into practice to arrive at the truth, so let me state the schedule. 4 summon slots filled, mental power at maximum, firmly above silver and below gold. Gold is roughly 10 times harder than silver. On ambient energy alone, that is about a year. But the insect tide is a few months away, and the insect tide is an opportunity. Here is the plan, and I am aware of how it sounds. That tide brings at least 1,000 insects into this city, including silver rank ones and a golden insect king. I intend to let the city fight it, and then I intend to blood sacrifice the entire tide. Sacrificing thousands of insects at once is not something humans do. Only evil gods from the Abyss have that kind of audacity, and I have read their paperwork. If it works, I go straight to gold, possibly Gold Peak. Nobody had ever looted that hospital because of the scorpion, so we took 3 boxes of anti-inflammatories and a box of medical bandages, sealed them, and posted them into my imp's stomach. It giggled and said, "It itches," in the voice of a large adult man out of a little girl's face. A full day gone. I dismissed Banshee and Imp and walked back with Lyra. Near the factory, she stopped dead, bared her fangs, and started scanning ahead. Half-orcs smell several times better than we do, and what she was doing was smelling how strong something was. That is a real sense, and it is the only reason her people are not extinct. I did not wait for her report. I ran. 50 of my men were standing outside the gate. Sun Kai was on the ground. The man whose lizard plating turns bullets. Pale, bleeding, face swollen shut on one side, and his right arm twisted into a shape that arms do not make. Ruined. 1 man and 2 women. The women were twins, 25 or so, both awakened and both at peak bronze. The man was in his early 20s, handsome, entirely expressionless, and he was sitting on a crate like a hill. Animal roars were leaking out of him, not from his mouth, out of the skin. Something not quite a wolf and not quite a tiger coming up through the pores in low bursts. Silver rank, and a true strength professional, which is a different thing from a man with a strong power. Next to him, Gao Da was an accountant. I knew him. Everybody in this city eventually knows him. Liu Sun, the 100 Beast Divine General. He learned Bajiquan from childhood, competed nationally, took gold medals, and therefore entered the apocalypse as an already finished fighter, which almost nobody did. By the time I died last life, he was at gold, 1 step below legendary, and could voice 42 different beasts simultaneously. A charge that sounds like 100 animals arriving at once, and enemies who simply refuse to engage it. 7th on this city's list of 10 strong experts. Founder, later, of the Thunder Prison Battle Group, one of the 3 great battle groups in J City. Thousands of members and hundreds of professionals under it. He is also arrogant, greedy, and takes what he wants without a conversation. He should have died a dozen times over, and instead he keeps winning. A chosen one. He had come for food. Sun Kai had refused him. Monsters are rampant now, Liu Sun said pleasantly. I have used my abilities to protect a number of people. I only wanted some food, and this little reptile blocked my way, so I taught him a small lesson. From the ground, through a broken jaw, Sun Kai corrected him. He wanted half of everything. Monsters are rampant now, so humans should help each other, Liu Sun said. I am being lenient by not killing him. How about you apologize and we let this go? The condition is that I will need a great deal of food. Then his eyes went to Lyra, ears and tail, and they stayed there with an expression I have seen on men at auctions. I noted it, and I set it aside for about 4 seconds. You injured my men first, I said, and now you want food from me? Then I stopped speaking quietly. Come and take it if you dare. Otherwise, stay exactly where you are. Lyra, kill him. His calculation was completely reasonable and completely wrong. 2 silvers do not burn each other over a weakling. He would haggle, take some grain, keep his face, and leave. That is how the new world works, and everybody who is anybody has agreed to it. But I do not play by the rules at all, and this is the thing people never adjust to in time. 1 second I am having a gentle conversation, and the next second I am weather. Here is the actual reasoning, because it was not temper. That factory is my foundation, and those 600 people already lived under Gauda. They have failed once under a master already. If they are bullied a second time under mine, then even while they outwardly obey me, every single one of them will start keeping other plans in the back of their heads. There is no version of the world where I let that slide. Also, I wanted to see what a fistmaster actually does. You want to undermine my foundation just to show off your power? I will kill you and use your beastly body as a sacrifice for my flag. Lyra bent until her spine arced like a drawn bow, and I heard her bones crack. Then she went, and the ground where she launched caved in 3 inches. 2 small pink fists, and half of my men looked away, because they could not stand to watch a girl get her arm torn off. Liu Sun was the only one not laughing. He said afterward that she came at him like a small sun and that the wind coming off the punch made it difficult to breathe. Too fast. He got both arms crossed in front of his chest in time, which was excellent, and the bones inside them compressed with a series of cracks, and he went back 3 meters with the arm still ringing. The roar of 100 beasts, a dozen animals at once. Rhinos, tigers, lions, wolves, and things with no name in any book I have read. Ordinary people went down where they stood. I frowned, and I do not frown at noise. At full growth, that will rival dragon's might, and I knew it, and that is precisely why I had already decided. A genius that exceptional is either befriended and made an ally, or made an enemy and not permitted to leave. People like Liu Sun become more courageous with every setback, which makes an unfinished enemy the most expensive thing you can own. And Lyra was not affected at all. The entire discipline is rock solid, brave, and fearless, and the practitioners get stronger the stronger the opponent is. They train by walking into ogre camps and fighting until they nearly die, on purpose as a curriculum. They collided. Head, neck, waist, groin. No ornament in any of it, only kill points from both of them. His Bajiquan is genuinely brutal, taut as a drawn bow and explosive as thunder, and he is also a promising amateur, and she has spent 2 years fighting demons for a tribe that cannot replace her. He looked away from her eyes first. Then she put a fist through his chest guard and the muscle dented and the bones underneath cracked. Mei, Tao, lend me a hand. The twins moved. The cold one came first, with ice condensing along her fingertips into points sharp enough to go through an iron plate. Huh, I said. You actually dared to launch a sneak attack. This was originally a one-on-one battle. Anyone who stands against me is an enemy, so what if they are women? If you break the rules, you are dead. Flame demon transformation. Red skin, 2 horns, 1 green eye. She had awakened 3 weeks ago and had never been in a fight in her life, and she did not even scream. 1 stroke. Sister. The second twin froze mid-step, and then she actually looked at what she was fighting. Burning patterns crawling across a human body, 2 horns, and a left eye lit emerald green. Every instinct she had said run, and I want to be fair to her because the source of her whole situation was not greed, love and guilt and resentment and helplessness. She knew what she was doing was wrong. She did not believe she had another option. She ran, and she fell into water. In a concrete factory yard, in the middle of a fight, she went into deep water over her head. She could swim. She had swum 3 times a week for years for her figure at a pool with a glass roof. She got to 2 meters from the edge, then 1 meter. And something took her ankle. She looked down into her sister's face, still beautiful, with the sword wound open across the throat and the white of the neck bone showing through it. Why did you not avenge me? The voice came out like something being dragged across glass. We grew up together, and I always gave you everything. Why are you indifferent now that I've been killed? She tried to close her eyes. Her eyelids would not close. Sister, I am so scared. Please do not kill me. Please do not kill me. We grew up together. If I die, will you stay with me? Do not go. Stay here with me. And the corpse bit into her shoulder and took her down. She was 1/2 meter from the shore. There was no water in that yard. Myriad manifestations eye. The second twin hit the concrete with her eyes open and dull and saliva running out of the corner of her mouth. Gone in seconds. A living dead woman who could not have fed herself. 2 powerful enemies in 1 minute, and I had only moved for one of them. Liu Sun screamed both names, punched Lyra off him, and then stopped. And it was not grief that stopped him. I watched him do the arithmetic in real time. Those 2 were 1 ranged and 1 melee, and together they could cut a path through a small insectide, and they had died in front of him without a fight. Then he did the thing that made me decide to kill him. He surrendered. I admit defeat this time. I still have food and men under my command, and I will send them to you. From now on, I will follow your lead, eliminate monsters and kill enemies for you, and serve you loyally. I killed 2 of your women, I said, and you are going to let it go? Something crossed his face, 1 flicker, and then it was gone. Women are like clothes. If you lose one, you find another. Besides, I have plenty, so I will not miss these 2. And he meant it. That is the part. They were erased out of him standing there in a factory yard in under 4 seconds. Truly admirable. And terrifying. What a fine example of the old saying that a man who is not poisonous is not a man. So I set the price. If you want to join my ranks, you will have to show some sincerity. You crippled one of my men's arms. I want you to cut off both of yours. Do that, and from today, I treat you as a brother. He read it correctly, which I respected. He wants me to cut off my own arms and then keep me penned like a pig. I would never be able to rise again. You are forcing me into a fight to the death. I gave you a chance and you did not cherish it, I said. Do not blame me. Lyra, let him go. She landed more than a dozen punches at once, a net of them from his collarbone to his hip. For scale, a competition taekwondo fighter can throw about 7 kicks in a second and gets called Ghost Shadow for it. That is nothing next to this. 2 got through the guard and he came apart along the seams, and then, under the pressure of actually dying, he mutated. The resentment came out of him with a laugh like a crow. I am not reconciled. Whoever stands in my way, I kill them. I have walked into so many dangers and always come out unscathed. How could I fail? How could I die here? 13 beasts condensed behind him and folded into one shape: elephant trunk, bear paws, bull horns, leopard tail, crocodile eyes, a sphinx. I am stronger now. Thank you. If I had not been threatened with death, my ability would never have mutated. Today I am leaving, and who can stop me? Then he told me what he would do when he came back, and I will give you the clean version. He was going to return when he was stronger, take everything I had built, and make me watch. One punch put Lyra through the air twice and left both her arms dead to the shoulder, and then he ran, immediately, without finishing her, without finishing anything, which is exactly why he had survived so long. Run? Where can you run to? You think you are in control. In my eyes, you are a dying wild dog. Dark elf, banshee, imp. Come out and suppress him. 3 cracks opened at once. An energy-focusing shot took the back of his right leg and tore skin and tendon off it together, and he went down. Before he could scream, a dozen arms broke the floor open and took him, each one closing with about 100 pounds of grip, and he stopped being a problem while he was still on his feet. Banshee arrived on schedule with the epic tooth. His head hit the ground, still wearing the expression. He was going to be 7th in this city. He was going to found the Thunder Prison Battle Group and command thousands. And standing there with 4 abyss creatures behind me, I understood something about my own position for the first time. I had just ordered the execution of a future strong expert, ordered it, from 11 meters away, without unfolding my arms. Sun Kai's arm was beyond a healer. Bone, flesh, meridians, and tendon all severed at once. Short of a legendary healer, it was never going to lift anything again. So I did it in front of the whole camp, which was the point. You are loyal, and you protected my foundation from damage. I am a man who rewards merit and punishes mistakes. Today I will grant you an opportunity to condense the flesh and blood of a strong expert and rebuild your severed arm. Then I turned to the corpse. You crippled one of my men's arms. Pay with your body. I gave Sun Kai the honest warning, because I always do. When you rebuild it, the pain will be unbearable. If you cannot endure it, you may lose consciousness and become a living dead. Or you may simply die. He looked at the arm on the ground, and there was real envy in his face. I choose to gamble. I want to live, but I do not want to live like this. A small crack opened, inhaled Liu Sun's entire body, and shredded it. The Sphinx Phantom survived its owner and screamed like a crowd, and something else floated up out of the corpse. A tiny winged figure, woman-shaped, with the face blurred out. Liu Sun, I said. You thought you were so great, and you never even noticed somebody had planted a soul mark on your body. It panicked and tried to fly. Where are you going? That body contains powerful soul energy. If I refine you, Sun Kai's chances go from good to certain. Do not go. You can be fertilizer too. The crack took it, and as it dissolved, a woman screamed somewhere that was not here. Then the vortex took Sun Kai's ruined arm off at the shoulder and atomized it while he was awake, and he screamed for a while, and then 13 beasts and a dead man's flesh started budding out of the socket. Across the district, there is a library. It is the school's landmark building, and it is made of the hardest stone brick, which is the entire reason 200 people are alive inside it. Monsters cannot get in, and unlike every other shelter in this story, it is clean, tidy, and perfectly organized. The woman running the intelligence is called Zhang Li, about 20, and she coughs blood after every use of her power, which splits her soul into 3 winged clones. No combat ability at all. Undetectable, fast, and perfect for scouting, and she had been sending them north for food and south for enemy positions for 3 weeks. She also has an abnormally strong soul, which makes people want to be near her, not desire, affinity, a pull. In this world that is not a blessing, it is a diagnosis. The man running the shelter is Duan Hong. Linen shirt, no power worth the name in a fight. What he awakened is computation. Where the rest of us need minutes to reach one conclusion, he generates a dozen in the same minute. And he had run that building for 3 weeks without a single mistake, which is a thing I have never managed. They are childhood sweethearts. Same school from junior high all the way through university. She wanted to be a florist. He drew comics and had already published and been paid once, which he mentioned twice. Their problem was that the library's only 2 combat professionals had been He Mei and He Tao. The twins had met Liu Sun, defected, and sold him the library, including Li, whom he had announced he was taking. Only Duan Hong's stalling had kept her, and he had run out of ways to stall, so his desperate measure had been to plant one of Li's clones inside Liu Sun's camp to watch him day and night, which is how she had just watched, through her own dying clone, a head come off and a body go into a hole in the air. 5 days of food left, complaints turning into unrest, and neither of them able to throw a punch. To survive, we must rely on a strong expert, she said. I think we can go and seek refuge with that person, Duan Hong objected. His objection was her face, and she gave him the answer I have thought about more than any other line anybody said to me that month. Was he May pretty? He said she was a rare beauty. And it was precisely that face which, the moment that man identified her as an enemy, he cut down without the slightest hesitation. If I were the one he considered an enemy, he would not show me any mercy either. The man who does not want her is the only safe man in this district. What we need to consider now is how to demonstrate our value. Only that way do we stop hiding like mice and stand in the sunlight again. Liu Sun's flesh kept churning in the vortex and trying to take a human shape. I have a suspicion that if I had left it alone, it would have become something new on its own. Everything is mutating now. There is grass 2 districts over that is sharper than a knife tip and mulches whatever walks into it. And there are trees that have developed simple minds, and they kill, and they hang the bodies from their branches like fruit and let them ripen red. I finally understood how Liu Sun worked too. He collected the souls of the beasts he killed and ate them. There were 13 in there, a mighty gorilla, and I recognized it because it was the one from the nursing home, a crimson tiger, a rock lizard, all 3 of them silver in life. That gorilla was on par with my banshee, and Liu Sun killed it. He came this far by seizing other people's opportunities. If it were not for him, which of these creatures would not have been destined for greatness? He did not defeat them. He stole their futures and wore them. And then the 13 souls tried one last thing. They pooled. They started assembling a single new body out of what was left of him. A king of beasts with the wolf's ruthlessness and the elephant's courage and the leopard's speed and the lion's presence and the ape's intelligence, and it would have been comparable to the insect emperor that is coming. Impossible, I said. No matter how well you plan, you are still an ant in front of me. Resurrection? You are dreaming. I shredded it 1 step from finished. Merge. Merge with Sun Kai's arm. I want to see how powerful an arm formed from 13 ferocious beasts becomes. What grew back was twice the width of his other arm in jet black, covered in weathered patterns that turn out, close up, to be the phantoms of beasts, arranged like a seal holding something down. He had to punch the floor to vent it, and opened a 3-meter crack in the cement, and the roars that came out of that hand were more desperate than they had been when they had bodies. He advanced to Silver standing there. His own assessment of himself afterward was honest, and I liked him better for it. His ability was ordinary. Alone he would have been stuck at bronze for the rest of his life. Now the arm gets stronger every time he kills something powerful and seals its soul into it. It is a devouring engine with a road to gold on it, and possibly further. If he walked into Han Jiang's camp tomorrow, they would make him a 2nd lieutenant and hand him a district. He thought about that for a few seconds. I watched him think about it. Then he knelt. From now on, I am your dog. Whoever you tell me to kill, I kill. If I break this oath, may I be struck by lightning. I approved of the timing far more than the words. I never believe in oaths, only in strength. Do well and you will have a place here. Do badly and I will not need God, because I can skin you alive and make you wish you had never woken up. Then the elementalist stepped forward to swear too, and I stopped him. Where were you when we were surrounded by powerful enemies? Why was Sun Kai injured and you were not? I did not have time to make a move. I think you had other ideas. If they had suppressed me and taken this place, you still wanted to join them, correct? It was correct. He had that exact plan, and he had rehearsed the words. You are half-hearted. If I do not punish you, will everybody think I am made of clay? And if your arm cannot fight, then what use is it? 1 stroke. His left hand was on the floor, cauterized, not even bleeding. I am giving you a lesson because it is your first offense. Next time, it will not be your hand. Then I gave the speech, with the flames still coming off me. Without me, you face certain death out there. Fight for me, kill bravely, and you will reap the rewards. And if any of you perform exceptionally well, I will grant you abilities, so that you may possess great power yourselves. And then the line that actually won that room, which was not any of that. Starting today, 3 meals a day, you will eat your fill, and you will eat well. They cheered until the roof rang, because Gao Da had fed them one steamed bun a day, deliberately, so that they would be too weak to walk to the gate, let alone rebel. 3 meals a day is a peacetime privilege. I bought 600 people with breakfast, 200 fighting adults, squads of 10, teams of 50, new leaders under Sun Kai. Then I sent him to capture bees. He objected, because bloodthirsty bees are alert and vicious, and he had counted a dozen corpses being used as hives. The resentment of 13 wild beasts is gathered in your arm. Release it, and they will not dare oppose you. What you have to do is bring back the lairs. Because the food in this city runs out. Everybody is currently living off shelves that will not be restocked, and a real force needs an industry because trade needs a thing to trade. The old era is gone forever. Humanity has ended its era of money. In this wasteland, food is the currency, and blood honey is the luxury good on top of it. It strengthens ordinary people over time, and it clears a professional's fatigue instantly, and there is no substitute for it anywhere. 3 days later, I walked into a room with 8 monster corpses in it being used as hives, a rock lizard, a giant beetle, and several mutated birds, including a pigeon grown to a meter across that is stronger than an eagle and can crack a boulder on the dive. There was no smell of rot at all. The corpses cure solid, like dried meat, and the room smelled pleasant. Sun Kai opened a chest cavity, and thick golden liquid ran out of it, like something poured after gold has been melted, and the smell alone cleared my head after a day without sleep. The bees prefer human hosts. Better honey. I substituted monster corpses, and the product comes out slightly drier, and I will not be discussing the alternative. Quality follows the power of the blood. A bronze or silver host produces honey so good that an ordinary person eating it daily might transcend. Then Sun Kai put his head in and said a man and a woman had come to the factory and were asking for me, and that they claimed to know Liu Sun. At the gate, I heard him say it. Li, are you really sure about this? I will not let you risk your life alone. Whether this place is a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, I go with you. Inside, the first thing that happened to me was that a voice in my ear said the words to possess her, and I bit through my own tongue to clear it. That is what a hero template feels like from the outside. Not charm, not desire, a pull, running underneath the part of you that makes decisions. She laid all of it out. The twins, Liu Sun's intentions, everything her clone had seen through a dying eye. Then she made her offer. 200 people in a library and almost no food, and she handed me a notebook. Collapsed shopping malls buried in mud with unopened stock still inside them, and behind that, the mapped territories of humans, insects, zombies, and beasts across the entire district. I closed it with a straight face and a tsunami going on behind it because that notebook alone was worth half the food in my factory. It was exactly the piece my expansion plan was missing. It also doubled as a shopping list of monsters to feed to my bees. What she had actually done was spend hundreds of clone hours on it, coughing blood the whole time, and it was her last shield. The only reason Liu Sun had not already taken her was that he wanted the map first. She handed it to me in the first 4 minutes. Then I looked past her at the man, and I stopped being calm. The apocalypse kills more than 60% of the human population of this planet, and professionals grow by absorbing exactly that. Duan Hong is 9th on this city's list of 10 strong experts, and he is the only name on that list who did not get there by fighting anybody. Here is what he becomes. He joins the heart-eating cult, whose founder preaches that swallowing 50 human hearts turns an ordinary person into a professional. It is a lie. It is also hope, and hope sells to the desperate at any price, and bodies start turning up in dark corners intact except for one absence. The city exterminates that cult in 2 days, breaks the spines of its believers, and hangs them in the trees along the ring road as a warning, and only the leader and a handful get out. And then Duan Hong rebuilds it. Quietly. Citywide. He converts officials into protectors, and 1 week produces over 300 bodies. The factions form an alliance to finish it and walk directly into his trap and lose 30 professionals in a night. At its peak, the cult has 2,000 fanatics, and professionals stop leaving their compounds alone. And here is the part that makes it a story instead of a body count. He publicly offers terms, break Liu Sun's limbs and throw him out of J City, and the heart-eating cult disbands the same day and does no further evil, and Duan Hong kills himself to atone. By then, Liu Sun is a high official with the Thunder Prison battle group behind him. Nobody takes the deal. Everybody assumed the rumor was false, that Liu Sun had taken a woman from Duan Hong. Nobody in that era believed a man would tear a city apart over one woman because women were being traded in that era, and the price was known. Sitting across from the two of them in a cement factory, I realized it was exactly the real reason. Hateful, and also admirable. Sun Kai is a general, expeditions and conquest. Duan Hong is a manager. With him in charge, everything gets arranged in order, without mistakes. Letting him walk out of that gate would have been an enormous loss, and the lever was in the room with us. Dragons have scales that cannot be touched. If a man has a weakness, it means he still has something to hold on to, and if you want to control a man like that, you start there. I took him into a room alone. He sized me up. He told me later what he concluded, and it was that Liu Sun's menace was borrowed from the beasts he had eaten, and mine was mine. I tapped the arm of the chair and opened with it. Your woman is quite good looking. He had nothing. A man who runs on premises and logic has no line for that. Such a beautiful woman, and what do you have to protect her with? Do you even think you can do it? Your ability is an enhancement of your brain. The two of you hide constantly, like bedbugs in the mud, and once you are discovered, somebody crushes you with one step, just like Liu Sun. If I had not killed him, you could not have stopped him at all. You could only have watched. He could not answer because it was true, and because when a scholar meets a soldier, reason is not a currency either of them accepts. He had already had to physically stop men in his own library from preying on the women in it, and he had barely managed it, and we both knew that. I intend to integrate the economic development zone, bring the survivors together, and face this disaster as one force. Sun Kai joined me, and I have not treated him unfairly. Because of my protection, hundreds of people here have clothes and food. You want me to pledge allegiance to you? That is right. I do not use people I do not trust, and I do not doubt the people I use. And I am never one to offer small favors. Besides myself, you would have full authority. You could command even Sun Kai, second only to the emperor. With hundreds of people at your beck and call and me as your backer, nobody will dare lay a finger on your woman. If a man reaches out, we chop off the hand. If he reaches out again, we take the leg. He started to swear an oath, and I waved it away. I do not believe in oaths. Pledge allegiance, and I will give you immense power. Betray me, and no matter where you run, I will take from you the one thing you walked in here to protect, and I will make certain you are watching when I do. Here is my theory of loyalty, and I gave it to him straight because he was the sort of man who prefers the mechanism to the sentiment. Nobody is loyal. There is only insufficient leverage. 10,000 to kill a cat, and you refuse. 1,000,000? 10 million? Somewhere in there, a number arrives, and you are not the person you thought you were. Now make it a lion instead of a cat for the same 10 million. Suddenly nobody volunteers. Price and risk. That is the entire science. Duan Hong understood it faster than anybody I have explained it to, and what he understood was that I was not asking him to trust me. I was asking him to trust himself, which is a much easier sell. Loyalty, life, betrayal, death. He told Li afterward that it did not feel like finding a leader in the wasteland. It felt like worshipping an evil god, and that building a home together was the wrong phrase, and the right one was an invasion. He said yes anyway, because of her. 4 professionals and 900 people, about to cross 1,000, and my factory was already too small. The notebook was the most valuable object I have ever been handed. The food page was solid with tiny red dots. Grain stores, supermarkets, grocers, dried goods, seafood markets, and hand-drawn floor plans of the ones buried under rubble so that even an ordinary person could find the way in. 2,000 people for a year, on that page alone. And I realized something while I was reading it. This notebook is why Liu Sun's life ran so smoothly the first time around. He got it. He took the food, and then the starving came to him and called him a savior. Second section, settlements. More than 20 camps, from a dozen people up to over 500. 3,000 human beings, mapped. Third section, monsters. She cannot name them, so she draws them, and she draws well. Snow golems, flaming chickens, cave bats. I named all of them, and then noted that every single one is premium feed for my bees. She paid for it, incidentally, and you can see the invoice. Her black hair is coming through gray, not silver, the gray of a dead tree's roots. Heavy shadows under the eyes. Her clones run on life force. Keep using it, and it takes the teeth, then the skin, then the eyes, and then she dies of old age at 22. My conclusion was entirely practical. She is Duan Hong's lifeline. Use her sparingly, because if she dies, he stops being useful to me. And on the last page, in heavier handwriting than the rest. Number 19. Sunny. While searching for food to the south, my clone heard faint crying. Probing down into the sewers, I saw an infant. No, it was a monster. Upper body like an infant, lower body, hideous tentacles. Enter this place with extreme caution. 3 exclamation marks, and a drawing. Baby's torso, giant fly beneath, 3 pairs of wings, and where a baby's eyes should be clear, there were fly eyes full of red veins. Interesting. The 3-winged demon fly. One of the 5 great insect kings. The Zerg are winning on arithmetic. Monsters and zombies in this city are decreasing. Insects are multiplying. Their structure is 1 golden insect emperor and 5 silver peak kings beneath it. Ghost mask mosquito king, 3-winged demon fly, earth drilling giant earthworm, dragon patterned beetle, ender dragonfly. Every one of them has intelligence, everyone has a trump card, and every one of them has been lying dormant inside this city the entire time we have been fighting each other over grain. In 2 months, the Emperor arrives outside the walls, the 5 answer, and the tide takes J City. 70% of the infrastructure goes. 5 kings hit 3 districts simultaneously, and the professionals are crushed before anybody organizes a response. For scale, my Banshee with the epic fang would be torn apart by any one of the 5. And the notebook had just handed me the address of one of them, 2 months early, alone. I went to scout it personally, and my assessment of my own position at that point was not flattering. There are countless brilliant minds in this world, and I am a slightly stronger ant. Until you reach Legendary, you do not control your own destiny. Above Legendary, there are 3 more rungs: Epic, Myth, Eternity. Nobody I ever met had seen the top 2, and everybody had a theory. I gave out assignments first. Duan Hong runs the factory and all personnel. Zhang Li and Sun Kai take the Northern Academy. Hundreds of acres, a library, a sports hall, dormitories, and a single playground that holds thousands. Capacity in the tens of thousands. Currently held by bandits, 2 professionals, over 300 men. Take it, I want it as our base. Sun Kai guarantees her safety and kills anything that argues. For escort, I sent Imp, which surfaced, sniffed at Li, and lit up. Is it fragrant? Can I eat it? No. Master. And then I did something I had never done before and have not been able to explain since. I put my hand on its head and rubbed. It shut its eyes and made a noise like a cat. Li stood there with her nails in her palms, entirely unable to process that a person could touch that. I left my dark elf holding the factory because Duan Hong is support and my one-handed elementalist is now, functionally, a generator with opinions. I also started carrying royal jelly. The bloodthirsty bee queen drinks only heart's blood, the few drops of essence inside the heart itself, so what she makes is 3 to 5 times ordinary blood honey and it restores mental energy fast. 1 small bottle costs 4 days and the essence of 8 monsters. I need it because holding summons out for long periods drains me, and I have started running out at inconvenient moments. One note about Duan Hong that quietly makes him the most decent man in this story. He did not stop her going with Sun Kai. He said afterward that he could not raise her into a caged bird because that would be bad for her survival. The insect king of this district was living in a sewer, which is why nobody had found it. Pitch black down there, and I do not need light. Flame demon blood means fire catches in my eyes, and I see like a man carrying a torch he does not have to hold. The floor was a menu: azure wolf, horned python, giant rat, and a 4-meter bear of the earth, which eats rock until its hands turn to bluestone and can shatter a concrete fortification, and which nothing normally touches because it is both tough and revolting. Half-eaten, ribs showing. The sulfuric acid bugs down there had grown to 1/2 meter and were bloated with concentrated acid, and when my aura touched them, they burrowed back into the meat and refused to come out. And then I found the reason this species has a section in every field manual, and I went pale, and it was disgust and not fear. There was a woman in the corner who had been dead for some days, and her abdomen was still moving. The demon fly uses hosts. That is the entire strategy, and the twisted position of her limbs was not the monster. That was her own doing at the end. I burned it. Fireball, close range, and the half-formed larva burst out trying to escape, and the flames closed the exit. Cremation. It is an ancient and solemn ritual of humankind, and I performed it in a sewer for a woman whose name I will never know. The bones cracked while they burned. There were more bodies further in, and there is a wrinkle to this species that I want on the record because it is worse than the main horror. The larvae often lose. When assimilation fails, the consciousness of the child takes over the monster body instead. It is delivered normally. It comes out able to think, in a shape nobody will ever look at twice, and it is generally eaten by other insects within the week. Past the bodies, there was an iron fence with things hanging on it. Phantom sound poison cicada pupae. Earth yellow, 20 centimeters, and every bit of the creature's energy is concentrated in that stage. Eat one, and your poison resistance climbs enormously. Their market value is the part that matters. 1 pupa buys a free enchantment from an enchanter, and enchanters are the golden hens of this era. A plain iron sword picks up a freeze or a shock or a burn and gains 40% attack for nothing, and the best of them can have the weight of a thing like my epic fang without touching its power. There were 5 on that fence. I checked for the mother, reached out, and the pupa screamed at me by vibration. They can call their parent. Nobody wrote that down anywhere. Worse, the vibration alone disrupts heart rhythm, and a frail human standing where I was standing would have gone into fibrillation and died of it. I bagged all 5 while they thrashed. The mother arrived at 1.5 meters across, with wings moving too fast to resolve, and the air went murky with colored powder that will drop a bronze-rank creature and leave a professional foaming and paralyzed on the floor. Wonderful. I stole from the younger brother, and the older brother caught me holding the bag. I summoned Banshee, and Banshee walked through the powder as though it were weather and cut the cicada in half with the epic fang. Its own speed carried it onto the edge. Then I ran without harvesting the corpse because that had been extremely loud, and the king had certainly heard it. 7 or 8 meters from the exit, my spine went cold. There was half a face watching me from around the corner, and the impression I had was that it had been there the entire time. An infant's face, pale skin, lips red as though somebody had smeared them, one visible eye holding resentment and joy and confusion and excitement all at the same time, in the same eye, like a curious baby hiding in a doorway. I am Silver with enhanced senses in every direction, and I never felt it arrive. That was the most powerful enemy I had ever stood in front of, several times over what Liu's son was, and I want you to know why it had to die that day, rather than in 2 months, because it changes how the rest of this reads. During the tide, that thing takes hundreds of hosts into its lair. When humans finally break in, 2 professionals lose their minds permanently on the spot, standing up, and 7 or 8 more come out with illness they never recover from. It stepped out into the open, chubby infant torso, lower body entirely black tentacles, an abdomen like a hair-covered gallbladder, 3 pairs of blackish-purple wings streaked with old dried blood. "Yee yee," it said, and it babbled at me, delighted, exactly like a baby that has located a favorite toy. There was no killing intent at all, because I was the toy. Cats play first, 6 meters, 5, 4. Every step landed in my chest like a bell. 3 meters, which was the range I had been waiting for. Meow. Lyra. I want to say something about her here, because it is the closest thing to warmth I have. Her soul is immaculate, genuinely. She took my deal under duress, and she has never once slacked, never once hesitated, never once been slow to the front. She charges every single time. That is probably why she became a fistmaster, and nobody else in her tribe ever has. She dropped her height by half, crossed the gap as a blur, and put internal energy squarely into the thing's head, and went through an afterimage. I did not see it move. I want that recorded. I have silver senses and a demon's eye, and I did not see it move. It was above her, coming down with a fist like a hammer, and she braced and met it and drove it back a meter, and the stone under her feet shattered and swallowed her ankles. Then they traded blows faster than I could count them. She stopped thinking entirely. She told me later that her mind could not process what was happening, and her body simply acted. The sewer filled with holes and dust, and I saw the problem. The king was using only its fists. Its trump card had not come out at all. It was teasing. For scale, Lyra would kill a gnoll on sight in the abyss without slowing down. Only Liu's son had ever pushed her this far, and next to this thing, Liu's son's Bajikwan looks more childish than a 3-year-old. So extrapolate with me, because I did, standing in that sewer. If the Speed King can do this with its hands, what is invincible in land battle? What is absolute defense? What is the emperor that keeps all 5 of them like sheep? It instilled despair in me, using the weakest of its means, and I had planned for the wrong fight entirely. I had expected speed and ambush and a running battle in the dark. I got a demolition. Banshee came through the wall with the epic fang, and I started compressing a fireball, palm-sized, down to walnut-sized, blue going to purple, the moisture evaporating out of the air around my hands. That cost me nearly half my mental energy in about 9 seconds, and I went gray doing it. I held it and waited. The demon fly, interrupted in the middle of its game, turned violent for the first time. The muscle came up under smooth infant skin, and the mouth opened on serrated teeth. Banshee's speed against that is an antelope against a tortoise. It was on my Banshee's shoulder immediately, and its small mouth stretched all the way back to where the ears would be, and it bit the arm off. The epic fang hit the floor. One punch put my Banshee through a wall, under a minute from first contact to crippled. Now, the compressed fireball went in, and it lost its balance and went through a ventilation duct. It came back out with its upper body scorched, blistered, and ulcerated down to the bone. Its vitality was untouched, not dead yet, and I was finished. Every card on the table, nothing in reserve, and my mental energy gone. My Banshee got up, one-armed, no weapon, ribs showing, and it stepped in front of me and howled at the thing. And a flaming longsword went through its neck from behind. The head landed at the demon fly's feet with the eyes still facing forward, still not understanding. Lyra stared at me and could not speak. With your arm severed and your epic fang lost, what good is being fearless? How could you possibly be a match for that? Then, to the king. Damaged my cards? That was a moment ago. Now I have a new sacrificial offering. The reasoning was airtight, and I ran it in under 2 seconds. One-armed, my Banshee was at half strength. Every trump card was spent. A heroic last stand in that sewer ends with all 3 of us dead, and the demon fly walking out with a full stomach. If there are no opportunities, you create them. Lyra understood immediately, and I want to explain why. Because it is not callousness. In the abyss, when the catfolk cannot outrun something, the old ones stay behind to hold it. That is how the tribe survives. That is how she is alive to be standing there. She understood completely. There was still grief in her eyes, and I was angry, genuinely angry for the first time in weeks, and not at myself. That Banshee could have become a rival to a dark knight. It had a road, and that thing forced me to spend a seed as fuel to survive an afternoon. This grudge will be settled with the blood of the flies. Lyra, charge. I need time to prepare. Unleash everything. This is our last chance. Her back hunched. Her canines came out 2 centimeters. Her pupils turned azure, and 6 whisker marks surfaced across her cheeks, and the internal energy coming off her lifted the dust off the floor in a ring. She looked like an actual animal. The ground broke under her, and she went in with straight punches, hooks, knees, elbows, no pattern to any of it. Pure will. The demon fly answered with tentacles like iron rods and a barbed tongue over a meter long that opens a throat the instant it wraps. The space around them became a place nothing living could enter, and I spent everything I had. 5 cicada pupae, 5 enchantments. I would not have hesitated at 100. And the epic fang itself, which I drove through the bag of pupae and down into my banshee's corpse. At a moment like that, everything can be sacrificed. The crimson crack opened like the mouth of an evil god and swallowed the offering, and the smell of sulfur came up out of the floor, and the demon fly finally became uneasy. It cracked its own upper body open and came out of it, 2 meters, dense black hair, long barbed tentacles, scarlet eyes, its true form, and it screamed loud enough to burst eardrums. None of it stopped the summoning. Cold wind came out of the rift, and there were sounds in the wind. What came out of the crack first was an arm of pure bone, crystal clear all the way through, better quality than mutton fat jade, which is not a thing you expect to think about a skeleton in a sewer, and a voice like something decaying, stammering, the way a thing speaks when it has not needed to for several centuries. Someone has summoned me and disturbed my research. You will pay a price. That is a bone dragon's tooth. If I obtain it, my bone scepter can be enhanced. So the epic fang had been a bone dragon's tooth all along, and nobody had told me, including the man I took it from, who had presumably also not known. Inside the rift, the tooth crumbled to dust and reformed as a scepter topped with a skull that is not human and not animal, and the thing screams with the resentment of everything it ever killed. Twisted faces flickered across the surface while it absorbed my epic fang, and I watched an object I had been proud of become a small upgrade to somebody else's stick. The owner came out after it. A skeleton in a rotted mage's robe with 2 soul flames burning in the sockets. Necromancer. Silver peak. 1 step below gold. Exactly the same tier as the thing currently trying to kill me. The demon fly read the threat instantly, punched Lyra away, and went for it. Bone wall. A gate of white bone shouldered up through the concrete, and an insect king punched it and went backwards several steps, and the wall was not scratched. Then it used blood boiling on the woman's corpse in the corner. Her hair grew out wild, and her nails went bright, and she got up and threw herself at the demon fly. It tore her legs off. Legless, she still swung for its skull. It put a tentacle through her head and pulled it in 2, and that had been the entire point. From beginning to end, that corpse was bait, and it worked, because the king had gone to the corner it wanted the king in. Slowness technique. Invisible, sticking to it, so that no matter how those wings beat, it was moving through a quagmire, and the corpse it had just torn apart swelled to twice its size. Corpse explosion, I said. Hide. I got behind a wall. Lyra jumped 7 or 8 meters. 2 seconds later, the blast flattened the iron fence, cratered the floor, and set the rubbish alight with burning corpse oil. 4 spells in about 4 minutes. Blood boiling, bone wall, slowness, corpse explosion. He arrived like a spider and started laying silk on a fly, and the more the fly struggled, the tighter it got. And here is why this one was different from every summon I had made before. The dead are immortal. Flesh dies, even at legendary. A necromancer is a strong expert who looked at that fact and gave up his body specifically to get around it. Only the physical form changed. The head was not damaged. It kept every scrap of the intelligence it had in life, and then it got unlimited time, stronger, more terrifying, and significantly harder to control. The demon fly crawled out of the ground with every wing blown off and a bowl-sized hole in its abdomen leaking green, and its body pitted with corpse spots where the poison had taken, more than half its strength gone. And here is my real advantage, which was not any of my summons. It was the sewer. In the open, that thing cannot be caught. Masters have cornered the 3-winged demon fly before, nearly killed it, and watched it leave anyway. In a tunnel, speed is worth nothing. Strike while the iron is hot, kill you, and the economic development zone is completely under my control, and nothing stops my rise. The flaming longsword went through its abdomen and pinned it to the floor. Its eyes stayed on my face the whole time, and it was memorizing me. I am certain of it. A king that could have reached gold, ended by 1 human in a drain. Die, you insect. The sword went up and burned it down to a dried husk that nobody would ever have identified as an insect king. I paid for it too. When the master dies, the servant dies, and when the servant dies, the master is wounded. Killing my own banshee put a backlash through my head that I had been walking around inside for the entire fight. Then my new necromancer teleported the demon fly's corpse away with spatial magic, gave me a long look, and left for the abyss on his own, without orders. That is a rule I had read about and never experienced. When the gap between summoner and summon is large enough, the summon simply declines. I made a note. If persuasion does not work, kill him. A summoned beast without even loyalty has no value. And with the king dead, everything that had been living quietly in that sewer under its rule was now unemployed and heading for the streets. I was far too spent to care. Walk. 1 week later, a blood nether centipede 2 meters long and as thick as a telephone pole abandoned a zombie's arm on the road, because live human smells better. Its prey was 200 sallow, underfed survivors, and I want to give you the 2 lines that came out of that crowd because it is the only comedy the road produced that month. Honey, stand in front of me, I am so scared. Why should I stand in front? My parents are dead, and I am the only son in the family. In this situation, you should be standing in front of me. Then somebody at the back said, a little centipede. Sun Kai stepped out with his right arm hanging twice the width of his left, jet black and covered in weathered patterns, with beast roars leaking out of the hand. One rise and fall, and the centipede's skull was paste. He did not even transform. His job that week had been to walk the notebook, straight to every marked camp in order, with a 1,000-strong escort and a very simple offer. 1 week, over 1,000 survivors gathered. His management style has developed. Those who want to live, shut up. We are almost at our destination. Only those who obey will get food. And the thing they were all walking toward, which had already become a rumor ahead of us, the most prosperous place in the economic development zone. No monsters, no oppression, food, just for working hard. Does a place like that really exist? By the time I was on my feet again, it did. Duan Hong had organized it into 6 departments: reconnaissance, combat, medical, logistics, research, and scavenging. 3,000 people. The largest force in the economic development zone by a distance nobody else could see yet. The new base was the Northern College. 203 acres, 16 large buildings, capacity in the tens of thousands, and almost undamaged. 300 scouts on rotation, 24 hours, and at the gate there was a wall, 15 meters long and 6 high, stone mixed with earth with a kind of rugged beauty to it. I want to tell you how that wall got built, because it is the clearest picture of what my economy actually does. One Earth elementalist worked 10 hours a day for 10 days. She was kept upright by 3 full kilograms of blood honey, which was the camp's entire reserve, and which cost the blood of 13 mutated beasts and 9 insects to produce. A professional doing that work normally collapses on day 2. Blood honey is precious. It is far less valuable than city walls. For scale, the mature cities that exist 2 years from now run 50-meter walls, reinforced day and night by whole teams of Earth elementalists, rated to survive a magnitude 8 quake. What the new arrivals actually saw was not grandeur. That is what got them: wide, clean roads, people repairing things, 10-man patrols passing on schedule, shopping trolleys full of food being pushed back and forth by somebody whose job that was. One woman told me later that for a moment she felt as though it was the first week again, and her family had eaten breakfast and gone for a walk in the campus. Civilization, that was the word she used. The women in that group checked the women already inside, which is the first thing they always do. Working, clothes intact, faces not gaunt, nobody watching them. And then they learned the standing rule, which is that anyone who forces a woman has his spine broken and is hung outside the gate. None of that is virtue either. In here, I am the god and everybody follows my rules. It is also real, and it is why the place works, and I have never once had to explain it twice. The system is simple. Register your name, get a starting ration, and eat properly only if you work. 6 departments, so everybody fits somewhere. Medical gets the best treatment in camp. A pre-apocalypse doctor draws a can of fish or a bag of beef jerky every week on top of food, and I would pay double. Jobs available: raise the wall, sort food, break ground for the mutated crops, haul rubbish, handle sewage for fertilizer, which is a real job and which somebody has to do and which pays accordingly. Dormitories by sex except for couples. My building is off limits. The basketball courts and the running track are open to everybody and are used constantly, which surprised me more than anything else. They no longer wanted to hide in a sunless ditch like rats. They are human beings. They love the sunshine. I named it the City of Order, and this university is a seed. Sun Kai was eating steak with honey poured over it when I sent for him. As combat team leader, he draws 3 grams of blood honey a month, and he hoards it and spends it after hard jobs, which I consider a healthy sign. Somebody was topping up his wine. He shoved all of it aside the second the message arrived because he knows exactly who gave him the arm and the rank and the steak. At my door, in the school leader's 2-story office building, with patrols of 10 going past carrying our 30-odd salvage pistols and a great many machetes, a hoarse voice said his name. Sun Kai, Imp. Body somewhere back in the shadow of the stairwell, and only the little girl's head resting on the top step, with the eyes full of curiosity and pleasure and longing and greed. His terror is earned. When we took this college, he watched that thing swallow 2 professionals whole, and he has never been able to stop seeing their faces going under, and now it knows his name. Sir, if you need me, I have to go in. It tilted its head. Going in is fine, but the arm can stay and be eaten. It has to be eaten. Exactly like a child asking an adult for sweets, with absolutely no intention of taking no. He could not fight it, and he could not refuse it, because it is my favorite, and everybody in that camp knows it, because I once put my hand on its head where people could see. Arm, Imp, I like your arm. If you misbehave again, I said from inside, I will send you back to the abyss and let him in instead. It puffed out its cheeks. It did not dare sulk at me, so it turned and glared at Sun Kai with an expression that said, look what you have done. It has expressions now, not a mask. Expressions. Sun Kai told me later that this frightened him more than the eating. Inside, I was sitting in the sunlight and I was calm and I looked well. That is what frightens him now. He said it to Duan Hong and Duan Hong repeated it to me because Duan Hong understands what I like to hear. A roaring tiger you can hear coming and you can run. A venomous snake you cannot. The numbers that morning. 3,100 people in camp, 1,300 combat capable, 200 permanently stationed, and the rest out with the combat, reconnaissance, and search teams. The sports hall was full of food, and we were building more storage, about half a year's supply, and half a year of stockpile is a dead end, which is the part nobody else in this city had worked out yet. The day the shelves run out, everything I have painstakingly built could be destroyed in an instant, and prestige does not survive an empty warehouse, which is why we had broken ground on the fields. Mutated rice comes in grains 2 inches long, like small crystal pillars. An adult cannot finish a bowl, 7 or 8 grains fill you, and long-term consumption strengthens the body and raises, significantly, the chance that your children awaken as professionals. The catch is that it eats land and water at a rate that is frankly insulting, which is why the big factions 2 years from now will assign earth and wood and water elementalists to farming full-time, permanently, and consider it the best use of a gold rank. Only by cultivating this food do we actually survive. The fight in the sewer cost me a month on my back and raised my mental strength by 20%. High risk, high reward. I have not found a better trade anywhere. The integration campaign was going well. Sun Kai and Imp had killed 5 professionals who resisted in 1 week, and after the 5th the tide turned and most bronze professionals started folding without a fight, because 3,000 men behind a man is its own argument. What was left in Lee's notebook was a handful of hard camps with silver rank experts in them. Sun Kai cannot handle those. I would go myself. But first, Morian. A month of recovery had gone extremely well, and the reason is not complicated. All of the ordinary blood honey now goes to the Earth Elementalist, so she can keep building wall. All of the royal jelly goes to me. I no longer keep bees. I do not hunt for food or clean hives or carry anything. 3,000 people do that, and the jelly arrives at my mouth. Mental strength back and past its old ceiling. Wounds gone. 1 step from Silver Peak. Out on the running track, Imp squatted at my heel like a guard dog. Its arms are all awakened, professional arms now. Rosy, veined, and it uses them like insect limbs, so they burst out at a speed that beats even Lyra's explosiveness. If not for rank suppression, a dozen of those would make it unbeatable at its tier. And it was nervous. I had told it to stay still, so it was staying still and wanting to look up at me and not daring, and sneaking glances at the ground and then snapping back to scanning the yard as though it had been caught. Lyra stood with her ears up and her weight forward, permanently on edge, which is an abyss habit that does not switch off. My dark elf, 10 meters away, was flirting, entirely for the audience. Imp does not understand the gestures. It understands the intent perfectly. It said, in a voice colder than December. I hate you. I'll eat you. I want to eat you. Then the rift opened and the smell of sulfur came up, and behind it there were roars. Several presences at least as strong as the blazing flame demon, and some of them stronger. Epic, possibly worse. If any one of them came through, this city dies in an afternoon. The only thing on the other side of that door is the power of the rules, and the rules are holding them back while they watch. Then a different cold came out. The death aura of the bone plane. The flowers on that verge withered. The grass went. The soil turned black in a widening circle and stayed that way. Bone Plain runs on skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, zombies, and ghouls, and above them a dark knight, and banshees, and a bone dragon sleeping under a mountain, and a lich running experiments in a tower. Nothing living survives contact. Anything alive that walks in comes out as a mindless undead. Even in the abyss, that place is forbidden ground. If it were not for the blood war, the legendary blazing demon itself would not set foot there. Who is it that has disturbed the great Morian? So that is his name. It is you. You insignificant human. You have disturbed Morian's slumber, and he opened with a soul storm. At his own master. I laughed out loud. You are not the first arrogant summoned beast. Do you know what happened to the others? You do not believe me. Fine. I will beat you until you do. Attack. Dark elf. Shoot it in the head. Here is the distinction that made this necessary, and I want it stated properly. My previous summons were physically strong and mentally weak, so the contract held all of them completely. A necromancer abandoned its body specifically to specialize in mind. So the rules stop it killing me, and that is all they stop. It can refuse to come. It can ignore an order. It can walk off a battlefield in the middle of a fight and leave me standing there. And what I want from it is enormous. With enough corpses, it raises an army that feels no fear and needs no food. For a camp that loses combat personnel every single week, that is the entire answer to the entire problem. Energy focusing shot at the eye sockets. Bone wall punched up through the road and ate it. Hand bones, sternums, foot bones, and skulls all packed together and roaring as though the dead inside wanted out. He tried to smoke away back to the abyss, and his own bone wall shook and held him. Then my dark elf did the thing that sells her as a professional rather than a talent. 4 arrows, same spot, in sequence. The first made the wall sway, the second brought fragments off, the third put a 1-inch dent in it, the fourth punched a hole through to within a layer of open air, and it cost her. She had sweat on her forehead and her draw hand was shaking, and she was already reaching for the next. She was also not working alone. Lyra's arm went through the last layer of that wall and into Morian's skull. A headshot on a Silver Peak necromancer who went 4 meters without getting a single syllable of a spell out. And it was not enough. Lyra's internal energy powders ordinary bone. Those bones did not crack, not one, still flawless, still like the most precious jade in the world. Then the counter came, howling, like hundreds of people who died unjustly and want somebody informed. Black frost in the air on a warm afternoon, and a phantom condensed behind the skeleton. A lean old man in a white robe, snow-white hair and brows, black scepter, sunken eagle eyes. Morian as he was alive. A powerful magician. Those ignorant ones who offend Morian, accept your punishment. And a pitch-black spatial rift opened beside him. Spatial magic. In the middle of a fight. In my own camp. This guy is actually trying to summon help. What came out of the spatial rift was the 3-winged demon fly, as a skeleton. No flesh, no organs, pure white bone, and still carrying Silver Peak weight. He had stolen the corpse off the floor of that sewer while I was busy having a mental backlash and refined it into an undead. Second out was a skeleton guardian, bones the color of gold and old stone, a giant white bone shield in the left hand, and a mountain-splitting axe in the right. 2 silver rank undead in my own yard, so he is not simply a caster, he refines, he modifies. That was worth learning, and I would have preferred a cheaper lesson. Is that your last resort? Today I will destroy them and show you what true summoning magic is. Lyra. Imp. Tear these skeletons to shreds. The argument the fight made for me was elegant. An undead demon fly no longer fears a headshot. It also cannot think. Lyra dodged, went inside, and simply walked it backwards until it was nothing more than a bone punching bag, and my imp, which can barely walk, lay down and rode itself across the running track on its arms at a speed I had not budgeted for, then broke the skeleton guardian's shield with a dozen simultaneous hammer blows and cracked the frame behind it. I dealt with the owner personally. Flame body. A 1-meter radius went to a sea of fire hot enough to turn the soil under it to glass, and the demon horns pushed out of my forehead. Morian's phantom stopped looking like an eagle and started looking astonished. Flame demon. He had seen my blade. He had never seen the transformation, and he could not understand how a human being was carrying high-ranking demon blood, and he stood there working on that problem while I closed the distance. I went in as a chain of afterimages, and every strike left a dark corrosion mark on bone that had never been marked in its existence. He threw slow spell, then death finger, then twisting technique, and all 3 fizzled, because he was hurt, because he had spent most of his mind on those 2 skeletons, and because the rules forbid a summon from actually attacking its summoner. At this point you still want to resist? It is useless. One heavy slash put him on the ground with the blade of flame in his eye socket. On Bone Plain, the skeleton sea alone would bury me under a hill without a single named creature getting involved. Summoned here, he cannot call an army. His spatial pocket is about 2 square meters, which held the demon fly, the guardian, and his personal effects, and that is the entire war he brought. Do you submit? Swear allegiance, or I will turn you into a real skeleton right now. That threat is specific, and it landed because soulfire is an undead's life, and blazing flame demon fire purifies. A pierced socket means, at best, dropping all the way back to bronze and starting again with several centuries of work, and his answer is the best line anybody gave me that year. Morian only cares about living. Dignity and pride are unimportant. A sorcerer who turned himself into an ugly skeleton in order to buy eternity was never going to die for his dignity, and he knew that about himself, which I found genuinely refreshing. I pledge my loyalty. I am willing to fight for you. Sworn on his soul, which means breaking it damages the soul on top of invoking the rules. Then I sold him the job properly, because this one has a mind, and a mind can be bought with the right product. You are a necromancer, and you have been limited to Bone Plain. Your research into magic has been limited to skeletons and zombies. Here, there is an endless supply of life to experiment on. That barely moved him. He has his own channels. So I gave him the second one. In a while I will be unleashing a massive blood sacrifice, tens of thousands of insects at once, to break through to the gold realm. I cannot absorb that much power alone. Those who are truly loyal to me will all benefit. I got his inner monologue much later, and it is the best outside view of me that exists. Tens of thousands of insects, horizon to horizon. He has ruled thousands of skeletons for an unmeasured number of centuries, and it had never once occurred to him to slaughter 10,000 demons for an experiment. But this human dares to do it. What kind of person does something like that? Only the lords who roam the abyss commanding countless demon warriors have that audacity. His first conclusion was that I was lying. His second was that if I was not, he could use that power to advance, and his own position on Bone Plain would double, and he might finally have a chance at subduing the broken bone dragon sleeping under the mountain, and his very straight spine bent slightly. A necromancer is a materialist. For real power, he would bow that proud head, not only to a human, but to a worm. I demanded tribute on the spot, because a bent spine sets faster under weight. If you have anything good, take it out. 2 things floated out of the pocket. A bone longbow, plain white, with a bowstring of pale yellow monster tendon, and it whispers. Get hit by an arrow off that string, and your soul risks being pulled inside it, and at minimum the target loses several seconds to disorientation. I threw it straight to my dark elf and watched a professional killer light up exactly like an ordinary woman being handed jewelry, and a dagger, crude, unpolished, under 3 pounds. I dragged it along the rubber of the running track, and it opened a groove 2 inches deep with no resistance at all, almost the equivalent of a full enchantment on a thing he considered clutter. That dagger alone repaid the demon fly corpse he stole. Around then, I recruited a man called Guo Xing, mid-30s, receding at the temples, hands like bark. He had been a construction worker, and when he awakened, he used it to protect the men on his site instead of preying on them, which in this world makes him a statistical anomaly. His power grows black spikes out of his body, offense and defense in one. 3 weeks after he joined, I made him head of the search team. The search team is popular despite the mortality rate for one reason. Every member keeps 5% of what they bring back, and 5% means jerky and sausage, which ordinary people in this city no longer see at all. They found the Fuyuan supermarket off Lee's notebook, completely untouched, shelves neat, not even much dust. Guo Xing's instinct said no immediately. His men's mouths said yes because they had been walking all day for half a trolley, and the thing that tipped him was small and human. He did not gamble, and he did not eat well, and the one thing he loved was cigarettes, and there were unopened cartons behind the counter, the best of them, 2,400 a box. He took the cigarettes. He did not light one, because search team rules forbid pocketing anything, and he intended to hand them in. Just a little longer. I will smoke again when we get back. Then he noticed that a dozen men with trolleys were making no sound at all. He called 3 names, Pan Hu, Jingbo, Xiaoya. Nothing came back. Get out of here, now. And the entire supermarket went black at midday, while the sun was still up outside, and both lookouts at the door were already gone. They found him later. The door burst open, and Guo Xing fell out of it dead, with his own spikes snapped off and driven back into him, through the abdomen and the chest and both shoulders. He had spent his last breath getting to daylight. Then an iron hook came out of the dark, caught him, and dragged him back inside like a dead dog. There was nothing left on the step but a pool of blood. My playground had become a restricted zone and Morian's laboratory. There were a dozen skeleton soldiers standing on the running track, dirt-caked, sockets empty. One of them was a child, and it had broken off one of its own ribs to use as a weapon, and I have decided not to think about that too closely. Skeleton soldiers are immune to mind magic and to blindness, unaffected by morale, and immune to resurrection magic. Almost nothing negative touches them. The exceptions are zombie disease, a vampire king's drain, the curses of a dark knight or a dread knight or a mummy, and the dead eye of the bull. Physically, they are weak. With a little courage, you can put one down with a few hammer blows. They have no fear of life or death, and that is the entire product. On Bone Plain, that becomes the Skull Sea. Millions of them, and even a legendary creature cannot withstand a tide like that. The rules mean Morian cannot import his own army. I have to grow one here from nothing. They also make excellent laborers, incidentally. No sleep. 24 hours a day, digging rubble and hauling supplies, and they never once ask what happens to the food, and they unlock the thing I actually needed. Packaged food runs out. Every warehouse in this city is a countdown. Insects breed endlessly, which makes insect meat the only renewable food source on this continent. Other factions already do it. Dry most of it into jerky, keep a little fresh. In this world, having food to eat at all is a blessing, and nobody is picky. A mutated giant earthworm, a Cloud Creek snow cicada, a blade grasshopper, each of those yields close to 10 kilograms of meat. The problem has always been the cost. Most of them are highly venomous, and every hunt run without a professional supervising ends with deaths or amputations, and the arithmetic never quite works. Skeletons do not fear and do not poison. One insect is 10 pounds of jerky. 100 insects is 1,000 pounds. The whole economic development zone is tens of thousands of kilograms. And when I start distributing it, the desperate will come to me the moment they hear the word food. In the apocalypse, there is no more beautiful word in any language. Build the Undead Legion. The combat team feeds Morian corpses. The playground is off limits to everybody, including Duan Hong, with my one-handed elementalist stationed outside as a doorbell. One discharge if anything goes wrong. And then there was thunder, and Sun Kai was waiting outside my door with a gray face. The search team leader and his team have not returned all night. 16 people, neither alive nor dead. Whoever touches my people will die. I said it the way you say you will have tea, with no pressure behind it and no killing intent at all, and Sun Kai went pale anyway, which I noted with some satisfaction. It did not add up. The search team is selected: professional boxers, taekwondo practitioners, fitness coaches, veterans. A monster attack leaves organs behind. There was nothing. And desertion was absurd. Guo Xing had gone from nobody to one of 6 team leaders with the best perks in the camp in 3 weeks, which meant the dimensional walls had thinned again and something new had moved in, because they are letting other races through now, and not all of them are insects. Some are peaceable and simply want empty land, and honestly, they can have most of it. And then there are trolls. Ugly, greedy humanoids, cousins to goblins and bugbears and orcs and kobolds. Calloused necks, greasy hair, flat noses, purple eyes with white pupils, teeth and claws gone orange or black, wearing raw hides that make the smell worse rather than better. Lazy, ferocious, and they invade whatever they set foot on as a matter of course. Gnolls who hunt people for sport and keep a running count on their spear shafts. Undead who convert people into more undead. And tentacle monsters far above the trash I met in that nursing home, silver and gold and legendary tentacle kings that hollow out entire settlements and keep whoever is left as living storage. Before things get worse, even where there is danger, you nip it in the bud. You do not let it take root, you certainly never allow it to sprout. That is my way of dealing with the world. I took Sun Kai leading with the arm of 100 beasts open, so that weak insects and beasts cleared off the road ahead of us without being asked. Qin Hao, our vision master, Cao Lei, earth elementalist, and 30 of the combat team. Sun Kai's report contained his one great virtue. He had checked 7 strongholds, 6 had been stripped bare. Only Fuyuan supermarket was untouched, and he had not gone in because I had told him to report first. That is why he has the job. Not because he is a genius, not because he dominates any field, because when I say report first, he reports first. The wrongness was visible from the road. Red billboard, yellow letters, cigarettes in the case, snacks on the shelves, soap on the washstands, and almost no dust. Completely illogical. No need. I will go myself. All of you stay outside. Anyone who comes out, kill them without mercy. Which was not recklessness. All 4 of my summons were sitting in the abyss, ready to be dropped on anything short of a gold rank. And the only gold I know of in this city is the Insect Emperor, whose growth method I finally understood that month. It orders its swarm to mate and lay continuously, and then it eats the eggs, and the rarer the insect, the more life energy in the egg. It reached gold in months by funneling an entire race into one body, a disguised sacrifice run at industrial scale by a bug. Inside there was a staff uniform still hanging on the wall behind the till. That employee probably stepped out to buy lunch. and then never came back, and the shirt has been waiting ever since. On the food shelf, I picked up a cream bun with black dried liquid on the wrapper. I rubbed it and smelled my thumb. Blood. And there were specks on other packets too, wiped down, but not cleanly. So the supermarket is bait. They keep it pristine and stocked, and they use food to lure survivors in. Then the whole shop went black, like a stage taking its final bow. Zero visibility. I could not see my own hands. It is not an illusion, I said, mostly to enjoy the silence afterward. It is pure darkness, the work of a barrier master. A barrier master turns power into a sealed space that blocks sight and blunts what comes through it. At Legendary, they can cut off all 5 senses at once, and you remain fully aware inside a body that has stopped reporting. I was only partly blinded, which told me the rank was low, so I did nothing and waited. Ha ha ha. Another big fat fish has taken the bait. A voice like a crow at a graveside. Second brother, there are still quite a few of them outside. Take care of him quickly before things get complicated. Do you think I am not in a hurry? There is still meat roasting on the stove. If we get back late, there will not be many pieces left. Then the targeting call, and this was the part that told me how many people had died in this shop. 3 rows of shelves, right hand, 4th step. The attack came under 2 seconds later. One of them builds the dark and spots. The other one kills blind. They have done it enough times to have a rhythm. And my imp was already standing where I had been. The barrier master, who was the only person in that building who could see, screamed the warning too late. Second brother, watch out. Watch out for what? I have already hooked onto his body. How come this one is so strong? I was told the rest of it afterward by the man who watched it from the stairs. A dozen arms took the iron hook and pulled the man in. Arms, legs, and chest crushed in seconds, strangled until his organs came up. And then the mud swallowed him. A man who could lift a truck and killed people like poultry never saw what killed him. His screams came in a specific order, and the man on the stairs remembered all of them. What the hell is this thing? Where did all these arms come from? My arm is going to break. Please kill me. I cannot do another minute of this. Please, kill me now. The barrier master put both hands over his own mouth, which is what a child does when hiding from a murderer. Then he noticed something else. The shelves had gone out of his view. So had the washstand and the counter. And so had I. Where did you go? He was standing on the stairs, on his usual perch, with a full view of his own shop, and he could not find me anywhere in it. Then he heard breathing above him. He looked up. I was at the top of the 2nd flight with my arms folded, waiting, and I gave him a friendly smile. Found you. His terror broke the barrier, and the light came back, and I got a look at him. About 30, gold-rimmed glasses, gentle and scholarly, the exact face of a teacher who nurtures students. On the floor below us was the hook, a fence bar bent over on a long chain, caked with old blood in the join where it never got cleaned. I have some questions for you. Kneel down and talk to me. He went onto his knees on the concrete instantly. No hesitation, no bargaining, not even a pause for dignity, and I have to admit, it surprised me. I admit defeat. I will not make any rash moves. Ask me anything. I asked about a man in his 40s who grows black thorns. His eyes went sideways. That was the answer. Kill him. Sun Kai's palm came down on the top of his head while he was still in the middle of begging. Go upstairs. Because the other one had mentioned meat on a stove, and that means there are more of them, and that means the stove is upstairs. There was a security door at the top. Sun Kai's arm roared like a dozen animals and took it off its hinges. There was a man in the middle of that room who must have weighed 300 pounds, and he was eating. There were bodies around the walls, and there was one man still alive in the corner, tied, with a rag in his mouth, and 2 young men working next to a red-hot stove. I recognized him. Search team. One of Guo Xing's own. I want to be brief about this room, because I have found that the people who describe it at length are enjoying it. They kept the shop pristine as bait. Everyone who walked in became stock, and I had spent the previous evening explaining to my own officers that we needed a renewable food source and that insects were the answer. They had reached the same conclusion about a different animal. My combat team broke. Somebody gagged. Most of them bent over. 2 were sick on the stairs. Even Sun Kai went pale. And then the identification started coming out of the crowd behind me. That is Tianjian. I know him. He only joined the search team a few days ago. And there is 4th brother. And that, on the plate. Is that not the leader of the search team? They were not frightened. I want that on the record because it is the one thing that made me proud of them. They were disgusted. The fat man in the middle of the room was not bothered at all. He put down what he was holding and looked at us. Who are you people? His voice was like a cold steel knife, and my entire combat team took a step backwards from it without deciding to. A master, 1 step from Silver Peak. I looked at my subordinate in the corner and at the stove, and then I smiled at the fat man with all my teeth showing. I am going to kill you. There is a blacklist. the military maintains it, and it is simultaneously a most wanted list and an admission of how strong the people on it are. Duan Hong makes that list eventually, for the thousands he kills avenging a woman. And there is exactly one name above his, with a bounty of 5 enchanted weapons, the rank of general, and 10 kilograms of blood honey for whoever brings the head. Mountain Ogre. For this city, he is a nightmare, and in some ways more frightening than the monsters, because the monsters at least have the excuse of being monsters. I will give you his philosophy in his own words, because it is the only introduction he needs. The elderly are too pungent, children are too tender, women are too yin. If you want to eat meat, eat young strong men, because at that age the flesh and blood are at their most robust, and that is an absolute delicacy. No interest in women, no drink, no tobacco, only meat, and only the one kind. His ability is regeneration. With enough power behind it, any wound closes and he is standing in front of you again, which is why he has survived 4 assassinations, gone away to rest, and started over each time. "Who are you?" he said. "You mean that barrier master? Your good servant has already been killed by me with a single blow, and the one with the iron hook was swallowed by my summoned beast. His body has been completely digested. There are only the arms left. What else would you like to know? I will tell you everything." Then I told him what was actually going to happen. "I do not care whether you are Mountain Ogre. I will not let you die easily. I will turn you into a ghost and trap every thought you have inside your own rotting flesh, day and night, never to be reborn. Necromancer, you come out too. Take a look at the materials I have prepared for you." He opened by coming straight at me and nobody else. To catch the thief, first catch the king, which is correct doctrine and which everybody tries. Imp was in front of it. It threw a burst of punches that put 300 pounds of man backwards across his own kitchen. "You are going to hurt, master. Unforgivable." I want to flag what was different because I noticed it in the middle of a fight and it distracted me. In a fight, my imp's eyes are always full of appetite. Always. Everything it meets is a meal it has not been given permission to eat yet. There was no appetite in them at all, only rage, gone blood red. Of the 4, Imp is the one whose dependence stopped being a contract and became part of what it is. Mountain Ogre saw 4 meters of mud like an overturned cauldron, a dozen rosy human arms, and a human head growing out of the top of it. The man everybody in this district calls a monster lost the title standing there. Anyone who harms their master shall die. And Imp's neck bulged and 2 more heads pushed out of it. 3 heads, 6 eyes. One of them was the barrier master, gold-rimmed glasses still on, skin gone rosy, pupils gray-white. The other was the man with the hook, face frozen in exactly the terror he died in, like clay that had been kneaded carelessly. "First brother," Mountain Ogre said. "Second brother." He had been talking to both of them an hour ago. "He has a real history, and I am going to give it to him, because I have never pretended that the people I kill were born wrong." On day 1, he watched a residential block of several hundred people come apart. The insects came up through the floors and took the men and the women and the old and the children in front of him in an afternoon. Having witnessed that, something in him eroded, and from that moment he swore he would survive no matter what. Everybody in this story swore that. It is what you do with the oath afterward that sorts you. Then he unlocked his real form. Tumors erupted across the arms and back and thighs, and the flesh swelled until his face was squeezed out of shape and only 2 needlepoint eyes were left in it. Dual awakening, regeneration, and a flesh monster transformation with defense off the top of any chart I have. He parried a dozen professional arms simultaneously, which nothing else in this city has managed, and every mark Imp put on him closed in seconds. Then he got clever. He let Imp hit him, softened his own flesh so the fist sank in and stuck, and trapped it. "Here," he said, "I am the boss." And he put everything he had into one blow on Imp's neck, and all dozen arms went limp at once. So Imp used the part that is not an arm. It reared that flexible neck back and drove its own head into his chest. "Necromancer, you come out too." Slowness and weakening landed together. His speed halved and his punches went soft in the middle. He turned around and saw a skeleton in a rotted mage's robe standing on the stairs with a bone scepter. And that is the moment he broke, not the pain. The word invincible arriving in his head, which is like a root going into the ground, and once it is in, you do not get it out. "I do not know you. There must be some misunderstanding between us. Let us talk. We can discuss terms." "Talk is cheap. I want a pledge of loyalty. Those people around you are your sins. Kill them, and let me see how sincere you are." His own men saw it coming before he moved. "Brother, we have followed you for over a month. We have worked tirelessly without a single complaint. Let us fight them together, right now." And he gave them the ugliest sentence I have ever heard a man use on people who trusted him. "Since you call me boss, you should listen to me. You have only yourselves to blame. Everything I did because you misled me and tricked me into being unrighteous and immoral. What are you still living for? 3 punches in a few seconds. 23 down to 5 in under a minute. The last 5 went for the window, and he hunted them through the rooms until he was the only person in that building still breathing. This is my pledge of allegiance. This is my sincerity. All the bad things I did were because they misled me, so. Can we talk things over now? I read it correctly, and it was not difficult. Why so ruthless? Why leave nobody at all? Because dead men do not talk nonsense. With every witness gone, he could now claim anything he liked about the last 3 months, to me or to anyone. No wonder. His future achievements would have been greater than Duan Hong's, and I wanted him, genuinely. Dual awakening, one step from being able to trade blows with a dragon-patterned beetle, and as head of the search team, he would have multiplied our scavenging output several times over. Fine, I said. I, Lin Han, am a man who keeps his promises. I will do exactly what I said I would do. His face relaxed. If I said I would turn you into an undead, then I will turn you into an undead. Sun Kai. Imp. Do it. Necromancer. What are you waiting for? This is the material I prepared for you. Kill him, and the corpse is yours. You lied to me. He had done the blood arithmetic on the way in, and by his accounting it was settled. They killed 16 of mine, including a professional. He had just paid 23, including 2 professionals. More than square. Slowness landed. Sun Kai's fist was already moving on instinct. And Imp's arms, which had come back in snow white and hard as metal, held him down. A palm came down on the crown of his head with enough force to crush the limestone under his boots. Let me tell you why he had to die, because it is the only line I have. To survive, it is not wrong to be selfish. It is not wrong to frame somebody. Abandoning your feelings to become stronger is so common that it barely deserves comment, and I have done all 3 this month. Mountain Ogre 8 people. And there was no need. The supermarket downstairs held 3 or 4 months of food for a group his size. He is strong enough to walk the wasteland in any direction he chooses. There was no hunger anywhere in the equation. It was purely for pleasure. By the rules I actually used, the ones from down there, he had stopped being a man and become a demon, chaos aligned, promises meaningless, betrayal instant and without a reason attached, will kill a superior the moment there is an opening, cannot be allied with even against a common enemy, better at lying in wait than a crocodile and better at enduring than a hyena, never give one a chance. Rather than standing guard against him at every turn for the rest of my life, it is simply easier to kill him. My people did not feel that good had triumphed over evil that day. I watched their faces, and there was none of that in them. What they felt was violence, answering violence. If Mountain Ogre was the demon, then the man who suppressed him was a demon god. Qin Hao and Chao Lei, my 2 newest professionals, both of whom had small private schemes running, abandoned them permanently that afternoon without ever mentioning it to anybody. Clean up the supplies. Take all the food. 50% is confiscated, 20% is distributed among you, and the remaining 30% goes to the families of the search team members who died here. The room went quiet, because a few days ago, those 16 people had been standing in it. Then they worked, hard, and emptied that supermarket in under an hour. Set this place on fire, burn it down. We walked home with a burning tower behind us and the timbers cracking as they went, which somebody behind me said sounded like the howls of the unjustly killed. Morian's real value turned out not to be personal bravery, it is arithmetic. 83 skeletons in a few days, individually feeble. In dozens they drop the ambient temperature and they fight to the last, even reduced to a head on the ground, as long as the soul fire is lit. The star of the collection is a mutated rhinoceros skeleton out of the zoo, 3 meters at the shoulder, 7 meters long, when a living adult tops out around 5, and the horn is still on it, honed like a spear that somebody has been maintaining for years. It can knock down a low building at a charge, and it does, regularly, and the skeletons follow it in. He also raised skeleton dogs and skeleton sheep, which are visually far worse than the human ones and which I have asked him not to explain. Result: the insects around my camp are gone, not reduced, gone. The rhino flattens even a defensive red rock beetle on the first pass and the swarm takes it apart. I issued the skeletons machetes, so what goes through the ruins now is dozens of armed skeletons moving at a jog behind a rhinoceros, which is a sentence I never expected to write about my own logistics. One day's slaughter is over 100 kilograms of insect meat, and the hard shells become shields. Ugly, mismatched, and instantly the most requested item in the camp. Inside order, there is no littering, and the reconnaissance team enforces it, and the punishment is losing a day's rations. That is not fussiness. There is no healer here, and no light priest, and with thousands living together, an outbreak is a mass casualty event that no wall stops. And there is the rule the women actually stay for. Harassment gets you hung on the flagpole for a full day, and then expelled, permanently. No matter how much a man wags his tail afterward, that gate stays shut to him forever. A gentle, persuasive approach is too slow. Only under pressure do people understand exactly where the bottom line is. Standard achieved, as of that month. Nobody in order has starved to death. The flame has turned from a tiny thing into a torrent. Order passed 5,000 people, and one of them was a nutritionist. That is a luxury profession now, and I pay her in safety and food, and she cooks for me personally. Lunch that day was boiled chicken, braised pigeon, honey-glazed char siu, and 5 or 6 other dishes, better than any hotel I could not afford in my last life. Behind the red gates, the meat and wine go to waste. On the roads lie the bones of those who froze. I know the poem. I know how it applies to me, and I will admit, because I promise to be honest, that power is genuinely intoxicating, and the feeling is very close to opium. 2 lifetimes have made my heart iron. All of this is a mirage the day the strength underneath it goes. Then I put my plate under the table. There was a sound like a drain clearing, and an entire white-cut chicken ceased to exist. Imp's head came out from under the tablecloth with grease at the corners of its mouth. I picked up a tissue and wiped it. Pip, it said. The thing that terrifies 5,000 people is, in that room, roughly as dangerous as a cat that has been fed. All right, go and play. I patted its head and it squinted and nodded hard and then lay back down under the table and did not go anywhere at all. Being by Master's side is the best place. It would rather stay at his feet forever. It has been eating professionals for a month and its body is changing again. The stench is gone entirely and something is wrapping it that I can only describe as a powerful life force. From the bottom of Abyss Society to a creature that can hold Mountain Ogre, I have reclassified it. It is not a summon anymore. It is my personal guard. When Sun Kai knocked, its ears went up and it stared at him with completely undisguised murderous intent, and Sun Kai waited to be invited in by me specifically. His own private ranking of this household, which he told Duan Hong, and Duan Hong told me, is that Imp is number 1 and Sun Kai is second. His report was that a search team member had 2 dark purple tumors on his shoulders, had become violently irritable, and had already injured several people. He was asking permission to execute him. In order, only I decide life and death. Even for the worst of crimes. Especially for the worst of crimes. And the report was wrong in a way that made my skin crawl, because corpse poison turns a body gray and finishes in 12 hours, and this man had been back for days. His name was Fan Ming, about 20, thin, and he had been healthy when he left. Now his eyes were full of blood, and the bumps that had started the size of soybeans covered his entire back. Slash his skin. The blood ran out pale green and smelled of fish. Cut open the tumors. A ball of tangled worms rolled out with the rotten blood and immediately turned around and tried to burrow back into him. I ended it with a fireball. He was beyond saving. Death is sometimes a relief, and I have stopped apologizing for saying so. Soul thread worm, 3 centimeters, rope-shaped, lives in rivers and ponds and carrion, enters through a wound, survives heat and cold that should not be survivable, and it travels the bloodstream to the brain and fuses with it. The part that matters is this, because it is not like anything else in this city. An insect demon larva takes over and the person is gone. A zombie is a body with the mind switched off. A soul thread host keeps the ability to think. All of it. The reasoning, the memory, the speech. Their consciousness has simply changed from that of a human to that of a worm, and it is devoid of any emotion whatsoever. During infection, the body fights it and the host looks ill. Once it has fully taken, the symptoms vanish, and what you have is somebody who looks like a man recovering from a bad flu, a little quieter, a little duller, otherwise entirely himself. And then the tide comes, and he turns around inside your walls. That is what happened the first time. The parasitized wrecked the defense from inside, and the main city fell in under 3 days, and tens of thousands were eaten in it. The host survives about 3 months. Then the flesh rots, and they die with the worms still in them. Behind all of it, the insect emperor. That is not an infestation. It is a conspiracy against humanity, and it is no different from a biological attack, and it was running for weeks before anybody noticed. The vector, in our case, was a deep scratch on Fan Ming's right palm, taken at the supermarket, where Mountain Ogre had been burying what he did not eat out the back. Soul thread worms parasitize corpses, which means that man's appetite nearly opened my camp from the inside. Gather everyone involved in the supermarket operation, blood and skin tests, isolate anyone with unusual features or blood mutation. And beyond those people, their wives, their children, their parents, and their friends are all to be examined one by one. Tell Duan Hong he is fully responsible. Then I flicked Sun Kai a bottle of royal jelly. You did well this time. That is your reward. Thank you, sir. That is the first order I ever gave that was not about killing anything. I have thought about that since. There were 4 forces left in Lee's notebook, about 500 people each. You lead the team. Imp and Necromancer go with you. Take the entire Skeleton Legion out of the camp and summon the leaders of those factions. Tell them I have something to discuss with them, and I want every one of them to come and see me. While they were gone, I ran another fair contract on the playground. Materials were 3 captured bronze insects, a blade mantis, a llama flea, and a red-capped beetle. The mantis was 1 step from silver, and its limbs are sharper than alloy blades and will have a 10-centimeter steel plate. They were tied down like livestock and open to bleed, and they had been starved since capture, deliberately, so that they could not muster their potential at the end. There is no time to lose, you disgusting insects. Now offer your lives to strengthen me. The blood ran into the array, and the summoning set off a small earthquake, and inside the crack I could see demons of every kind surging under a deep red ghost light. And for about 1 second, something on the other side reached back through and filled my own face with resentment that was not mine. That was insane. Even for a second, the fact that it could give me a feeling that real through a crack means it is not an ordinary person, and it is down there, and it now knows the door exists. What actually came was another undead, which by then was a pattern I had noticed. Banshee, necromancer, and now this. Black armor, a sword with a blood groove, a giant skeletal horse, and no head at all. The headless horseman landed, and the first thing it did was cut the head off the blade mantis and set it on its own neck with green blood running down the breastplate while the soul fire brightened behind the mantis's dead eyes. In life, it was a knight who died on a battlefield with his head taken. He rides looking for it. And every time he kills, he borrows one to wear, and he has been doing that for a very long time. He drives that horse with a whip made from a human spinal cord, and unlike every other thing I have ever pulled through, he showed no hostility at all. He was a knight in life. Even in death, his will still carries the mark of loyalty. The horse is silver rank 2, which nobody mentioned, and a charging knight and horse at that weight will break a bridge. Buy one, get one free. 5 minutes of unconditional service, on call, whenever I want them. That evening I opened a door and found Lyra sitting on the edge of a bed with her face in a porcelain bowl. In the abyss, food fills a stomach, and that is the entire job description. Here there is milk, and bread, and biscuits, and a bucket of noodles that only requires hot water, which she has explained to me twice with the packaging, in case I had not understood. Its name is Instant Noodles, a fistmaster from the abyss, thoroughly and permanently corrupted by snacks, and the guilt sits right next to it, which is the part that gets me. She told me once, without being asked, that she thinks of her people while she is eating, and that they are living in abject poverty while she has all of this, and that she feels guilty, and that it is beyond her control. Her verdict on milk is that the legendary water of life would not be as good as what is in that bowl. Catfolk eat by licking. The tongue tip goes into it and comes back to the mouth over and over, which is slow and which she does not appear to mind. I opened the door and found her curled up in a chair licking the bottom of the bowl with milk on the end of her nose and her tail going like a metronome. She put the bowl down like a thief caught in the act because her pride cannot survive being seen doing that. Do not be so distant, I said. From the moment you accepted the contract, all of this is yours. Then I wiped the milk off her nose with one finger, and she let me, and I moved my hand up to scratch behind her ears, and she let me do that too. 52 days ago, I sat in a rented room with a laptop and a weather forecast, and I owned 100,000 yuan and a boning knife I had not bought yet. Tonight I own a city with 5,000 people in it, and a wall, and fields going in, and 6 departments, and a legion of skeletons that never sleeps, and 4 servants out of a place that has no bottom. I have not lost a single thing that mattered to me because I arrived here having already lost all of it once. And on my chest, under the shirt, the mark is still there. It is a little darker than it was last month. Every time I open the flame demon body, it gets darker, and every time it gets darker, the thing on the other end can see me a little more clearly, and I keep opening it anyway because the alternative is dying carefully. Somewhere under this city, an emperor has been putting worms into people for weeks, and 5 kings are still asleep in the dark, and in a few weeks all of it comes up through the floor at once. And somewhere out in the wasteland, there is a girl with a blade of pale yellow light on her right hand and one word stuck in her head that she cannot get out. She is going to survive. I have seen the ledger, and when she comes back, she is going to say it to my face.